Father, I know I'm wrong. Expressionlessly, Ling Lanin bowed and, after pausing for a moment, continued. However, Father, you must be clear that the barbarians are untrustworthy with their unknown backgrounds. Chances are that they have joined Ghost Chin in secret and will stab us right in the back at a crucial moment. How can I not know that? Appeasing Ambassador Ling sighed and said, not only is the young man in the building foundation stage who jumped out of nowhere today very uncanny, are any of the 100 or so barbarian cultivators who joined our army earlier not scoundrels that will change their sides when anything goes wrong? It is almost certain that they have placed wagers on both sides. They are ostensibly loyal to the court, but will they not waver until everything is settled? If we defeat the cultivators from Ghost Chin in the battle, they will still be His Majesty's loyal and obedient subjects. However, as soon as the first sign of our failure shows up, I guarantee that they will lunge at us like hyenas, devour us, and offer our bones to Ghost Chin for a reward. Those barbarian cultivators are sure to be connected with Ghost Chin. What does it matter even if the young man in the building foundation stage is too? Moreover, I can tell that he is blatantly brutal and does not look like a guy of schemes. Chances are that he will prove to be the most loyal one of them all. Appeasing Ambassador Ling's words were filled with endless devastation. After a miserable smile, he comforted himself. Thankfully, the same goes for the barbarian cultivators who joined the Ghost Chin side. They are all waiting for the final outcome, too. As long as we demonstrate the magnificent power of the court, they will certainly not act recklessly. Chances are that they will tie up the Ghost Chin soldiers and deliver them to us. All in all, the barbarian cultivators can only serve as cheerleaders. It eventually depends on the Black Tiger Iron Guards, the Ling family's private troop, and your Purple Pole Sword sect. I understand the logic perfectly. Rest assured, Father. When her sect was mentioned, Ling Lanin seemed even more proud than when the Ling family was brought up a moment ago. She stood straight, her eyes glittering, before she declared resolutely, the Ling family and the Purple Pole Sword sect have been associated for 500 years. The leaders of our family of every generation have been close friends to the elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect. They will certainly not watch the Ling family fall and do nothing. Let me tell you a great piece of news, Father. This morning, I just received the purple smoke message of my sect. My eldest senior brother began marching toward the Southland of Sorcerers to reinforce our army with almost 100 elites of the Purple Pole Sword sect 5 days ago. But later, they received a report that a batch of cultivators from Ghost Chin was crossing the Sorcerers River to enter the Southland of Sorcerers too. Therefore, they decided to ambush and block the enemy. It is believed that they will arrive with the heads of those cultivators in 3 days. Your eldest senior brother? Appeasing Ambassador Ling was dazed for a moment. Overjoyed, he lost all his demeanor as the appeasing ambassador and exclaimed, isn't he thunderous straight swordsman Lu Chongxiao? As the youngest cultivator in the nascent soul stage in the Purple Pole Sword sect, he has come in person? Exactly. Ling Lanin smiled. You can rest assured, Father. The Purple Pole Sword sect will never abandon the Ling family. Appeasing Ambassador Ling nodded with mixed feelings. The Ling family of Luochuan and the Purple Pole Sword sect were indeed deeply connected. However, Lu Chongxiao, the best sword cultivator in the younger generation in the sect, had been sent out to help the battle, certainly not just because of the Ling family. The most important factor was probably his daughter, who had revealed her talents in training at a young age, advanced into the peak of the core formation stage before 30, and enjoyed a promising future as the last true disciple of the leader of her sect. A sword cultivator in the nascent soul stage would certainly be a great help for the fierce battles to come. Appeasing Ambassador Ling was finally more or less eased after months of nervousness. While the father and the daughter were talking inside the wagon, one of the subjects they mentioned, namely the young man in the building foundation stage, Li Yao, was actually riding a giant serpent more than 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. He was moving forward unhurriedly at the back of the team, as a close friend to the Fire Ant King. And since Jin Xinyue, the nominal leader of the Pantheon of Demons, was his disciple, it had not been a problem at all for him to learn a few tricks to domesticate and maneuver demon beasts. Besides, The blood-striped virus boasted the naturally endowed talents to suppress and modify animals. Therefore, it was more than simple for him to deal with a tiny, high-crowned lethal python. Without any trouble, the beast was tamed as obediently as a lengthened dog. The rest of the team, including the other barbarian cultivators, were all dumbfounded by his ferocious mount and did not dare greet him at all. It was exactly the quietness that Li Yao needed. His appearance right now was slightly different from when he had just left the canyon. It was not his face that had changed, but the air around him. The gloom and brutality were hidden in the deepest part of his eyes. The half-smile was gone too. His lips were dangling down, and his eyeballs were barely moving at all. He would stare at anybody who made eye contact with him without retreating. More toughness and recklessness had been added to himself to better fit for the image of a fearless wildling. He was not hiding his capabilities because he intended to play a pig that ate the tiger. If anybody wanted to play a pig that ate the tiger, their target should at least be a tiger. The barbarian cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage at best, appeasing Ambassador Ling at the beginning level of the building foundation stage, and the female cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage were nothing more than geckos in Li Yao's eyes. Would there be any gratification in playing a tiger that ate geckos? It was just that Li Yao was unaware whether or not the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture entailed any trouble. If the guy was a well-loathed, notorious evil cultivator, or he once raped and killed a family member of a certain divinity transformation stage cultivator, Li Yao would in no way pick such an identity. After he made sure that the identity was okay, he would naturally resume his role as a nascent soul stage cultivator in order to make acquaintances with the upper class of the society. While there was no disturbance, Li Yao began to compile the second observation report in his head. Observation Report of the Foreign World, Issue 2. I've lived in this sector for 23 days. After eavesdropping on the conversations among the locals with Neltharion, I have finally gained a basic understanding about this world. The world here is named the Ancient Sages Sector. I estimate that the so-called Ancient Sages refer to the giant corpses of the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan, which are not rare at all in this sector. It appears that the primeval items are truly worshipped in this world. The good news is that the Ancient Sages sector is governed by Great Qian, a central dynasty that is generally civilized. The Great Qian dynasty boasts thorough law, ethics, and bureaucratic systems. At least, this is not a bloody jungle where cannibalism prevails. It is possible for the government of the Star Glory Federation and the government of the Great Qian dynasty to communicate and ally. The bad news is that the Great Qian dynasty has ruled the Ancient Sages sector for 1,000 years. There are no everlasting dynasties in any world. The Great Qian dynasty cannot get away from the law of history either. It is now running into a dead end. The Great Qian dynasty is a dynasty supported by cultivation sections. The sole significance of its existence is to provide population, food, crystals, and other resources for the cultivation sects stably, continuously, and efficiently. The royal family of the Great Qian dynasty was originally the biggest cultivation sect itself. However, after 1,000 years of steady development, the experts in the royal family are dwindling, while many of the local sects are thriving. They are acquiring land, sheltering peasants, raising private troops, and expanding their forces, making it more and more difficult to restrain them. 100 years ago, because of the changes in the density of the dark nebula around the Ancient Sages sector, the average temperature of the Ancient Sages sector dropped by more than 10 degrees. It is now in a brief ice age. Natural disasters, including large-scale famines, are breaking out every once in a while. The more famines, the more peasants will have to run away from their homes, and the more sects will acquire their lands, shelter the peasants, and expand their forces. The more powerful the sects are, the weaker the dynasty will be. It has gradually become a vicious cycle. Today, the smoke of war is rising throughout the Great Qian dynasty's territory. The southeast place, which used to be wealthy, is witnessing a riot of White Lotus. Half of the country is on fire. In the northwest, a killing god known as the Heaven-Battering King has rebelled with thousands of fleeing peasants. They are raging like locusts and leave absolutely nothing behind wherever they go. In the northern prairies, a formerly unknown group called Ghost is also flourishing. Those people are good at raising a kind of beast named Dragon Wolf, which is as fast and as unpredictable as the wind. When the Great Qian dynasty was at its pinnacle, Ghost was but minor trouble. However, with the riot of White Lotus and the Haven Battering King causing trouble in the northwest, the Great Qian dynasty's resources have been greatly wasted, and Ghost took the chance to rise. At the beginning of last year, Dark Cloud Ghost Knights, the main force of Ghost had a battle with the army of the Great Qian dynasty in Flying Swallow Pass at the Northland, which turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. The Dark Cloud Ghost Knights took the opportunity to march forward toward Divine Capital, the center of the Great Qian dynasty. The emperor at that time was so frightened that he died abruptly. The situation couldn't be any worse right now. From the perspective of an observer, I highly doubt that the Great Qian dynasty's reign over the ancient sages sector can last long. Perhaps it's better for us to be prepared to deal with a new government. Besides, people would suffer when a dynasty rose and when a dynasty perished. The more conflicts there were in the world, the more struggles the common folk would have. Too many innocent ordinary people had been, were, and would be killed in a protracted dynasty-changing war. Li Yao was definitely not the most merciful person in the world. The ancient sages sector was a good distance away from his homeland, too. They were two irrelevant sectors. However, it did not mean that he could turn a blind eye to his own kind who were identical to him. The white-haired old men, the children learning how to speak, and the adolescents in the best years of their life, while they were slaughtered miserably in the war. Moreover, people were not just killed in the war. In great famines, tragedies where people ate each other's children as food were not unusual at all. In such an environment haunted by the ghosts, all kinds of immortal, inhumane things could happen. It was not just human beings that were trampled upon into dust, but also the dignity of mankind. If possible, Li Yao did not want such a tragedy to continue. In his own belief, in the spirit of the Federation, or in the national interests of the Star Glory Federation, there would be a lot of benefits if Li Yao interfered in the internal affairs of the world, helped the ancient sages sector settle the chaos, and even supported a regime that was pro-Federation. However, it did not mean that Li Yao had to take the Great Qian dynasty's side. Having received the basic history education in the Star Glory Federation and read many ancient classics, Li Yao knew the tales of the rise and decline of hundreds of dynasties in the 3,000 sectors. The peasant rebellions such as the White Lotus cult or the Heaven Battering King might not necessarily be the living embodiment of justice. The Ghost troops from the northern prairies could be brutal and ruthless barbarians, too. But it did not mean that the aristocrats and the ruling class of the Great Qian dynasty were any better. Generally speaking, at the end of a dynasty, it was often not outside trouble that crushed the dynasty, but the internal putrefaction. It would be a compliment to call most of the nobles and bureaucrats in such a period scumbags. Judging from the serious crisis that the Great Qian dynasty was in, Li Yao seriously doubted that the Federation could reverse the situation by dedicating tremendous resources. After all, the Federation was too far away from this sector, which was a living example of beyond reach. If the Great Qian dynasty was truly too rotten to be rescued, there would be nothing Li Yao could do. Besides, the Great Qian dynasty, which must have considered itself the center of the universe, might not trust the Federation's kindness at all. In conclusion, the Great Qian dynasty was not the only candidate that the Federation had to cooperate with. The White Lotus cult, thriving in the southeast, and the Heaven Battering King, raging in the northwest, were two uprising forces both worth observing. After all, the peasants in the medieval era were the most dutiful, obedient kind of folk. They would not have taken the great risk of fighting the fully armed elite troops of the court unless they were truly pushed into desperation and left with no choice. Only when they were too hungry and ate up all the rind and the grassroots, when they realized that they would either die of starvation or be killed in a revolt, would they rise up and seek a gratifying fight. As for the solutions to famine, it just so happened to be a strong suit of the modern cultivation civilization. The ancient cultivation civilizations and the modern cultivation civilizations had their own advantages in the military field, and the ancient cultivation civilizations were even better in certain aspects. However, when it came to civil cultivation technologies, the ancient cultivation civilizations would suffer a crushing defeat. The essence of the modern cultivation civilizations was not the chains words, not the crystal cannons, and not the crystal warships. It was the popularized training arts and magical equipment, such as fertilizers and pesticides that could increase the yields of the farmlands and kill the pests, the automatic reaping machines, and the meteorological magical equipment deployed in the sky that could forecast and even change the weather. With the help of such civil magical equipment, famine, a problem that troubled mankind for tens of thousands of years, was resolved once and for all, allowing the exponential growth of the population. A civilization only had endless possibilities when its population was beyond 1,000,000,000,000. It was so for the modern demons, too. The first creations of the botanists of the blood demon sector, of whom the fire ant king was a good example, were not the ferocious, carnivorous plants but hybrid rice, wheat, potato, or bananas, which were resistant to the cold and drought and had a high yield. What was the foundation of the overwhelming beast tides? The demonic plants such as hybrid rice, wheat, potatoes, bananas, and everything else that filled their stomach. Every civilization's development was in the shape of a pyramid. However spectacular the experts at the tip of the pyramid were, they had to be supported by the tough bedrock at the lower level. The more solid the bedrock was, the more likely the experts at the tip of the pyramid would be able to break the limits of the civilization. Although the logic was self-explanatory for modern human beings and demons, it might not be understandable for the ancient cultivators. In many worlds of ancient cultivators, when the mortals were rising up because of starvation, the cultivators often thought that it was no big deal and were still enjoying their own life. It seemed even easier to support the rebellions such as the White Lotus cult and the Heaven-Battering King than to support the Great Qian dynasty. Li Yao did not know how developed the space cruising technology of the Star Glory Federation was right now after 100 years. However, it should not be a problem to summon a few carriers that brought cold-proof, drought-proof, high-yielding, genetically modified crops as well as tremendous humanitarian assets once the space gate was established. With enough people would be calmed down. He could impose influence on the rebellions as a representative of the Federation and even transport the excessive population of the ancient sages sector to the Federation, which would partly relieve the population pressure of this world and partly build up the strength of the Federation. Was the stone that killed two birds not perfect? If the Great Qian dynasty, the White Lotus cult, and the Heaven-Battering King were hopeless, the Ghost Qin troops in the north could also make a potential strategic partner. Li Yao was an alien to the sector. He had no concept of rightfulness at all. For him, there were only two things that mattered, the first being the people's rights of survival and development, and the second being the local regime's long-term cooperation and even integration with the Federation. Generally speaking, when an ethnic minority overthrew the central dynasty, barbaric slaughters and bloody suppressions would always follow. However, if the Iron Riders on dragon wolves with hard bows found hundreds of crystal warships over their heads, they might want to change their policy. The ethnic group Ghost Qin was the last candidate on Li Yao's list if he absolutely had no choice. After all, it did not matter who claimed the central plateaus in the end as long as the process was fast enough, which would be far better than 100 years of fighting and killing. Of course, for the Federation to influence the politics of this sector, two questions had to first be figured out. Firstly, Li Yao had to get to the bottom of the mysterious signal sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago. Judging from the civilization level of the ancient sages sector, it was technologically impossible. Secondly, Li Yao needed to find out whether or not scouts from the Imperium of true human beings who had similar missions to his were now stirring trouble in the ancient sages sector. Li Yao had learned most of his tricks from Su Changfa, a professor of the Imperial Colonization University in the Imperium of True Human Beings. It was not hard to imagine that if the scouts of the Imperium did sneak into the ancient sages sector, they would certainly support the local forces to achieve their purposes. Chances were that the Dark Cloud Iron Knights in the north were already each holding a machine gun now. Li Yao could not help but feel chilly when he imagined them riding dragon wolves and shooting their machine guns. Li Yao would never establish the space gate, which could potentially expose the coordinates of the Federation, until the two questions were figured out. But they seemed too far away right now. Li Yao sorted through his thoughts and continued his report. As for the military forces of the Ancient Sages sector, I'm only seeing the tip of the iceberg because I'm at the southwest corner of the country. It is hard to estimate the specific scale of the forces here. I can only say that one state of the Great Qian dynasty seems enough to mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers, and there are 18 such states in Great Qian. Their weapons are rather shabby, but because of the abundant spiritual energy, their average body build is even better than the federal armies, which makes them rather tough warriors in head-on battles. As for the high-end warriors, I haven't found anyone in the divinity transformation stage yet. But according to the Southwest Barbarians, of the more than 1,000 sects in the Ancient Sages sector, the top 100 are almost all supervised by nascent soul stage cultivators. The top 10 sects even have more than one nascent soul stage cultivators. Chances are that there are around 500 nascent soul stage cultivators in this world. Their quality is amazingly high too. Many of them are in the high level or even at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Up until now, there are 3 super experts worth my attention. Firstly, Wan Mingzhu, known as Mother White Lotus, who is the leader of the White Lotus cult that is causing strife in the southeast of the Great Qian dynasty. Mother White Lotus is a strong spectral cultivator without a body. She claims to be the forebear of all the ghosts. Her whereabouts are unclear, and her attacks are unpredictable. She must be a super expert adept at attacks of pure energy. I've never seen such opponents before. I have to be very careful when I'm dealing with her. The second one is Qi Changsheng, the heaven-battering king, who leads the millions of peasants in the northwest and has survived the hunting of the emperor's army dozens of times. According to my fellow barbarians, the guy has built an invincible, indestructible body. Wherever he goes, there is nothing but drought. He has killed countless people without leaving any living creatures behind. He is the scariest fiend of killing in the Great Qian dynasty. Of course, such a description must entail the intentional vilification of the court, but it is evident enough of the guy's toughness, too. Ghost Qin was the collective name for the hundreds of scattered groups in the northern prairie, but they have been integrated with an iron fist by him into an intact, coherent army. He has also introduced many scholars who are not appreciated in the Great Qian dynasty and modified the groups with the culture of Great Qian. He even changed his surname from Polyuan to Han, and his name from Polyuan Bailing to Han Bailing, to show everyone that he is not a foreign group, but a rightful competitor of the throne. According to the standard of the modern cultivators, the guy is definitely a standard hybrid-type cultivator who has shocking talents in both battle and administration. Although it is hard to gauge the specific capabilities of the 3 super experts based on hearsay, they are certain to be between the high level of the nascent soul stage and the peak of the nascent soul stage. Right? When the army led by Han Bailing marched to the capital city, and when the incumbent emperor died abruptly, it was only because of the young emperor right now who distinguished himself in the troubled times that the dynasty was saved. It is said that the young emperor is born as dictated by fate and has concentrated the Great Qian dynasty's 1,000 years of luck. After he assumed the throne, he has accomplished quite a few noteworthy tasks. The dynasty seems to be thriving again. Whether it is the dying glow of the Great Qian dynasty or it is a new start, the young emperor's personal abilities cannot be underestimated. With a lineage of 1,000 years and the enhancement of infinite treasures, it is also very possible that he is above the high level of the nascent soul stage too. The 4 of them were the candidates that could most likely be the strategic partners of the Star Glory Federation. Although he had executed a nascent soul stage cultivator easily half a month ago, he did not dare to underestimate the 4 of them. Nascent soul stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators were different. It had been pointed out to Li Yao that the Southland of Sorcerers was the most remote and poor area of the Great Qian dynasty in the first place. The number and the quality of the nascent soul stage cultivators here were the lowest. The arts and the magical equipment in their possession were little to none too. To quote the ancient cultivators, they were like clowns who did not deserve much respect. The central plateaus and the dark cloudland in the north were the places where the top cultivators of the ancient sages sector gathered. Such places boasted abundant spiritual energy and many talents. The major sects often had a history of more than 1,000 years. The relics and the treasures of the dynasties in history were not rare, too. The nascent soul stage cultivators who trained in such an environment were certainly different from the barbarians like Master Spiritual Vulture, who had to figure everything out on their own and who were overjoyed when they discovered a cave. It was needless to say the cultivators with the supreme power such as Han Bailing, the regent of Ghost-Chin, and the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, who had almost infinite secret arts and resources. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu and Heaven-Battering King Qi Changsheng, despite being rebellions, had broken into the headquarters of quite a few cultivation sects while they were on a rampage. After every cultivation sect was occupied, they would plunder the magical equipment and the secret arts. Their team was snowballing too. Right now, the leaders of the two rebellion forces perhaps had more techniques and magical equipment under their control than many leaders of notable sects did. If Li Yao mistook the super nascent soul stage cultivators such as Han Bailing, the Emperor, Mother White Lotus, and the Heaven-Battering King for third-rate nascent soul stage cultivators such as Master Spiritual Vulture, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. Let me just observe and consider for now. If the local affairs are too messed up for me to intervene, I'll have to figure out how to hire some of the local nascent soul stage cultivators as mercenaries. When the dynasty is changed, many nascent soul stage cultivators of the previous dynasty will certainly lost their home. I don't think that they will turn down the offer of the citizenship of the Star Glory Federation. Right? If the Great Qian dynasty is truly falling apart, will it be more convenient for me to hire more cultivators if I bring someone of royal blood and many cultivators who are loyal to the royal family back to the Star Glory Federation? For what it's worth, we can make a deal with them to deal with the Imperium of true human beings together before we help them restore their dynasty by providing money, guns, and food for them. Li Yao began to think wildly. The future plans could still wait. After the two parties were officially in contact, the specialists in the think tanks of the Federation would certainly come up with better solutions than his ill-considered ideas. I heard something interesting when I eavesdropped the barbarian cultivators. The greatest trouble of the Great Qian dynasty right now is the Ghost-Chin soldiers on the Dark Cloud Prairie in the north. But Ghost-Chin is actually a contemptuous term used by the Great Qian dynasty. They actually call themselves Cloud-Chin. The so-called Cloud-Chin refers to the Cloud-Chin dynasty, the very first empire that unified the ancient sages sector 100,000 years ago. The northern ethnic minorities led by Han Bailing are in fact considering themselves as the descendants of the most ancient dynasty in order to justify their fight for the throne. But that is not important. What is important is, legends in this world have it that the ancient sages sector was plagued by wars 100,000 years ago. The tribes and the small kingdoms had been fighting each other for thousands of years. Then, the Cloud-Chin dynasty was born. It gathered all the magical equipment in the world and forged the items into 12 Cloud-Chin gold statues. Eventually, the world was unified with the help of the 12 Cloud-Chin gold statues. It is said that the 12 Cloud-Chin gold statues were all almost 100 meters tall and boasted infinite physical strength. They were the invincible beings who could raise storm and thunder by waving their arms. Even today, the footprints and the claw traces of the Cloud-Chin gold statues can still be found on the ancient battlegrounds. 100 meters tall, made of metal, and able to summon lightning and thunder, they are doubtlessly the Colossi. It seems that some human beings in the ancient sages sector discovered 12 intact Colossi and knew how to manipulate them in prehistoric times. With the 12 Colossi, they managed to unify the whole world. Traces of the Cloud-Chin gold statues lingered on in the few dynasties after the Cloud-Chin dynasty. They even became a symbol of power. Whichever force had one Cloud-Chin gold statue would be able to claim the world. However, the Cloud-Chin dynasty was established 100,000 years ago. Considering the average longevity of each dynasty to be 3,000 years, there are still more than 30 changes of dynasties so far. In the passage of time, the 12 Cloud-Chin gold statues were finally gone. The last time they appeared on the history books of this sector was about 10,000 years ago, when a bunch of slaves discovered a one-eyed gold statue from a river while they were dredging the canal. The one-eyed colossus alone resulted in the fall of the dynasty at that time. But the colossus also disappeared in the chaos of the war. Perhaps it was seriously damaged and ran out of spiritual energy and ammunition. Nobody knew how to maintain it, and eventually it was buried again. The rumors about the 12 Cloud Sheen gold statues made Li Yao respect the reserves of the ancient sages sector even more. Right now, the information he had collected was too little after all. He might as well wait and see for now. Having finished the preliminary report, he stretched out his arms comfortably, his telepathic thoughts spread out again, and immediately caught the laughter of many barbarian cultivators. A barbarian cultivator with vipers all over his body, who had his face painted in various colors, was whispering to another cultivator who was as slim as skeleton. They were both grimacing. The barbarian cultivator with vipers chuckled in a low voice. Gu Sidwa, aren't you always Huolauer's dearest friend? Why have you joined the Emperor's army instead of helping him? The cultivator, who looked like a zombie, shrieked. There are too many soldiers in the Emperor's army. How can the few people in my village expect to defeat them? As the people in the Central Plateaus say, a wise man knows when to retreat. Besides, the rewards that the appeasing ambassador are quite impressive. What's not good in joining the Emperor's army? After all, pausing for a moment, the zombie-like cultivator Gu Sidwa smirked. We'll take a few steps back after we go into the Fire Root village and watch the fight off the two bunches of northerners first. If the Emperor's army is winning, we will still help them. If the cute little girl's head is cut off, we are naturally going to help Wolauer. Meng Duo, what do you say? The cultivators with snakes named Meng Duo chuckled and nodded his head. Exactly. How about this? Let's later gather the warriors of our two villages together, so that we can look after each other. We can wait until they beat each other's asterisk it out of their pants. Gu Sidwa moved his eyes and faked a smile. I'm only planning this because I'm a close friend to Huolauer. But are you not the most trusted brother of Huolauer? Why are you so disloyal? Meng Duo blinked his eyes and said, Everybody knows that Meng Duo of the Black Mist Village is the most loyal one both to friends and to the court. It is impossible for me to betray the court. However, the court has truly crossed the line too much this time. Not only are they demanding the Southland of Sorcerers to submit so much food and livestock, they are also drafting 50,000 soldiers to fight against the Ghost Sheen soldiers in the north. We men of the Southland are as free in the woods as fish are in the water. If we leave the woods for the north, we will be like a fish out of water. How can we expect to live faced with the dark cloud ghost nights? The order is clearly one that asks us to participate in a suicidal mission. Meng Duo is loyal to the court, but the court is not as loyal to Meng Duo. So, I'll have to leave my loyalty aside and see what the trend is. Is there anything wrong about that? No, not at all. Gu Sidwa nodded his head quickly and scorned. The appeasing ambassador takes us for the rocks in the mountain and stupid dummies. He thinks that now is still 300 years ago and that he can draft 50,000 soldiers with a few empty words? Then let's see first whether or not the court's fist is as tough as before. It was because almost all the barbarian cultivators had the same thought as theirs. They were open to cheering and applauding, but if they were asked to fight at the risk of their life, they would have to see whether the blades of the Emperor's army or the Ghost Sheen army's sabers were sharper. Through their clandestine communication, Li Yao managed to have a general idea of the mess in the Southland of Sorcerers. The Great Qian dynasty had dominated the ancient sages' sector for 1,000 years. The prosperous central plateaus were blocked from the southwest forests by a surging Sorcerer's River. Therefore, the southwest area south to the Sorcerer's River was collectively called Southland of Sorcerers. In the Southland of Sorcerers, the mountains were steep, the weather was hot, and venomous fog was everywhere. Primitive forests were all everyone could see whichever direction they looked at. Even the rare basins and plateaus among the mountains were blocked by the high mountains, making it difficult to communicate with the outside world. The place was highly unsuitable for the survival and reproduction of human beings. The pests which carried all kinds of diseases were enough to extinguish the sparks of civilization. Therefore, of all the states in the Great Qian dynasty, the Southland of Sorcerers was the one with the least population and the weakest capability. During the Great Qian dynasty's 1,000 years of reign, a lot of peasants in the Central Plateaus were forced to immigrate to the place. But the peasants were merely coexisting with the local barbarians, even if they did teach a batch of familiar barbarians who were familiar with the rules of the Central Plateaus. Deep inside the forests, it was still the world of the strange barbarians who feasted on raw meat and blood. The mysterious, unpredictable, eccentric evil arts and sorcery prevailed, too. It was considered to be a land of perils by the folks living on the Central Plateaus. Thankfully, most of the tribes in the Southland of Sorcerers knew that they were outnumbered. For hundreds of years, they had been quite dutiful and never rebelled. The barbarian cultivators who played with snakes and ghosts often stayed in the Southland of Sorcerers. They hardly went to the Central Plateaus or committed anything illegal there. It was because, just like the barbarian soldiers, the barbarian cultivators were greatly dependent on the venomous fog, pests, and other advantages in the tropical forests. As natural-born jungle hunters, even if an army of 1,000,000 soldiers marched into the forests, they would only need to dive into deeper parts of the forests, and nobody would be able to do anything about them. On the other hand, if the barbarian cultivators left the forest for the flat, boundless plateaus, their venomous fog, pests, and gremlins would be much less powerful. Since the experts in the Southland of Sorcerers were incapable of moving on to a greater stage, and the Great Qian dynasty was offering tremendous magical equipment and arts to win their support, submitting to the Great Qian dynasty, allowing the appeasing ambassador of the Great Qian dynasty to establish local agency as nominal leader, and agreeing that the leaders of the villages would be decreed as chiliarchs and generals did not seem very bad. With such a strategy, the Southland of Sorcerers and the Central Plateaus had maintained the ostensible peace for almost 1,000 years. Except when they were submitting the taxes and the labor service, they had barely communicated with the Central Plateaus. However, over the past few decades, with the Grand Qian dynasty unstable, some ambitious warlords in the Southland of Sorcerers began to have other plans. After the rise of Ghost, their regent Han Bailing was also quite determined to swallow the entire world, and therefore paid great attention to diplomacy. Although the Southland of Sorcerers was not strong itself, it was at a critical geological position. In the southwest, it was close to the few major grain-producing areas in the middle part of the Great Qian dynasty's territory. Also, by sailing downwards on the Sorcerer's River, it would be able to reach the prosperous lands in the southeast directly, which was essentially the softest abdomen of the Great Qian dynasty. For hundreds of years, the Great Qian dynasty had never worried about the Southland of Sorcerers. Military fortresses or armies were never deployed along the Sorcerer's River. Now that rebellions were rising up in the southeast and the northwest, and Ghost Qian was coveting from the north, the Great Qian dynasty had ever fewer troops to build up the defense in the Southland of Sorcerers. If the barbarian tribes revolted at this moment, they would be stabbing the most vulnerable part of the Great Qian dynasty brutally. The Great Qian dynasty would be even less likely to be able to deal with the emergencies all at once. Han Bailing had secretly dispatched the Ghost Qian cultivators to infiltrate the Southland of Sorcerers, devoting tremendous resources to buy the local leaders and warlords. His persuasion work was rather thorough. At least, the two brothers in the refinement stage in Front Li Yao's eyes had both met envoys from Ghost Qian and received Han Bailing's gifts. Even two barbarian cultivators in the refinement stage had been attended to well. It was indicative enough of the smoothness and carefulness of Han Bailing, who was called by the Great Qian dynasty as the Wolf King. Right now, the Great Qian dynasty still had its remaining influence, and the domination hadn't been entirely gone yet. Nobody could tell what would happen later. The cunning barbarian cultivators were certainly unwilling to jump to any choice. They gladly accepted the gifts from Ghost Qian and did not reject the jewelry and the cultivation arts. But when it came to rising up as rebellions and declaring war on the Great Qian dynasty, they would certainly hesitate and observe for a while longer. Maybe all the leaders warlords and cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers had been waiting for a signal. Right now, the signal had shown up. 6 months ago, the previous leader of the Fire Rude clan died abruptly and mysteriously. The Fire Rude clan was the strongest tribe of barbarians, and the one with the largest territory in the Southland of Sorcerers. It was also the tribe closest to the Great Qian dynasty. The leader of the Fire Rude clan was appointed by the emperor in person as the chieftain of the Southland. He was the nominal leader of the 100 tribes in the Southwest. The so-called appeasing ambassador was not a regular official title most of the time. If it had been peaceful for 100 years, there would be no need to send out any appeasing ambassador. The local affairs and the tributary system would be under the control of chieftain of the Southland. The barbarians would be managing the barbarians' own business. It went without saying that the previous leader of the Fire Rude clan was a loyal subject of the Great Qian dynasty. But his successor was not necessarily so. The old leader died abruptly when he was in his prime years. He did not leave any will to name an heir. Of his many sons, Huowuji, the eldest son, and Huowujio, the second son, were both very capable. They had in their control a few villages of the Fire Rude clan respectively, and a lot of soldiers and cultivators had pledged loyalty to them. After the previous leader perished, Huowuji was the first one to present a will which nobody knew where he found, claiming that he was the new leader of the Fire Rude clan his father had named. He also sent a messenger to the capital city of the Great Qian dynasty, demanding the official appointment and degree of the Great Qian dynasty. It was a sign that he would continue acknowledging the Great Qian dynasty's reign and serving the Great Qian dynasty. Huowujio, the second son, did not give in either. He also took out a piece of creased paper, announcing that he was actually the rightful leader of the Fire Rude clan. That was not the whole of it. He also let out of a piece of shocking news. It was said that when the previous leader was alive, he had sensed the decline of the Great Qian dynasty and the rise of Cloud Qin, and was considering joining Cloud Qin's side instead of pledging loyalty to the Great Qian dynasty. The assassins of the Great Qian dynasty, who were hiding inside the Fire Rude clan, learned the matter and killed the previous leader shamelessly. Huowujio announced that, for the future of the 100 tribes in the Southland of Sorcerers, he would fight the Great Qian dynasty to the end, even at the cost of his own life. Everybody in the Southland of Sorcerers was greatly shocked by his words. They were not shocked by such an absurd joke that the Great Qian dynasty assassinated the local leader, but by the fact that Ghost Qin had finally found such an important spokesperson. To compete for the leadership of the Fire Rude clan, Huowuji and Huowujio had been fighting bloody battles for half a year. But neither of them was able to defeat the other. Right now, because of the efforts of the renowned elders and cultivators in the 100 tribes in the Southland of Sorcerers, they finally agreed to sit down and negotiate and decide the leader of the Fire Rude clan in a more straightforward way. However, those who were smart enough could all tell that the puppets had finished their show, and it was time for the real players to come up. Huowuji's request of degree had long been delivered to the capital. The Fire Rude clan had been key to the 100 clans in the Southland of Sorcerers, and was always obedient to the court. It was certainly a big deal, and the court had to stand up for him. That was why Ling Shoujing, appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, was reinforcing the area with the Black Tiger Guards. On Ghost Qin's side, a lot of elites had been deployed to stir trouble, too. Some of the tribes, under their enchantment, finally jumped out in rebellion too. The ambush that Ling Shoujing's army suffered was conducted by a few barbarian tribes that had joined Ghost Qin's side. But as it turned out, their leader Black Nose was minced into pieces before they had the chance to ask for rewards from their new master. Right now, Huowuji and Huowujio, two self-proclaimed leaders of the Fire Rude clan, were both recruiting the barbarian cultivators in the desolate land to build up their force and waiting for their respective reinforcements. When the Emperor's army from the Great Qian dynasty and the experts from Ghost Qin arrived, the final negotiation would take place in the village of the Fire Rude clan. Even the most stupid persons knew that the negotiation wouldn't be done with words. It was much more than the leadership of the Fire Rude clan that was to be decided by the negotiation, too. If Huowuji, the eldest son, won, it would prove that the Great Qian dynasty was still powerful enough, and a tiny Southland of Sorcerers was certainly not good enough to deal with it. If Huowujio, the second son, laughed to the end, not only would the Fire Rude clan join Ghostchin's side, a chain reaction would also be caused. The situation in the Southland of Sorcerers would be hopeless. It was exactly because of the importance of the negotiation that Ling Shoujing had been recruiting barbarian soldiers and cultivators the moment he entered the area. He naturally knew that most of the barbarian cultivators would not fight for the great Qian dynasty with their life. But at such a critical moment, it was almost good that one more person was cheering for his side. But his second purpose was actually to draft the barbarian soldiers to suppress the insurrections of the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering King, and Ghostchin. It appeared that the great Qian dynasty was indeed seriously short of soldiers and had to exploit the places harder, even though it was not a good approach in the long term. Or maybe it was a trick to kill two birds with one stone. As long as the young soldiers in the Southland of Sorcerers were drafted into the great Qian dynasty's army, and after they were weakened during the battles to come, the 100 tribes in the southwest would not be able to rebel even if they wanted to. Other than the ordinary soldiers, the barbarian cultivators were welcome too. The great Qian dynasty's politicians and cultivators were essentially two complementary and yet independent systems. While the emperor's army and Ghostchin's cavalry were fighting hard, the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty and those from the northern prairies had a few huge competitions too. It was said that the two parties would hold yet another shocking match to decide the fate of the regimes that they represented. To prepare for the once-in-a-100-years match, the great Qian dynasty and Ghostchin were both inviting experts from everywhere. Although the Southland of Sorcerers was rather weak, it could still provide certain support. Even if the experts in the nascent soul stage were few, it was still good if some barbarian cultivators in the core formation stage or the building foundation stage were invited back to build up their force. Besides, it was a trade-off. If the great Qian dynasty failed to recruit the barbarian cultivators, they would likely be hired by Ghostchin. As a result, one fewer core formation stage cultivator would be on their side, and one more core formation stage would be on the enemy's side, which could significantly affect the overall capabilities of the two sides. Therefore, Ling Shoujing, as the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, had come to officially decree Huowuji as the new chieftain of the Southland as a representative of the great Qian dynasty. He was also going to draft the soldiers through the new chieftain, collect assets, and march to the north. In the meantime, Ling Lanin, Ling Shoujing's daughter, who was from the Purple Pole Sword sect, which was known as the best sword sect in the great Qian dynasty, was sort of a representative of the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty to invite the extraordinary folks in the southern tribes to join the great Qian dynasty's side in the match to come. The news could not have been better for Li Yao. The match between the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty and those from the northern land would certainly involve the top experts of both sides. If he could observe the match in person, a lot of his time could be saved. The only thing to be confirmed right now was whether or not there was anything wrong with the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture. It would be quite embarrassing if he presented himself in the match only to discover that he was a mutual target of the great Qian dynasty and Ghostchin. Li Yao eavesdropped on them from behind without a sound. Then he suddenly heard the two barbarian cultivators mentioning his fake name. As it turned out, not all the barbarian cultivators were as cunning as foxes. The spiritual energy in the ancient sage's sector was too abundant. As a result, many bizarre heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been generated. Some fruits and the blood of certain animals could even transform someone into a cultivator by cleansing their body and awakening their spiritual root. But such cultivators were often not wise enough despite their surging spiritual energy. They were essentially 3-year-olds waving deadly weapons, threats to both themselves and others. Such cases were much more common in the Southland of Sorcerers, which was short of tutelage and edification. Therefore, of the 100 barbarian cultivators in the team, other than most of the sleazy scoundrels, quite a few of them were actually cute and innocent. The role that Li Yao was playing was exactly such a person. Such people only became cultivators because of luck. Sometimes because of the crash of spiritual energy when their spiritual root was awakened, their brain was more or less injured, and they were even more unintelligent and reckless than ordinary people. Born and raised in the roughest land, they often lacked the latest news too. Most people's impression of the Great Qian dynasty was still its domination and invincibility hundreds of years ago. Therefore, when the emperor's army arrived, the cute and innocent cultivators were the most active of all. They thought that they could make great contributions by following the emperor's army and be rewarded with the magical equipment, cultivation arts, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the central plateaus as their ancestors did hundreds of years ago. The two barbarian cultivators, one fat and the other slender, in front were discussing how to instigate the stupid boys to lead the vanguard and earn the trophies for them when the negotiation began. Of course, the role that Li Yao was playing was one of the stupid boys. Thinking of something, Li Yao pinched his legs. The giant python below his bottom slithered like a dragon and squeezed into the middle of the two barbarian cultivators. What? Li Yao glared at him, and his python was gazing at the two of them maliciously too. He declared, "I heard you mentioning my name while laughing. Were you making fun of me?" The two barbarian cultivators were greatly shocked. They did not realize that the boy who popped up from the head-cutting cliff had been following them so closely all the time without being discovered, and that his ears were keen enough to catch their mosquito-like voices. Brother Snake Swallower, make no mistake. The fat barbarian cultivator who was tied up in snakes hurried to drop a hint at the other barbarian cultivator, who was as slender as skeleton, before he said with a smile, "Come here. Let me introduce to you Brother Gusidwa from Black Mist Village. I was talking about your strength with him just now, Brother Snake Swallower. It was truly marvelous of you to have thrown away 3 leaders of 100 Flowers Village of the sky-touching mountain." Li Yao's fake named Snake Swallower suggested that he had grown up feeding on vipers. It was a rather common way to give names in the uncivilized tribes in the southwest. Raising his chin, Li Yao did not even bother to look at them. "Is that worth mentioning at all? Not just the 3 monkeys. When I was in the woods, I could casually toss giant boars weighing 1,000 kilograms several kilometers away. Of course, we absolutely have no doubt you can. You are certainly going to distinguish yourself under the appeasing ambassador's command. These old bones here are all counting on young heroes such as you." Gu Sidwa adulated him with a feigned smile. Li Yao was so delighted that his face was beet red. Suddenly, he lowered his head in embarrassment and asked, "Hey, let me ask you something. I'm told that, after we reach the village of the Fire Rude clan, if I throw the opponents several kilometers away as I did just now, or smash them into rocks, there will be great rewards. I can get all the rare treasures, and even be a man with power in the central plateaus. Is it true?" Looking at each other in bewilderment, the two barbarian cultivators both held back their smiles and nodded. "Of course it is true. As said clearly in an appeasing order, as long as you try your best, and preferably kill dozens of cultivators on the enemy's side, you can get as much gold, cultivation arts, and magical equipment as you want. You will be granted a high position, too, and you will get to choose what official you would like to work as." Li Yao scratched his face in joy. "The guy surnamed Ling said that we are on right, Huowuji's side, and I should not kill anyone randomly on our side. I wonder, who are the people on the enemy's side? Are they capable of bearing my toss, punch, and strangle?" Meng Duo, the fat barbarian cultivator with vipers all over his body, smiled. "Brother Snake Swallower, you boast naturally endowed, formidable strength. You also have your extraordinary arts that have domesticated such a dangerous, highly crowed, lethal python. You are obviously second to none in the Southland of Sorcerers. Isn't it so, Brother Gusidwa?" "Of course, of course," the zombie-like barbarian cultivator said solemnly. "Brother Snake Swallower, you will certainly make the greatest contributions in the battle to come." "Fantastic!" Li Yao smashed his fists in excitement before he glared at the two of them. "Don't steal my opponents after the battle begins. Otherwise, I may remember your names, but the giant python below me certainly won't." The two barbarian cultivators were too old and cunning to bother fighting for credit with him. Therefore, they simply flattered Brother Snake Swallower and described him as a great hero who would not only dominate the Southland of Sorcerers, but also make a name for himself in the Central Plateaus or the Northern Prairies. Li Yao seemed to have been lost in their exultations. While clapping his hands and bursting into laughter, he declared arrogantly, "Right. A few years ago, when my master was still alive, he often mentioned a tough guy named Master Spiritual Vulture. My master's greatest regret in his life was that he didn't have a chance to fight Master Spiritual Vulture. My master is dead now. I've lived more than 10 years in the wilderness, and I feel that I'm much stronger than him when he was alive. I wonder, is Master Spiritual Vulture coming or not? If he does, which side will he be on? It will be best if he is on our enemy's side. I'll punch him into pieces easily and pour a cup of wine for my master with his skull. Hearing that, Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa both shuddered, and their faces immediately turned pale. The temperature around the three of them suddenly lowered by dozens of degrees, as if an invisible block of ice hit them hard. The two of them looked at Li Yao as if he were a dead body filled with venom and plague. Brother Snake Swallower, watch your mouth. Meng Duo was smiling in a way uglier than crying. You must not joke about Master Spiritual Vulture's name. Exactly. Gu Sidwa had not entirely recovered from his shock either. It doesn't matter if you want to get yourself killed, but please don't bring the two of us down with you. The two of them quietly moved away from him, as if they were avoiding a leper. But Li Yao certainly would not let go of them so easily. He intentionally raised his voice and shouted, "Huh? What are you doing? Is Master Spiritual Vulture so terrible? Can we not defeat him even if the three of us join hands?" So to speak, Master Spiritual Vulture was a brutal man who was active in the Southland of Sorcerers some 70 years ago. It was said that he was the son of Red Feather Village's leader, which was to the west of the Southland of Sorcerers. He was supposed to inherit the leadership after his father passed away. But as it turned out, there were quite a few ambitious fellows in Red Feather Village who learned some evil arts from a few sorcerers from outside towns. They claimed that the giant birthmark on his forehead was an embodiment of an evil god and an ill omen. For the safety of the village, the green crow evil god at the center of his eyebrow must be plucked out. But their sole purpose was merely to kill him. Master Spiritual Vulture had a series of fierce battles with the enemy. He luckily escaped, but went missing afterward. In fact, he was recruited by Elder Five Despairs of the Flying Thunder Cave of the Broken Stomach Mountain as a disciple. He had a senior brother named Master Black Moon, since the birthmark on his forehead looked like a soaring bird, and it was the source of the vicissitudes of his life. Elder Five Despairs named him after Spiritual Vulture. In the decades that followed, Master Spiritual Vulture and Master Black Moon had been training after Elder Five Despairs in the Flying Thunder Cave. Later, for reasons no one knew, Elder Five Despairs died abruptly. Rumors in the Southland of Sorcerers had it that the two of them, having learned all the necessary knowledge, were so greedy about their master's magical equipment and techniques that they killed their master in an ambush while Elder Five Despairs were not unprepared. After the senior brother and the junior brother split their master's belongings, they went their separate ways. Naturally, Master Spiritual Vulture went back to the Red Feather Village for revenge. To this moment, what he had been doing was still within the understanding of most people. It did not seem inappropriate, although he minced his former enemies into pieces. But as it turned out, Master Spiritual Vulture was a temperamental, bloodthirsty, and even psychopathic person. After he returned to the Red Feather Village, not only did he torment the few members of the tribe who framed him in the past, leading to their deaths with the most cruel methods, he had even blocked the gate of the house and butchered the hundreds of people in the village, leaving no survivors in their party to celebrate him as the new leader. In the past, when they smeared that I was possessed by the evil god and were about to dig out my brains, you were all reluctant, suspicious, and even taking their sides. You thought that I ought to be sacrificed for the sake of the village. In my opinion, it is you who are possessed by the evil god. For the safety of the village, let me open your head and see if there's an evil god inside. It was said that Master Spiritual Vulture crushed the members of his tribe's skulls one after another while declaring as such. Such an insane and inhuman action was appalling enough even for the uncivilized, strange barbarians who feasted on raw meat and blood. But it was not the end of his revenge. Although all his enemies were killed, his enemies were all disciples of certain sorcerers of other villages and only coveted his right of succession because of the sorcerer's instigation. Master Spiritual Vulture made a list of 7 sorcerers. He massacred them as well as their whole villages. Even the animals in the villages were not left alive. Master Spiritual Vulture's brutality henceforth spread out to the entire Southland of Sorcerers. His blatancy was putting everybody in the Southland of Sorcerers in panic. They were scared whenever they heard the name Spiritual Vulture. Naturally, many barbarian cultivators intended to remove the hazard. This was the time when Master Spiritual Vulture showed his wisdom. The guy was strong enough after inheriting Elder 5 Despair's knowledge. He had also butchered everyone in his own village. He had absolutely no weakness or anyone he cared about. Therefore, he was coming and going unpredictably in the forests. It was difficult to keep track of him. Besides, he understood the importance of cutting the roots of weeds to stop them from growing again very well. His attacks were well considered and thorough. The entire families of his enemies were slaughtered, and not a single victim survived. The barbarian cultivators mostly pursued after him to maintain the order and peace of the Southland of Sorcerers. They had no direct grudge with him. He also announced to the Southland of Sorcerers about everything that happened in the past. He claimed that what he did was purely for vengeance. Whoever came after him must note that their family and tribes might end up the same way as the 8 villages, including the Red Feather Village, did. However, if he were not attacked first, he would not go on a killing spree without a reason either. After all, he was all by himself right now and had nothing to lose. It was more than easy for him to find out who was hunting him. While the enforcers of justice were looking for him in the forests, they might not be able to look after their villages properly. So, it would be easy for him to look after their villages. After such an announcement was made, the barbarians, who were determined to remove the public hazard in their indignity, went separate ways on the spot. Who was willing to mess up with such a brutal man when there were no gains? All in all, Master Spiritual Vulture was such an insane, vicious maniac who had massacred his own village when he went crazy, massacring 8 villages in a row, and still swaggering in the Southland of Sorcerers. He was the unique cultivator in the Southland of Sorcerers 100 years ago. Because of the betrayal of his fellows in the past, Master Spiritual Vulture was quite solitary. Later, after he grew notorious, he was always acting on his own. He retrieved tremendous resources and cultivation arts from the 8 villages he demolished. After training for another 20 years, he was almost growing into the top expert in the Southland of Sorcerers. Then, even fewer people dared to piss him off here. Occasionally, when he visited a certain village, all the folks in the village would be so frightened that they would offer everything he desired as if he were a deity. Even if he appeared in front of the barbarian cultivators blatantly, most of them could only swallow their pride and call him master respectfully because of his formidability. Around 50 years ago, Master Black Moon, Master Spiritual Vulture's senior brother, sent a letter to him, stating that he had encountered a secret treasure and would like Master Spiritual Vulture to explore and capture it together with him. Different from Master Spiritual Vulture, his senior brother Master Black Moon took the more orthodoxy career of the barbarian cultivators. The so-called orthodoxy career referred to the practice that the cultivators would look for a village after their training was complete and work as the guardians, priests, or sorcerers of the tribe. Then, they would help the tribe to hunt animals, deal with demon beasts, and fight against the priests and sorcerers of the hostile tribes. Their own living expenses and the resources that their training demanded would be covered by the tribe under their protection. The higher their cultivation was, the more techniques they would be able to provide, and the more flourishing the tribe would be. As a result, the position and the resources that the barbarian cultivator had would soar too. If he were so capable that he could meet everyone's needs, he would also be a great sorcerer who commanded multiple tribes. He would even be able to establish his own sect and recruit disciples, raising the disciples into the priests and sorcerers of other tribes. It would be an even more splendid cause. That was exactly Master Black Moon's approach. Inheriting Elder 5 Despair's knowledge same as his junior brother did, he did an excellent job too. When Master Spiritual Vulture became the most notorious man in the Southland of Sorcerers, his personal influence spread to dozens of tribes too. He also made friends with a lot of cultivators from the Central Plateaus. He He was almost considered as a positive representative of the cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers. The rumors that he betrayed and killed his master was just a minor conflict among the barbarians without valid proof in the eyes of the cultivators from the Central Plateaus. It was not worth mentioning at all. Nobody knew what was the relationship between Master Black Moon and Master Spiritual Vulture. All in all, there was no telling what promises Master Black Moon made in the letter, but Master Spiritual Vulture went to meet him gladly. What happened later was quite uncanny, with many different versions. According to Master Black Moon, Master Spiritual Vulture was wounded and poisoned by demon beasts during the adventure, before he fell into an abyss and went missing. But some of the barbarian cultivators claimed that Master Black Moon killed his junior brother when he was unprepared, just like how they ambushed Elder Five Despairs in the past. As to exactly why Master Black Moon did that, opinions varied. Maybe it was because such an infamous junior brother as Master Spiritual Vulture would be a great stain and burden on his growing reputation. Maybe it was because he had been coveting half of Elder Five Despair's belongings, which were given to Master Spiritual Vulture in the past. Maybe it was Master Spiritual Vulture who attacked first only to be killed later. But none of the reasons mattered. What mattered was that Master Spiritual Vulture, the notorious man that was everyone's nightmare, finally disappeared. He hadn't been seen for decades. Even so, his death was not acknowledged after all. Because of his appalling brutality, nobody had the courage to gossip about Master Spiritual Vulture in daylight, even today. If, however unlikely, the guy was not dead yet, it certainly wouldn't be a joke if such a volatile, petty maniac who had the habit of killing others' entire village got his eyes on you. Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa were both well-renowned sorcerers in their villages. They had a lot of family members, too. They did not have any place to run to. Therefore, they were unwilling to take any unnecessary risks. So, he truly is a brutal and notorious man, Li Yao thought to himself. He finally figured out why Master Spiritual Vulture was hiding inside his cave for decades. Chances were that, after grasping all the knowledge of the anterior cultivators and forging 8-1 ghastly daggers, he would find his senior brother Master Black Moon and slaughter his entire family before he did anything else. Thankfully, karma jumped in. Right before his scheme was to work out, he encountered Li Yao, the unreasonable alien nascent soul stage cultivator, who suppressed him with a crystal suit and blew his soul apart, killing him forever. The identity of Master Spiritual Vulture is too excellent, Li Yao mumbled to himself. First of all, the nascent soul stage cultivator had clear backgrounds, and he was a reasonably famous person 100 years ago. There were too many folks among the ancient cultivators who secluded themselves for 100 years. It was not unusual that an old monster who had disappeared since decades ago returned to the human world again. Secondly, Master Spiritual Vulture was an extreme, temperamental, and bloodthirsty lone wolf who had always acted on his own. His senior brother Master Black Moon was perhaps the only one familiar with his appearance and character. If he had lived in seclusion for decades practicing the evil arts, it was perfectly normal that his appearance and character were utterly reshaped. As long as Li Yao did not run into his senior brother Master Black Moon, nobody would notice anything wrong. Also, because of the guy's brutality, other people wouldn't have the courage to question him even if they grew suspicious of him. Moreover, although Master Spiritual Vulture was a notorious man, according to the two barbarian cultivators, he had been active only in the Southland of Sorcerers decades ago. He never left the place or commit any crime in the mainland of the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, the majority of the cultivators did not hold much of a grudge against him. After slaughtering 8 tribes in a row, his brutality had spread out to the entire Southland of Sorcerers. Together with the announcement he made later, none of the barbarian cultivators dared to challenge him. When somebody was smiling, it was difficult to slap them in the face. Since all the local barbarians were worshipping him as a deity, there was no need for him to commit any more murders. Therefore, in the decades that followed, he hadn't made too many enemies. In short, although the guy was a notorious man, few people desperately wanted him dead right now. The Southland of Sorcerers was almost an independent system in the first place. The rest of the world regarded them mostly as cannibals and would not ask them to abide by the law and rules in the Central Plateaus. As long as they behaved obediently when they were out of their hometown, the two parties would live in harmony. But of course, it would still be quite inconvenient for him to make friends with the mainstream cultivators under such a title. However, Liao had slightly changed his mind right now. He was not considering the court of the Grand Qian dynasty as the sole target of negotiation. Great Qian, the White Lotus cult, the Heaven-Battering King, and Ghost Qian were four forces that all deserved observation. Master Spiritual Vulture's identity might be rejected by the mainstream cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty, but it might be popular among the rebellions led by the Heaven-Battering King or the White Lotus cult, and in a nascent force such as Ghost Qian, which was ambitious enough to change the dynasty. A villain had a villain's advantages. The purpose of Li Yao's journey was observation, and observation might not necessarily have to be conducted positively. If a certain force knew clearly that he was a merciless, brutal man who murdered innocent people, and still talked to him nicely after seeing the souls of 200 children that he carried, such a force was not worth negotiating at all, even if other conditions were perfect. More importantly, if it were a righteous cultivator from a famous sect, how could Li Yao kill him and assume his identity? It's decided then. I'll walk around under Master Spiritual Vulture's identity while I observe the capabilities and beliefs of Great Qian, the White Lotus cult, the Heaven-Battering King, and Ghost Qian, investigate the actions of the Imperium of true human beings, and figure out everything about the mysterious signal 100 years ago. After everything is settled, I'll establish the Space Gate, summon the Space Fleet from the Federation, and officially communicate with the ancient sage's sector. Li Yao was not a man who liked to play the pig that ate geckos. Besides, disguising himself in front of the barbarians was almost an insult to his acting skills. Now that he ascertained that the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture wasn't very troublesome, he did not want to keep acting anymore. He was about to unleash his auras and demonstrate the real power of Master Spiritual Vulture, so that he could collect information of a higher level from Ling Shoujing, the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, and Ling Lanin, the female sword cultivator from the Purple Pole Sword sect. However, what the two barbarian cultivators said next made Li Yao stop his movement. You might want to watch your mouth, Brother Snake Swallower. Although Master Spiritual Vulture's whereabouts are obscure while he is on his trip, and he hasn't shown up for decades, his senior brother Master Black Moon is the most marvelous sorcerer in the Southland of Sorcerers. He has already advanced in the nascent soul stage and enjoyed unparalleled prestige. Is there a tribe in the place that does not worship him as a deity respectfully? This time, the eldest son and the second son of the Fire Rude clan only agreed to negotiate because Master Black Moon asked them to. Master Black Moon is the host of the negotiation. He is now supervising everything in the village of the Fire Rude clan. He and Master Spiritual Vulture are of the same origin and share a lot of techniques. If Brother Snake Swallower belittles Master Spiritual Vulture's techniques, chances are that Master Black Moon will grow angry, which will certainly be a disaster. Master Black Moon was the summoner and the middleman of the negotiation. He was also an expert in the nascent soul stage. The news made Li Yao hesitate again. If he declared that he was Master Spiritual Vulture, others might not be bold enough to question him, but he certainly wouldn't pass his senior brother's test. There would certainly be trouble if his reactions went wrong, which could become his fatal weakness at a crucial moment later. Li Yao could only suppress the thought of revealing his identity immediately and continued walking forward on the giant python. In the few days that followed, they had been on the road in the forests. As the flags of yellow dragons and the drafting orders of the Great Qian dynasty was sent into the deeper forests, more and more barbarian cultivators were joining them. All kinds of bizarre-looking flags were now flapping in the team. Li Yao spent most of his time hanging around with Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa, the two seasoned barbarian cultivators. Pretending that he was young and stupid, he elicited a lot more intelligence from them. It was a pity that they were both locals of a far-flung area. Most of the intelligence was merely about the Southland of Sorcerers. They did not know much about the cultivators in the Central Plateaus. With all the tricks he learned from Gua Chunfeng, Li Yao only found one piece of valuable information from him. 100 years ago, There were cultivators in the divinity transformation stage in the ancient sages sector. It was said that two invincible divinity transformation stage cultivators, one in the Great Qian dynasty and the other on the northern prairies, appeared at that time. The two of them even had a world-blighting, incredible competition. After the battle, both divinity transformation stage cultivators were gone. Some said that they were both killed. Some said that they had broken the void and ascended to the heavens. And some said that they perceived the ultimate truth of the universe during their battle and trained themselves in seclusion afterwards. But all in all, 100 years wasn't a long time for a divinity transformation stage cultivator. It was very possible that the two of them were still living in a certain form. Besides, considering that they were in the divinity transformation stage 100 years ago, nobody could tell how strong they could be after 100 years of training. Liao was quite sensitive about the timing 100 years ago. 100 years ago, two divinity transformation stage cultivators disappeared mysteriously after their summit confrontation. At approximately the same time, an uncanny signal was sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector from the Ancient Sages sector. Were the two incidents in any way related? I have to find the two divinity transformation stage cultivators and convince them to stand on the Federation's side. If two divinity transformation stage cultivators join the Imperium of true human beings, it would be a great strike on the Federation. When he imagined that two divinity transformation stage cultivators infiltrated into the capital of the Federation and went on a killing spree, Liao couldn't help but feel that his blood was freezing. Besides, both divinity transformation stage cultivators were the leaders of the cultivators. Their stance might decide the stance of hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators. There would certainly be a chain reaction if they leaned towards a certain side. The consequences might be too dire for the Federation if they chose the wrong side. Liao couldn't help but feel lucky. There were a lot of discussions as to whether or not such a risky, long-distance exploration was necessary. It was lucky that he came here after all. He still had the chance to change everything. On their trip, Ling Shoujing, the appeasing ambassador, and his daughter Ling Lanin, the female cultivator from the Purple Pole Sword sect, both greeted the barbarian cultivators. Ling Shoujing was fine. Although he was a Class 2 official and in the beginning level of the core formation stage, he was not very condescending to the barbarians born and raised in the rough land. Instead, he tried to be warm when he welcomed the newcomers. Ling Lanin, his daughter, on the other hand, was more cold and indifferent. She was a great expert at the peak of the core formation stage from a noble sect in the Central Plateaus after all. Most of the barbarian cultivators knew the gap between them very well and were already satisfied to only have a few words with her. What was the most important of all was that Ling Shoujing's army brought tremendous crystals and magical equipment besides the weapons. The barbarian cultivators who were willing to serve the court were promised to return with full loads. For a moment, the morale was quite high, and the team looked truly like an invincible army. However, Li Yao's eyes were keen enough for him to discover Ling Lanin's anxiety and worry from her twisting facial muscles and her moving pupils. After he sent out an Eltharian to eavesdrop on her conversation with her father, he learned that a batch of strong reinforcements from the Purple Pole Sword sect, led by a nascent soul stage cultivator, should have joined them days ago. But for some reason, they never showed up. The village of the Fire Rude clan, the largest town in the Southland of Sorcerers and the destination of the Great Army, however, was right ahead of them. Right now, on the two sides of the Fire Rude clan's village, approximately 10 kilometers away from each other, camps had been established and flags were fluttering. Two variously colored, bizarre-looking armies of barbarians were stationed on the two sides respectively. They were the battle formations of the two brothers Huowuji and Huowujio. The two of them had fought for half a year, and yet neither of them could beat the other one, although they were both exhausted. Even they fought any longer, the entire Fire Rude clan would have collapsed and be gone forever. Also, Master Black Moon, the most respected sorcerer in the Southland of Sorcerers, showed up to facilitate the peace talks. Therefore, the two of them finally reached a temporary truce. Not entirely willingly, but in secret, they were asking for reinforcements from their alliance, namely Great Qian and Ghost Qin, respectively, ready to have another fight when the reinforcements arrived. At this moment, although the barbarian soldiers were not fighting, a handful of barbarian cultivators were actually engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Colorful, venomous fog was spreading out everywhere, and hideous animals which should have been kept in natural reserves were occasionally revealing themselves in the smoke. It was quite a view. They were all the barbarian cultivators invited by Huowuji and Huowujio. Barbarian cultivators, bound by their homeland, generally did not have much communication with the cultivators from central plateaus. They were often deeply linked with each other. In competition for the poor population, resources, and natural paradises in the Southland of Sorcerers, they often ended up being sworn enemies. If a pair of sworn enemies happened to be invited by Huowuji and Huowujio respectively and belonged to different sides, naturally, it was a great opportunity for them to settle the scores. Their battle was purely about personal grudge, but not about the conflict between Great Qian and Ghost Qin. When Li Yao arrived with the army, he happened to run into a barbarian cultivator who was covered in a gold snake skin and looked like a giant serpent, falling down from the sky, with blood spurting out after half of his arm was cut off by his opponent. Immediately, dozens of soldiers rushed out of Huowuji's camp and carried him back to their camp together. Somebody was even booing inside the camp. In Huowujio's camp on the other end, however, everybody was drumming and shouting. The cheers could be heard dozens of kilometers away. Huh? Even Gold Ring Third Man has failed? He has even lost an arm? It's time that his good days ended. Both Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa were gloating, not feeling any indignity that they should have, because the injured guy was on the same side of theirs. Brother Snake Swallower, have you noticed the black rock over there? That's the Black Rock Great Arena. For any barbarian cultivator who wants to rise to fame, a Black Rock Great Arena is always necessary. Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa grimaced. It's just child's play and not a real game today. Wait until 3 days later, when the Black Rock Great Arena will officially begin. If you win 10 games in a row up above, we guarantee that every tribe in the Southland of Sorcerers will know your name. Dear brother. Li Yao slightly frowned, somewhat amused. The so-called Black Rock Great Arena was in fact an abrupt black rock next to the Fire Rude clan's town. It was as smooth as a desk and about 80 meters long and wide. It was said that when the tribes in the Southland of Sorcerers had irresolvable conflicts, they would go to the Black Rock Great Arena and settle the conflicts under relative fair conditions with their fists, blades, and venomous fog. As to the disagreement about the leadership of the Fire Rude clan between Huowuji and Huowujio, it would be decided by a magnificent 100 Victories Great Arena. The so-called 100 Victories Great Arena referred to a game where both parties would send out hundreds of warriors and experts who would fight each other in turns. The winner stayed in the arena, and the losers were thrown out of the arena. As the game went on, the side which secured 100 victories first would be deemed to be the final winner. In case that one party invited a super expert, say one at the peak of the core formation stage or in the nascent soul stage, and the guy crushed 100 enemies in a row easily, the rules of the 100 Victories Great Arena dictated that any expert could only win 10 competitions at most before he was forced to leave the field. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator could only help his side secure 10 victories. The other 90 victories still counted on his comrades. However, there was another rule to the 100 Victories Great Arena, which was that one may lose, but may not surrender. Abstention wasn't an option either. If any party refused to fight, it would be considered to fail. It meant that if one side truly sent out a nascent soul stage cultivator as a champion, the other side would have to pay the lives of 10 warriors, even if they knew that they were no match for the enemy, in order to eliminate the nascent soul stage cultivator. It was rather a cruel rule. However, it was also appropriate for the presentation of a top expert. Therefore, what mattered most in the 100 Victories Great Arena wasn't personal combat ability, but the overall personnel of the side, and whether or not dozens of fearless warriors could be deployed to eliminate the experts that were too invincible on the enemy's side. Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa were flattering that Li Yao could secure 10 victories because they thought that he was ignorant and were simply making fun of them. But they didn't know that Li Yao was secretly mocking them too. Vulture Li Yao had traveled in the Sea of Stars for decades. He'd had games of wisdom and bravery with the cunning experts such as Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xing'e, Jin Tuyi, and Lu Zui. And today, he had degraded himself to the point that he was playing in an arena against a bunch of barbarians. Li Yao hated the long and dull arena games most. It might pass if the arena games were casual, but the national affairs and the lives of thousands of people were to be decided on the arena? What a joke. It appears that I have to lower my estimation on the intelligence of the natives of the ancient sages sector now. It's understandable that the barbarians like arenas, but even a notable appeasing ambassador is involved? How absurd. Li Yao didn't think much of it. He made up his mind that he would not go to the arena and fight like a monkey. Whoever wanted to fight were welcome to try, but certainly not him. He would make other plans after he figured out the details of Master Black Moon. Huowuji's side had just lost a great warrior. Its morale was at rock bottom when the news that the Emperor's army had arrived came over. Everybody was enlivened again. Very soon, a few barbarians riding buffaloes as dark as ink rushed out. Hardly had the buffalo in the lead came to a still when a young man, in almost exactly the same appearance as the scholars in the Central Plateau, except for his face that was slightly dark, quickly jumped off the saddle and said, "You have finally arrived, Lord Ling." The guy was obviously Huowuji, who was on the great Qian dynasty's side. Ling Shoujing, the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, went to the front to greet him. The two of them had a long talk and cheered each other up. Li Yao had no time for their jibber-jabber. He maximized his eyesight and observed the camps on the other side 10 kilometers away carefully. He discovered that a young man, who looked similar to Huowuji but wore the local attire, was riding an eccentric beast, which looked like a horse and a wolf and had a certain demeanor of dragons, on the hill. The guy was watching at his direction with a few other knights. The few knights were all tall and strong. Their skin was slightly yellow, and their cheekbone protruded high. Gold rings large and small occupied their ears. Their faces were brimming with wrinkles resulting from cold wind. They looked rather strange and definitely weren't the same as the Southwest barbarians. They were wearing crude and yet practical light armor made of beast hide, and they had a deep black bow on their back. Although the bows were not stringed, scent of blood was vaguely spreading out. Li Yao could clearly smell it even though he was kilometers away. It must be Huowujio and the Ghost Qin soldiers who endorse him. Li Yao observed with great interest. The 7 guys next to Huowujio were the cultivators of Ghost Qin, surrounded by spiritual energy. The cultivators of the ancient sages' cultivator did not seem to know much tricks about concealing their level. Generally speaking, they were blatantly revealing their cultivation. They could consume the natural spiritual energy faster, but their capability would be exposed easily. It was also a common disease for the ancient cultivators. The 7 Ghost Qin cultivators were not strong. They were between the refinement stage and the building foundation stage. However, Li Yao sensed the intense aura of battlefield killing from them. They were like well-trained soldiers who considered death homecoming. The air around them was entirely different from that of the unorganized cultivators who never received military training. There are only 7 of them scattered on the hill, and yet they seem to forming an unstoppable battle formation that can crush 1,000 enemies. The Ghost Qin warriors from the Dark Cloud Prairie truly know what they are doing. No wonder they are on par with the great Qian dynasty. Li Yao secretly complimented. At this moment, Ling Shoujing and Huowuji had mostly finished their small talk. From the town of the Fire Rude clan that was surrounded by fiery mist, a magnificent cloud of spiritual energy flew out. On the top of the cloud was a middle-aged man in black robe who had a square face and looked rather handsome. It's Master Black Moon. Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa, 2 barbarian cultivators, were shrieking next to Li Yao. Master Black Moon, in the nascent soul stage, was the strongest sorcerer in the Southland of Sorcerers. He was worshipped by many uneducated barbarians as deities. After he appeared, the soldiers and cultivators in both Huowuji's camp and Huowujio's kneeled down and paid their respect, uttering blurred, zealous roars. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and thought quickly. As Master Spiritual Vulture's senior brother, Master Black Moon was perhaps the greatest obstacle for his fake identity. Naturally, he needed to observe the guy carefully. Master Black Moon slowly descended in front of the army. His eyes were as deep as an ocean, and there was not any expression on his giant, pale face. He was an honorable nascent soul stage cultivator. Even Ling Lanin, the female cultivator from the Purple Pole Sword sect, had to crawl out of the wagon and meet him courteously. Sword is the king of all weapons, and the Purple Pole Sword sect is the quintessence of the sword arts and the sword. I've been meaning to visit your sect for a long time, but I was always troubled by mundane affairs. Please do ask your master Tian, Qingzi, to forgive me. I'm told that. He slightly lowered his voice and said, right now, all the experts are gathering in the north, hoping to hold the gala 1,000 years ago again and have another great match that will decide the fate of the world. Although I'm a barbarian born and raised in the smoky land of the south, I am quite interested in appreciating the magnificence of the greatest heroes of the world. But it's a pity that I'm a stranger to the Central Plateaus, and I'm afraid that I'll have to ask your sect to help introduce me to them. There was deeper meaning between the lines. The guy seemed to be showing intention of standing on the great Qian dynasty's side and even allying with the Purple Pole Sword sect. Overjoyed, Ling Lanin bowed again. She was about to speak when Master Black Moon shook his hand in a smile and turned to Ling Shoujing. Lord Ling. Although Ling Shoujing was merely in the core formation stage, he was a Class 2 official of the court, and he was an envoy of the Emperor on this trip instead of a simple cultivator. Therefore, Ling Shoujing must wait for Master Black Moon to greet him first before he greeted back. Lord Ling, the situation is very clear now. Master Black Wind pointed at the barbarians on the two sides of the Fire Rude clan's town, who were at loggerheads with each other, and said in a bitter smile, 30 years ago, I witnessed the prosperity of the great Qian dynasty and the magnificence of the cultivators in the Central Plateaus when I traveled in the world. The Southland of Sorcerers is remote, unpopulated, and unintelligent. It is just a grain of dust faced with the great Qian dynasty and will be gone forever after a sneeze. For me, I would never dare to go against the great Qian dynasty. I'm willing to protect the Southwest land for the great Qian dynasty forever. However, although the great Qian dynasty is powerful, the Ghost Qin isn't weak either. Over the past years, cultivators from the Dark Cloud Prairies have been showing up in the Southland of Sorcerers, coercing our tribes with both carrots and sticks. Some of the tribes turned to the Ghost Qin's side because of corruption and compulsion. There wasn't much I could do. I went to demand those tribes several times, but I was rendered speechless by a single reason. They said that they were the great Qian dynasty's loyal subjects too, and they did not want to join the Ghost Qin's side. But if they did not, the Ghost Qin soldiers would make their blood spill. The Emperor's army was too far away after all. They could not wait and watch their tribe to be butchered, right? Although I'm in the nascent soul stage, I'm all by myself. How can I expect to protect the 100 tribes in the Southland of Sorcerers when the Ghost Qin cultivators swarmed in blatantly? That is how everything comes to this far today. I can only persuade Huowuji and Huowujio to reach a truce for now until the Emperor's army arrives to serve justice. I feel rather ashamed. All in all, please rest assured, Lord Ling, most of the 100 tribes here still root for the court. They are merely responding courteously, but without sincerity, because of the Ghost Qin's intimidation. As long as we suppress the Ghost Qin cultivators in the Black Rock Great Arena 3 days later, all the tribes in the Southland of Sorcerers will certainly be on the court's side unwaveringly. Master Black Moon was a tough person too. He was speaking the truth. After all, the Southland of Sorcerers was just a tiny egg, and Great Qian and Ghost Qin were 2 rocks too hard for them. So, they had to ask the 2 hard rocks to decide which one was harder first. As if to prove Master Black Moon's words, hardly had he finished his sentence when dozens of barbarian cultivators and 3 Ghost Qin knights dashed out of Huowujio's camp on the opposite side. They rushed towards the appeasing ambassador's army in an arrowhead, only to stop beyond the archer's reach. They demonstrated and roared, pouring profanities on the court. Master Black Moon looked at Ling Shoujing helplessly. Although I have some fame in the Southland of Sorcerers, it's not like I can kill everybody who is too defiant to listen to me, right? His face cold, Ling Shoujing turned around and looked at the Black Tiger Iron Guards, his private troop, before he said solemnly, Fang Dazhong, Zhui Qianjun, go and cut a few heads now. The private troop was not made of servants or slaves, but the tough, fearless warriors who were raised since childhood and who only knew the Ling family, but not the emperor. After he called, a few gloomy vanguards walked out of the crowd, their blood-stained sabers roaring inside the sheaths hungrily. Li Yao was watching the good show in the crowd in the beginning, but the seasoned barbarian cultivators were all clamoring and encouraging the stupid and young guys, including himself, to have a fight first. It appeared that many barbarian cultivators had deep contradiction with the barbarian cultivators who were coming at them. They were hoping to kill their enemy without taking action themselves. Li Yao secretly cursed and almost went to kick Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa. He was of a mind to stay in the back, but he had established his simple-minded image since the moment he showed up in the head-cutting cliff. Seeing that most of the barbarian cultivators were grimacing at him, and Ling Shoujing, Ling Lanin, Master Black Moon, and Huowuji were looking at him, too, he could only grit his teeth and charge forward together with dozens of barbarian cultivators who were desperate to make contributions, as well as a team of Black Tiger Blackguards. Two messy, bizarre-looking, and utterly unorganized troops crashed into each other. Li Yao intentionally went to 3 Ghost Qin Knights. Now that he was already here, he would certainly take the opportunity to test how good the Ghost Qin soldiers were. Chua! 3 fast sabers turned into streaks of brilliance almost 5 meters long, brushing past his head and cutting off a few strands of his hair. The sabers of Ghost Qin were not bad. At the very least, they helped the soldiers to condense their spiritual energy when it was already 5 meters away from their body. They were rather finely made, ancient magical equipment. What amazed Li Yao even more were the demon beasts they rode, known as dragon wolves. Such a demon beast was a combination of the velocity of horses, the brutality of hungry wolves, and a fraction of the intimidation of dragons. They were not scared when they were faced with the giant python below Li Yao and simply opened their bloody mouths to bite its head. A rather advanced demon beast. It is almost sort of a biochemical beast. Did the Ghost Qin people develop it on their own, or did they receive the heritage on biochemistry from the primeval era? Li Yao evaded the attack of another saber. The giant python shook its head hard and knocked a knight off his mount. Li Yao took the chance to turn around and run away. Swoosh! 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 A few sharp arrows, mixed with spiritual energy and as powerful as crystal bullets, brushed past him and exploded on his left and his right, covering him in dust. All the barbarian cultivators were laughing. Ling Shoujing, Ling Lanin, Huowuji, and Master Black Moon, however, suddenly beamed with interest. The guy's not half bad. Ling Shoujing spoke to Master Black Moon. Indeed he isn't. Master Black Moon smiled. There was no telling what was on his mind. Soon, screams echoed on the battlefield as somebody was finally killed. Both parties cut off a few heads from the enemy's side. They slowly disengaged. Because the 3 Ghost Qin Knights wasted too much time on Li Yao, the Black Tiger Iron Guards were able to go on a killing spree. Although the 3 knights were not killed, they each killed a few hostile barbarian cultivators and returned with full loads. Immediately, everybody was cheering for them. Tomorrow, we will hold a ceremony and official degree you as the chieftain of the Southland of the Great Qian Dynasty. You will be the guardian of the southwest of the Great Qian Dynasty forever. Ling Shoujing spoke to Huowuji. Before Huowuji expressed his gratitude, his sharp eyes darted towards the enemy's camp. Mixed with spiritual energy, his voice was echoing in the 10 square kilometers nearby. The Emperor's army has arrived. Powerful reinforcements are on their way too. In the 100 Victories Great Arena 3 days later, all the vermin who disobey his majesty shall be blown into smithereens. For a moment, everybody in Huowuji's camp was shouting in joy, while Huowujio's camp was dead silent. Master Black Moon narrowed his eyes and observed Ling Shoujing and his army in silence. There was no telling what he was thinking of. Li Yao, on the other hand, squatted not far away, his face still in dust. He observed the guy coldly and felt that he smelled the scent of schemes. The night fell. Outside of the Fire Rude clan's town, Ling Shoujing's army had established continuous camps. The Black Tiger Iron Guards and the local barbarians enjoyed Huowuji's feast near the furious bonfire, which was partly a welcome to the emperor's army and partly a celebration for the brave warriors who fought the battle during the day. After everybody had enough dishes and wine, and their face was boiling together with their blood, some of the muscular guards carried dozens of heavy wooden boxes and smashed the locks on them with axes before they kicked the boxes over. Gold, jewelry, crystals, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all flowing out of boxes. The colorful and intriguing treasures made almost all the barbarian cultivators' hearts stop beating. Everybody here is a loyal subject of the great Qian dynasty, so I'll cut the useless crap and get to the point. After drinking a few cups of hard liquor he brought from his home, Ling Shoujing was entirely different from the day. He was filled with so much aura of a battlefield general that he almost looked like a tiger, which stood on its feet. He declared solemnly, "Now that we have carried the crystals, the magical equipment, and the marvelous pills all the long way to the Southland of Sorcerers, we never intend to bring them back. 300 persons will participate in the 100 Victories Great Arena 3 days later. The Black Tiger Iron Guards will make 100 candidates. The other 200 candidates, however, will be selected from you. We'll begin picking 200 strongest warriors from you tomorrow. All the treasures in front of you will be divided evenly by the 200 warriors. This is just the rewards before the battle. If you have distinguished performance during the 100 Victories Great Arena, the rewards will be multiple times more. Although you are born and raised in the smoky Southland, you are all the irreplaceable warriors of the great Qian dynasty. As long as you remain loyal to the great Qian dynasty, you will never be wronged. Chapter 1360 that explains a lot. Liao already heard a lot of his fellows drooling, although they were adept at hiding what was on their mind, and they had been dominators of this rough land. They had never heard of, much less seen, most of the glamorous treasures and pure crystals from the central plateaus. Li Yao observed coldly. Even Meng Duo and Gu Sidua, the two old foxes, were rolling their eyes and breathing heavily. Red stripes were crawling from their necks to their ears. It was obvious that they had been hooked by the treasures. If there weren't the solemn, strong Black Tiger Iron Guards holding their weapons in front of the Hill of Treasures, and Ling Lanin, the female cultivator, weren't staring at them coldly in their back, Liao estimated that many barbarian cultivators would have lunged at the treasures. In the moment, all the barbarian cultivators were bashing their chests, declaring that they were willing to fight. Their pets, namely the scorpions, snakes, and other eccentric beasts, were also shrieking so loudly that even Huowuzhou's camp 10 kilometers away might catch the sound. Many barbarian cultivators were asking to join the 200 warriors right now. Ling Shoujing, however, laughed and gestured everyone to calm down. I'm new to the place, and I'm not familiar with the expertise of the Southwest heroes yet. It will be unfair if I choose anyone right now. In the next 3 days starting from tomorrow, we will have a test in the camp. Everybody will show their techniques in public. So, it will be obvious who are qualified to go and who are not. What do you think, everybody? Come on. Today is all about partying, but not fighting. Serve the Empyrean drunk wine that we've brought from the capital. This is a gift from His Majesty. Let's not return until we are drunk. While he was talking, the Black Tiger Iron Guards carried buckets of fragrant, delicious wine. When it was poured into the unique cups in the Southland of Sorcerers, which were made of horns, the fluids were as thick as honey. When a bucket of wine was almost emptied, the last bit of the wine would hang on the wall of the bucket and flow all the time, as if the wine would never be poured up. All the barbarians' eyes were almost jumping out of their face, and they were about to jump into the buckets for a shower. In the next moment, everybody roared and drank crazily like whales absorbing water. Soon, all of them were wasted and snoring. Liao devoured plenty of Empyrean drink wine too. However, a slight ominous feeling inside his head made him analyze the elements of the wine. As I expected, there are intense narcotic drugs inside the wine. Otherwise, the barbarian cultivators wouldn't have been drunk so quickly. However, although the narcotic drugs are quite effective, they are in fact very mild and will cause no harm to the body. They will wake up normally tomorrow morning. Ling Shoujing, the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, is not a simple guy. Liao did not sense any maliciousness from Ling Shoujing. Moreover, all the barbarian cultivators were on the court side. Unless Ling Shoujing was planning to defect and join the Ghost Qin's side, it was highly unlikely that he would harm those barbarian cultivators. Therefore, Liao simply pretended that he was sound drunk, too, and collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, while he observed what Ling Shoujing was going to do next. The feast lasted more than 5 hours, and there was still no sign of stopping. Liao couldn't help but notice that after the barbarian cultivators were drunk, many ordinary barbarian soldiers, under Huowuji's command, joined the feast and continued drinking, partying, and clamoring in place of the barbarian cultivators. Many barbarian cultivators, including himself, were carried into a seemingly plain tent deep inside the military camps by the Black Tiger Iron Guards. Somebody opened his mouth and fed some sour, smelly, and almost undrinkable liquids into it. Liao absorbed part of the liquid with his tongue and analyzed, only to discover that they were drugs to stimulate the nerves and wake up people from anesthesia. Therefore, he coughed and woke up before he looked around in confusion. The joyful ambience of a feast was entirely gone. He found himself in a cold tent filled with the stink of blood. Every burning torch around the tent were emitting cold, bluish brilliance. Under the bluish light, everyone's face was as pale as that of a corpse. Ling Shoujing, who was friendly if not riotous a moment ago, was now wearing a gold armor, with 2 enormous hammers crossed on his back. He sat at the center of the tent magnificently and gazed at them without any expression, as if he were a statue made of steel. He was surrounded by almost 30 Black Tiger Iron Guards. They were all the vanguards or captains in the army. Their sabers had all been unsheathed, and the aura of their weapons were glittering. They did not cover their spiritual energy at all, which was spreading out and blowing the tent made of thick bull hide like a balloon. Liao turned around and noticed another 70 or so barbarian cultivators who also just woke up from a hangover in confusion. They were blinking their eyes, not having the slightest clue what was going on. Some of the quick-minded barbarian cultivators thought that the Emperor's army was going to attack them and exclaimed in shock. Yet, they did not know how to react and simply shuddered in fear. Although they had the advantage in number, they were drafted from different villages and had not been familiar with each other. Some of them even had minor conflicts before. They were just a bunch of mobs that did not stand in solidarity like the Emperor's army. Please don't be anxious, everybody. I mean you no harm. I have to invite you for a conversation in such a way because there are too many spies outside. Ling Shoujing's tone was entirely different from his tone during the feast. It was filled with the graveness and toughness of an iron saber. He seemed even more determined than during the day. He coughed slightly. Several Black Tiger Iron Guards brought the hill of treasures outside back into the tent again. Right now, the crystals, blades, and magical equipment were all mixed up, making them even more dazzling than before. Right now, there are altogether 68 heroes from the Southland of Sorcerers in my tent, and you will split the treasures. Ling Shoujing's words were such a shock that all the barbarian cultivators who were still in confusion jumped to their feet. Everybody found it hard to believe their eyes. They were so greedy that their tongues were often dangling. Didn't he just say that a 3-day test would be held, and only those who proved themselves to be the strongest were entitled to 1/200 of the treasures? Although the barbarian cultivators were not good at arithmetic, they did know that the personal gains would be much higher if it were 68 people who split the treasures instead of 200. Liao was the only one who vaguely guessed Ling Shoujing's plan. He couldn't help but cheer for the appeasing ambassador's wisdom and resolution. The 68 barbarian cultivators, next to Liao, were not the most experienced or the strongest ones, but the most dogged and the most loyal ones from the most remote villages. Also, the cultivators who volunteered to join the battle during the day, no matter what their performance was, have been summoned here too, even if they failed. On the other side, none of the famous barbarian cultivators, whose capabilities were well acknowledged, as long as they were wavering and not meaning to make actual contributions, such as Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa, showed up here. In such a case, wasn't it obvious what Ling Shoujing was up to? The Black Tiger Iron Guards were quite fast to divide the crystals, blades, and magical equipment into 200 fractions. Then, they carried out almost 20 bronze boxes and smashed them. Inside the first box was coldly shining sabers and flying swords, which were brimming with spiritual energy and already roaring while they were still inside the box. Those weapons were even more advanced than those presented to the public just now. The second box contained iron balls the size of fists, which were covered in straw, cotton, and silk. Their surface was written with complicated spiritual stripes, too, that congregated into the words Tai heart-stabbing grenades. The next few boxes included finely made armors embedded with rune arrays and night cloaks which could hide one's traces. The last box, however, was packed with gold, glittering scrolls. Several Black Tiger Iron Guards opened the scrolls and invited the barbarian cultivators to read them. Many barbarian cultivators were illiterate. They learned only after other people's interpretation that the scrolls were the Great Qian dynasty's royal degrees of appointment. What were listed on the scrolls were the most important and promising posts in the Southland of Sorcerers. The seal of the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers had been stamped on them, too. But the column of name was still empty. The sabers and flying swords are of different models. You can choose whatever blades you find suitable for you. Everybody will be given 4 Tai heart-stabbing grenades, 1 green cloud spiritual armor, and 1 Night Stalker cloak. As for the names on the royal degrees, Ling Shojing smiled, with intense killing intent beaming out of his face. They will depend on your performance later. The barbarian cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. With such a weird vibe and such bountiful rewards, even the most inert barbarians should have sensed something wrong. One of the barbarian cultivators, who was rather fat and had a pair of huge ears, emboldened himself to ask, "If I may ask your lordship, what is going to be our performance later?" Ling Shojing sneered and declared, one word after another. 2 hours later, before dawn, we are going to assault the enemy's camps and kill Huawujio as well as his Ghost Qin accomplices. In the battle during the day, you have all distinguished yourselves and proved your loyalty to the court. I am very satisfied. You are the real heroes in the Southland of Sorcerers. Is there any need to hold another test? Before our night assault, we have also prepared such fine gears for all of you. They will certainly be a great help. I hope that you will try your best and do not disappoint me, the court, and His Majesty. Kill all of the Ghost Qin people. That must be a joke. Li Yao, however, was applauding in his heart. So, that was the real plan. Ling Shojing had intentionally declared in public during the day that he would decree Huawuji the chieftain of the Southland on behalf of the emperor tomorrow. Then, he threw a party at night, where everybody enjoyed themselves, and announced, as if it were real, that a test would be held in the next 3 days to select qualified warriors. Everything that he did was a trick to fool the enemy into thinking that he truly meant to fight the Ghost Qin people in the 100 Victories Great Arena. But in fact, he had never intended to play a game in any arena since the very beginning. The appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers had one and only one idea, which was to execute the barbarians and the hostile soldiers who defied the emperor's will and settle everything cleanly once and for all. Li Yao could feel the determination and domination of the central dynasty from Ling Shojing's decision. That was the right thing to do. How could an affair of national importance be decided in the arena? And not just one game in the arena, but more than 100 in a row. Only psychos would do such a thing. Li Yao's estimation on the intelligence of the leadership of the ancient sages sector was more or less improved. The real barbarian cultivators, however, were thinking otherwise. Many of them grew anxious after a brief silence. Well, for hundreds of years, it has been a tradition in the Southland of Sorcerers to settle scores through the 100 Victories Great Arena. It might pass if neither party agreed to resolve their conflict through the 100 Victories Great Arena, but now that the agreement has been made, it does not seem appropriate to assault before the game starts, does it? We are going to be punished by the ghosts who were killed on the 100 Victories Great Arena. Master Black Moon is the host of the 100 Victories Great Arena this time. The 2 brothers of the Hua family only reached a truce for his sake. How do we explain it to Master Black Moon if we launch a reckless assault? Everybody's opinion differed, but the general idea was that they were not afraid of the tough soldiers from Ghost Qin, but the wrath of Master Black Moon. The peace negotiation was conducted because of Master Black Moon's facilitation. If the Great Qin dynasty was going to break the truce and assault the other side, how would Master Black Moon feel? The wrath of a nascent soul stage cultivator was never to be underestimated. Maybe Ling Shoujing would be able to resist it with his identity as the emperor's envoy of the Great Qin dynasty. However, the barbarian cultivators locally born and raised could never bear the consequences of slapping Master Black Moon's face blatantly like that. Ling Shoujing smiled confidently and clapped his hands. Two people walked into the tent from the back. The first guy was Huo Wuji, the leader of barbarians who was close to the Great Qin dynasty. The second guy, however, turned out to be Master Black Moon, the greatest expert in the Southland of sorcerers, the most respected sorcerer in the 100 Tribes, the middleman of the negotiation, and the host of the 100 Victories Great Arena. For a moment, there was nothing but devastating gasps inside the tent. Thankfully, the tent was made of 9 layers of bull hide, and rune arrays to block waves were sewn in between every 2 layers. Therefore, however noisy it was inside the tent, nobody would hear anything outside. I was terribly deceived by Huo Wujio. Master Black Moon's pale, big face that looked like a full moon was packed with hatred that did not exist during the day. He put it straightforwardly. Huo Wujio told me that Huo Wuji and assassins from the Great Qin dynasty murdered the leader of the Fire Rood clan, that he was merely avenging his father. In my carelessness, I believed his *T and promised him that the issue would be settled in the 100 Victories Great Arena under my name. However, I have discovered a lot of evidence that suggests it was the ruthless, despicable dog who killed his own father. Not only did he kill his own father, he had also betrayed the court, which has always given special privileges to the Southland of sorcerers. He was planning to involve the entire Southland of sorcerers in the flames of war. Such a man must have been possessed by the evil god. His qualification to participate in the 100 Victories Great Arena should be deprived. My identity is very special. Many tribes and villages that follow Huo Wuji are protected by me too. Although they have joined Ghost Qin's side, I still can't bear to attack them in person. All in all, from this moment on to the morning, everything that will happen will be left aside. I will not question anyone for anything they do. Master Black Moon glanced at everyone coldly after saying that, as if he were still angry. He then exited from the back of the tent. Very soon, his aura had entirely disappeared. It was another old and cunning fox, who was hoping to watch the two tigers fight while doing nothing. They could decide who the final winner was either through the arena or through assaults before the games. Everything was fine as long as his interests were not harmed. But his promise overjoyed all the barbarian cultivators. What Ling Shoujing said next made their blood boil even harder. They were all roaring in excitement. In the battle to come, one hostile barbarian cultivator's head will be rewarded with 50 kilograms of gold and 5 kilograms of crystals, and one Ghost Qin cultivator's head will be rewarded with 150 kilograms of gold and 15 kilograms of crystals. Whoever kills Huo Wujio or the leader of the Ghost Qin soldiers will be rewarded with 50 kilograms of crystals. Li Yao was aware that the refinement and purification procedures in the ancient sages sector were not advanced yet. Most of the crystals they used were the raw minerals that contained tremendous impurities. Even so, it was still quite shocking for crystals, which were often measured in grams, to now be presented in loads of dozens of kilograms. When the reward was good enough, there would certainly be someone brave enough. Also, Ling Shoujing had thoroughly planned beforehand. Even Master Black Moon was vaguely on their side. Therefore, the barbarian cultivators all felt that the assault would be a sure success. At that moment, the morale was higher than ever. The 68 barbarian cultivators that Ling Shoujing selected were the most simple-minded ones of all in the first place. After all the promises and temptations, they had almost turned into crazy, ravenous tigers. But Ling Shoujing felt that it was not good enough yet. He had buckets of Empyrean drunk wine delivered again. This time, Liao tasted a certain exhilarant in the wine. It was similar to incendiary, which Fen Yuzhong's pirate gang liked to inject to the space pirates before a battle. Such drugs could stimulate the nerve endings, accelerate the secretion of adrenaline, and trigger the potentials of one's soul. After drinking the delicious wine that was mixed with excitants, the barbarian cultivators all had bloodshot eyes and forgot all their concerns. They looked like hungry ghosts that had come back to life. An hour later, it was the darkest moment before dawn, and also the time when people were sleeping most tightly. Huowuji's camp was already filled with snores, but some of the energetic barbarian cultivators were still drinking, singing, and laughing as if they were still enjoying the party. A team of cultivators, who had covered their spiritual energy and their body with the Night Stalker cloaks, however, left the camp quietly and lunged at the opponent's camp after bypassing the Fire Rude clan's town. There was nothing but silence in Huowujio's camp, too. Now that the deal had been made that everything would be settled through the 100 Victories Great Arena 3 days later, the barbarian and ghost Qin cultivators on Huowujio's side were naturally taking a good rest to prepare themselves. There were only a few torches around the camp. Under the firefly-like light, it could be seen that several tough-looking ghost Qin cultivators were still awake. However, they were from the northern prairies, which were accompanied by freezing wind all year around, and they were highly unused to the hot, damp, smoky forests of the Southland. Tortured by the mosquitoes and bugs, they were all drowsy, and their jaws would drop to the ground now and then. The night assault was like a crocodile enshrouded in mud when it crept out of the swamp without a sound toward the prey under the cover of darkness. When it was 100 meters away from Huowujio's camp, the crocodile split into 5 smaller, agiler vipers. To this moment, Huowujio's camp was still peaceful and quiet, as if they never dreamt that the Emperor's army would ambush them in disregard of the deal. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream tore apart the quiet night sky and opened the curtain on the brutal assault. Boom! 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 The Tai heart stabbing grenades were exploding in Huowujio's camp nonstop, blowing many tents as well as the soldiers inside into the sky. Ling Shoujing, with the experts of the Black Tiger Iron Guards, went on a rampage inside Huowujio's camp, setting fire, killing, and trampling. Ling Lanin, the female cultivator, was rushing forward unstoppably on her own. The barbarian cultivators, befuddled by the high reward, were like unchained tigers. They were 100 times more ferocious than during the day. While the 3 lanes pushed forward, many barbarian soldiers were killed when they were still sound asleep, and the entire camp was on fire. It was on the brink of destruction. Ling Shoujing, Ling Lanin, and the barbarian cultivators met again at the center of the camp without any trouble like 3 arrowheads. The battle had progressed so well that it almost felt creepy. To this moment, most of the victims that they had killed were ordinary soldiers and generals. They had not met a single barbarian cultivator under Huowujio's command. Ling Shoujing and Ling Lanin vaguely smelt the scent of schemes. However, the barbarian cultivators on their side were too bloodthirsty to care about that. Huowujio's main tent is right ahead. Let's go! Dozens of barbarian cultivators roared and lunged into the most glamorous tent of all. However, it was not the sound of blades colliding as they expected which echoed, but a huge explosion. While smoke was popping up, the entire tent fell into a giant pit, in which green flames were dancing into many ghost hands, entangling the barbarian cultivators and burning them alive. Woo 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 woo. The wolf bone horn was blown in the forests of the Southland of Sorcerers, in the same breathtaking and blood-freezing way as it was blown on the dark cloud prairies in the north. Pa! 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 Fireworks were shot to the sky like cannonballs, glowing and illuminating the land as if it were daylight. The Black Tiger Iron Guards that Ling Shoujing had brought with him and the female cultivator Ling Lanin had nowhere to hide at all under the pale brilliance. Lights and shadows were shaking in the obscure forests around. Horses and wolves were roaring. The ghost Qin knights, whose number they could not predict, had surrounded them. Ling Shoujing was an experienced general, both adept at planning and fighting. He saw through the weak part of the opponent's siege and made the decision quickly. With the cover of his daughter's flying swords, he led the night assault team southwest. However, when they were about to leap out of Huawujio's camp, intimidating howls echoed from the woods in the southwest. Then, dozens of round balls spurting green sparks were thrown toward them. Watch out! Ling Shoujing and Ling Lanin had thought that it was magical equipment such as grenades that the enemy tossed at them. They hurried to activate their spiritual shield. The light flowed out, and all the Black Tiger Iron guards were covered. The items were blown away by the spiritual shield and rolled on the ground, but they did not explode because they turned out to be grimacing heads. The mystic rays around the heads seemed to boast a certain preservation technique. Although the wounds below the heads were dry, indicating that they had been chopped off a while ago, they seemed to have just been taken away from the necks. The faces were still as vivid as when they had been alive. Even the devastation inside the eyes could clearly be seen. Although they were not grenades, they had stirred the mind of the warriors of the great Qian dynasty better than 100 grenades would have. Senior brother, greatly disturbed, Ling Lanin, the female cultivator, could not help exclaiming. Who else could the head in front, which was illuminated by the ghostly fire around it clearly, belong to if not her senior brother, thunderous straight swordsman Lu Chongxiao, who was the best expert in the younger generation of the Purple Pole Sword sect and had already advanced into the nascent soul stage. The Black Tiger Iron Guards of the Ling family were nominally responsible for the mission to the Southland of Sorcerers, but in fact, the mission was backed by the Purple Pole Sword sect. The Purple Pole Sword sect had sent out Ling Lanin, a sword cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, to join her father's army on the surface. In secret, the young expert thunderous straight swordsman Lu Chongxiao, as well as 100 elites of the Purple Pole Sword sect, had set up ambushes next to the Sorcerer's River, ready to assassinate the experts of the Ghost Qin's reinforcements when they were unprepared. If everything had gone well, Lu Chongxiao should have joined Ling Lanin a couple of days ago with the heads of the enemies before they worked together to clean up all the Ghost Qin survivors and the barbarians who defied the great Qian dynasty in the woods. However, Ling Lanin had lost contact with Lu Chongxiao following their last correspondence half a month ago. She had never expected that she would meet her senior brother in such a way. Thunderous straight swordsman Lu Chongxiao, one of the youngest cultivators in the nascent soul stage, bulged his unfocused eyes and stared at Ling Lanin helplessly against the spiritual shield. His eyes that were almost dry were filled with shock, fear, devastation, and desperation. They were exactly what Ling Lanin was feeling at that moment. Somebody laughed from where the heads had been tossed. A dragon wolf with a body size larger than a rhino, surrounded by black spiritual energy, slowly paced out, leaving footprints of black fire behind. On the back of the dragon wolf was a giant more than 2 meters tall, whose eyes looked like 2 bells. For most of the giants more than 2 meters tall, if they happened to be heavy, they would easily give the feeling that they were unintelligent. This guy, however, had a square face and a pair of broad eyes that were as sharp as lightning and filled with the immeasurability of a deep ocean. His face was utterly devoid of the features of barbarians. Even his hairstyle was the fashion of the Central Plateaus. Had it not been for the 10 or so gold rings hanging on his ears, he would have made a standard warrior of the great Qian dynasty. His arrival made Ling Shoujing and Ling Lanin's hearts fall into an icy hole thousands of meters deep where nobody could pick them up. Han Yuantai, the Regent Han Bailing's brother, the leader of the Behemothik Eagle unit, and the renowned expert of the cultivators from the Dark Cloud Prairies, has come in person. Ghost Qin had a different system from the Great Qian dynasty. In the Great Qian dynasty, cultivators lived, trained, and got engaged in activities under the fundamental communities as sects. Except for the few unaffiliated cultivators, almost all the cultivators belonged to a certain sect. Even the officials in the court were restrained by their respective sects, too, and had to bear the interests of their sect in mind. Without the support of a sect, no politician or businessperson would be able to get things their way. There had been some scattered sects on the Dark Cloud Prairies in the beginning. However, after Han Bailing's unstoppable rise, he had reformed the system by annihilating the few sects and grouping all the cultivators in Ghost Qin into 8 units. As a result, All the cultivators on the dark cloud prairies were drafted into an iron army. There were no more sects or free, unaffiliated cultivators. The only people that existed were the bloodthirsty warriors who traded military credits for training resources. The cultivators on the dark cloud prairies were classified into 8 units. Han Yuantai became the leader of the Behemothtic Eagle unit, as one of the 8 most powerful persons, only second to Han Bailing, not based on his bloodline, but because of his wisdom and his accomplishments. He had already been a famous expert in the nascent soul stage decades ago. Right now, he was at least above the middle level of the nascent soul stage. His hands were stained with the blood of the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty, and he was one of the greatest headaches for Great Qian. Ling Shoujing had never expected that such a renowned noble of Ghost Qin would arrive in person to settle the trouble in the Southland of Sorcerers. No wonder even thunderous straight swordsman Lu Chongxiao was no match for him. Ghost Qin has attached such importance to the Southland of Sorcerers that the Lord of the Behemothtic Eagle unit has come here at risk in person. Ling Shoujing's face was pale, his former calmness nowhere to be seen. Even his hands were shivering uncontrollably. He knew that he had failed the moment Han Yuantai showed up. Moreover, who else could the smiling guy with a disgustingly big face that showed up together with Han Yuantai be, if not Master Black Moon, who had been assuring him in the tent a moment ago? Master Black Moon, the top expert in the Southland of Sorcerers, had long joined Ghost Qin's side. Everything had been their scheme to concentrate the elites of the Great Qian dynasty and eliminate them once and for all. His heart in great pain, Ling Shoujing could not have regretted more that he launched the reckless night assault in his eagerness for victory. However, it was not exactly his fault. Although Master Black Moon was a barbarian cultivator, he was an avid embracer of the Great Qian dynasty's culture. Over the past few decades, he had traveled in the Central Plateaus a lot and maintained quite a good relationship with most of the noble sects, including the Purple Pole Sword sect, the Ling family's greatest reliance. Even though he had not visited the Purple Pole Sword sect in person for more than 10 years, he had asked someone to deliver the local specialties of the Southland of Sorcerers to the headquarters every year. With all the troubles that the Great Qian dynasty was mired in right now, could they complain about such an obedient vassal? Therefore, although Master Black Moon was based in the Southland of Sorcerers, the major sects were not biased against him, but considered him a member of the Great Qian dynasty. After the Emperor's army arrived, it was quite understandable for Ling Shoujing and Ling Lanin that Master Black Moon could not stand on the Great Qian dynasty's side openly because of the formidability of Ghost Qin. Therefore, when the two parties got engaged in secret, and Master Black Moon agreed to the night attack plan, the father and the daughter of the Ling family did not grow suspicious at all. It never occurred to them that the guy would betray them at the most crucial moment. Master Black Moon, covering his chest, Ling Shoujing shook and almost fell off his horse. He did not hate Han Yuantai very much. The two of them were enemies in the first place, and he had to admit his failure when his scheme was not as extraordinary as his enemies. But he was seething with fury because of Master Black Moon's betrayal. Master Black Moon smiled and said casually, "When fate dictates a change of dynasties, one must choose whom to follow wisely. What is your anger about, my dear ambassador?" "Why?" Ling Lanin clenched her bluish flying sword and ground her silver teeth. The female cultivator was not angry at what had happened, but shocked at Master Black Moon's preference to the stinky barbarians on the dark cloud prairies over the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. "Master Black Moon, the Great Qian dynasty has never wronged you. We have never held any prejudice against you because you are from the Southland or what you did in the past. We embraced you and regarded you as a fellow cultivator." "How? How could you do that?" Ling Lanin was so enraged that her head was dizzy. She almost did not know what she was talking about. "If you had made up your mind to defect, you and Han Yuantai would have been more than enough to kill us all. Why did you draw us to this place through such ploys? Is this your intentional humiliation?" She was too young and had been training in the Purple Pole Sword sect after all. Despite her high cultivation, her mind was rather simple. She did not understand Master Black Moon's reason, but her father was smart enough to see through it instantly. It was true that Master Black Moon and Han Yuantai two nascent soul stage cultivators, could have killed the father and the daughter, both in the core formation stage, and all the Black Tiger Iron Guards without much trouble. However, the Southland of Sorcerers belonged to the Great Qian dynasty on the surface after all. After hundreds of years, many tribes kept part of their loyalty to the Great Qian dynasty out of habit. If violent approaches had been adopted, the locals might have succumbed to them on the surface, but it would have been impossible for them to earn the people's sincere trust. The Southland of Sorcerers was a rainforest area with an extremely complicated terrain. Even the ordinary people were as deft and disobedient as monkeys. When they crawled into the woods, it would be an awfully arduous task to find all of them without missing any, even for a core formation stage cultivator or a nascent soul stage cultivator. Therefore, Master Black Moon, Han Yuantai, and Huo Wujiu had set up the trap and deceived Ling Shoujing to break the sacred tradition of the 100 Victories Great Arena first through such a shameless plan as a night assault. If the filthy approach worked out, and Huo Wujiu, as well as the Ghost Qin soldiers who conspired with him, were all executed, the 100 tribes of the Southland of Sorcerers certainly would not have any complaints. But now that the approach did not work out, things were getting rather awkward. Han Yuantai and Master Black Moon wanted much more than to simply kill them. They also wanted to diminish the Great Qian dynasty's influence in the area through the incident. Ling Shoujing had long known that Han Yuantai, Lord of Behemoth's Eagle, was a general of both wisdom and courage and Han Beiling's right hand in Ghost Qin. The scheme was certainly his work. The guy truly deserved his name. If one appeasing ambassador was killed, the court could send out a second one, a third one, and even 100th one. However, if the Great Qian dynasty's image was shattered and everybody lost their faith in it, it would be hopeless. Ling Shoujing smiled bitterly. He could see through everything right now, but what more could he do? As he expected, long snakes made of torches were zigzagging close from the Fire Rood clan's town. They were the chiefs, leaders, sorcerers, and other big shots in the Southland of Sorcerers. They had been invited by Master Black Moon to judge the 100 Victories Great Arena. But at this moment, they were the best eyewitnesses for the Great Qian dynasty's shameless violation of the rules. In such a case, it did not seem very implausible that the previous leader of the Fire Rood clan was actually assassinated by the court. The bank was collapsing, and nothing could stop the flood. Ling Shoujing was 100 times more desperate than his daughter. As he expected, Master Black Moon completely ignored Ling Lanin's question. He simply smiled at her and said in a voice that was barely audible, "I've long been told that the Purple Pole Sword sect is one of the most respected sects and has a secret technique for body buildup. My young friend, since you have advanced into the peak of the core formation stage at such an early age, you must have grasped the technique and built marvelous flesh on your body, right? I've remained stagnant in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage for decades and couldn't make any progress how much flesh and blood I devoured. With your body in the peak of the core formation stage, I may be able to break into the middle level of the nascent soul stage." Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ling Lanin's face paled. Although she did not completely understand what he meant, the malicious aura of the nascent soul stage cultivator was too much for her to resist. At this moment, the morning glow had dyed the eastern sky red, and the chiefs and sorcerers of the tribes had arrived at Huo Wujiu's camp in commotion. The fact that the father and the daughter of the Ling family and so many Black Tiger Iron Guards had appeared in Huo Wujiu's camp, along with the broken limbs on the ground, were all undeniable proof. Warriors of the Southland, look at what the sordid people of Central Plateaus have done. Master Black Moon's evilness was suddenly concealed. When he slowly ascended to the sky, he was full of righteous fury. Changing to a tone of indignity, he bellowed, "We clearly made a deal and swore in front of all the deities and devils in the mountains that the leadership of the Fire Rood clan shall be decided by the 100 Victories Great Arena with the valor of the two parties. But the shameless and cowardly people of the Great Qian dynasty turned a blind eye to the rules and ambushed Huo Wujiu's camp while the night was dark. They have killed too many soldiers of the Southland of Sorcerers. They are scared. They do not have the courage to fight our warriors and the warriors of Cloud Qin in the arena and chose such vicious, clandestine methods. If I hadn't run into them in time, they certainly would have killed Huawujio. Our tradition that has been passed on for 1,000 years has been insulted. The dignity of all the warriors of the Southland of Sorcerers has been insulted. All the mountains in the Southland of Sorcerers have been insulted. Master Black Moon's every word was like thunder echoing next to the barbarian cultivators and chief's ears. Master Black Moon was well respected in the Southland of Sorcerers. The sorcerers of many tribes were deeply connected to him. Moreover, the proof was obvious. The Black Tiger Iron Guards there could not have been dragged to this place, could they? The court was too shameless. The barbarian cultivators on Huawujio's side were naturally roaring in fury. The wavering, neutral ones were also frowning, feeling that such an approach was too dishonorable for the Emperor's army. Even the barbarian cultivators and chiefs on Ling Shojing and Huawuji's side could not help but feel embarrassed, their stance slightly shifting. The barbarian cultivators who had been intoxicated by Ling Shojing at the feast burst into even more fury after they woke up from their hangover. What was that supposed to mean? Hiding the night assault from them and making all of them drunk. It was obvious that they were not trusted, and they were merely camouflage. More importantly of all, they would have no share of the crystals and magical equipment at all. It was too sordid, shameless, and disgusting. For a moment, everybody was whispering. Few people were still firmly on the great Qian dynasty's side. After a momentary vicious smile, Master Black Moon slashed his right arm. Kill them all. Hundreds of ghost Qin knights above the refinement stage had been hiding inside the forest like ice melted into the water just now, showing absolutely no sign of their presence. But right now, they revealed themselves and charged at the Black Tiger Iron Guards in dozens of arrowheads. The barbarian cultivators loyal to Huawujio, who were deployed at the periphery of the camp, also jumped out to prevent the enemy from fleeing. Han Yuantai, riding the dragon wolf that was thicker than a rhino, faster than a leopard, and deadlier than a cobra, trampled upon Ling Shojing. Master Black Moon, however, licked his lips and went to Ling Lanin. Voila! Ling Shojing was blown almost 10 meters away, his spiritual shield and his armor both shattered. He threw out mouthfuls of blood and was obviously no match for Han Yuantai at all. If Han Yuantai had not intended to humiliate the Emperor's envoy of the great Qian dynasty more, the attack alone would have blown him into smithereens. Hew! Ling Lanin's orchid sword blossomed brilliantly in midair. Pooh! A cluster of black air condensed into the shape of a crescent moon and cut the orchid flower in half easily. Ripples that looked like halos spread out and swallowed all the sword auras. There were 2 nascent soul stage cultivators on the enemy's side, while there were heartbreakingly 1 cultivator at the beginning level of the core formation stage and 1 at the peak of it. It was a game without any suspense. Ling Shojing, Ling Lanin, and all the Black Tiger Iron Guards were grasped by desperation. Their countenance was exactly like that of the cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword sect whose heads were rolling on the ground. Death is our only destination today. Ling Shojing struggled to his feet. He vomited blood while he roared. Cultivators of the great Qian dynasty die before retreating. The Black Tiger Iron Guards, each of whom had 3 to 5 sharp arrows stabbed into their body, roared too. Warriors of the Ling family die before retreating. The panic and confusion that flashed on Ling Lanin's face was soon replaced by determination and nonchalance. She pointed her long sword at Master Black Moon, the aura from her blade piercing through the morning sun that had just leapt out from the clouds. Master Black Moon burst into laughter and, stepping on the ground, thrust himself toward Ling Lanin, as unpredictably as the moon in the clouds. The game of lions versus rabbits was about to be concluded, when Han Yuantai, the emotionless noble from Ghost Qin, suddenly lost his composure. "Watch your back," he shrieked in alarm, utterly losing the calmness of a nascent soul stage cultivator. He was even more nervous than Ling Shojing when Ling Shojing first saw him. Abandoning Ling Shojing, whom he could kill with a cough, he darted toward Master Black Moon like an arrow just released from a bow. At this moment, Master Black Moon was only 1 step away from Ling Lanin, but his back was right toward the enormous pit at the center of the camp, where Huawujio's main tent had been standing. The giant pit was a trap that Han Yuantai and Master Black Moon had carefully prepared. A lot of grenades, lethal oil, and poisonous fire had been planted inside, which had killed dozens of barbarian cultivators who were loyal to the Great Qian dynasty in a row just now. With the dead bodies of the barbarian cultivators as fuel, the green, ghostly fire did not die down even to this moment. Instead, it was burning even more violently when Master Black Moon jumped over the pit to attack Ling Lanin. The green, ghostly fire was dancing unpredictably as if it were alive. Weird chuckles echoed deep inside the fire, while two fiery tentacles as thick as boas extended out, one slashing at Han Yuantai and the other moving to Master Black Moon without a sound. Pa! Han Yuantai did not dodge at all when he crashed in one of the two tentacles, raising glamorous shockwaves. Then, after a few weird noises, the Lord of Behemoth's Eagle from the dark cloud prairies screamed most miserably and fell backward while he scratched his face. As it turned out, the seemingly empty fire actually contained long needles that were thinner than hair. Han Yuantai had thought that it was an attack of pure spiritual energy. Confident in the abundance of the spiritual energy inside his body, he had not been scared of a head-on clash. But the weird existence hiding inside the pit was brazen enough to hide weapons inside the fire. There was no telling what the needles were made of and how long they were, but the needles were so thin that they seemed non-existent. They escaped his attention despite his senses in the nascent soul stage. As it happened, the needles were extremely hard too. They pierced his spiritual shield easily into his mouth and nose. The long needles, through whatever uncanny techniques they entailed, were even squirming forward into his brain like caterpillars after they pierced into his face. What kind of evil arts are these? Greatly shocked, Han Yuantai quickly flew backward as if he had run into a ghost. He focused his whole attention on pushing out the long needles and could not have cared less about Master Black Moon anymore. Master Black Moon was merely in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. He was weaker than Han Yuantai in the first place, and he was the main target of the tentacles of ghostly fire. Before he realized what was going on, his entire right thigh had been tied up. The dozens of venomous needles hidden inside the ghostly fire darted into his body and flowed throughout his body along his veins. Master Black Moon felt such excruciating pain that all his veins and nerves seemed to be gnawed by thousands of ants. The circulation of his spiritual energy was entirely blocked too. Shwa! All the barbarian cultivators, the Black Tiger Iron Guards, and the Ghost Qin Knights watched Master Black Moon be snatched by the tentacles of ghostly fire into the seemingly bottomless pit without putting up any resistance. The barbarian cultivators, the Ghost Qin Knights, and the Black Tiger Iron Guards alike felt that their eardrums were being torn apart and their heart was constricting while they were grasped by nausea. Even if they were summoning their spiritual energy to resist it, they could not suppress the shock and fear in their heart. The greenish, ghostly fire inside the pit, however, seemed to have just been added with oil. It suddenly soared to almost 100 meters tall like a raging, hideous fiery tree. Countless sparks were darting towards the audience randomly. They were growing and spluttering in the wind, making the scene even more chaotic. Everybody was covering their head and fleeing in utmost fear. Deep inside the pit, Master Black Moon was screaming most miserably, as if he were going through the cruelest suffering in the world. All the barbarian cultivators were looking at each other in bewilderment. They had to summon all their spiritual energy to stop their legs from shaking. It was the first time that they heard Master Black Moon, the top expert in the Southland of sorcerers, to cry in such a desperate way. What accompanied Master Black Moon's screams were hoots of derision, each louder than the last. A voice that was so sharp and high-pitched that it sounded from the gaps of rusted soil was shouting, "Yin Wenlong, take a look at who I am. Our grudge for decades can be settled once and for all today." Yin Wenlong was Master Black Moon's original name. But after he became a nascent soul stage cultivator who commanded dozens of villages, few people had the courage to call him by his name. Even Master Black Moon was not a title that general barbarians of the land dared to use. Most of them would kneel on the ground and call him elder in the most respectful way upon meeting him. But right now, their elder was being publicly tortured. Many wrinkled, aged barbarian cultivators somehow found the weird sound familiar. It was not the sound itself, but the arrogant, aggressive, and insolent tone in it. They all frowned and searched their memories. Suddenly, one of the old sorcerers shuddered, his face turning pale. His throat was uttering meaningless syllables, suggesting that he might have lost his mind in fear. Master Black Moon had absolutely no way to fight back while he was being savaged by the mysterious person. Even his loud and desperate screams turned into intermittent moans later. When the moans came to the feeblest moment, thousands of cracks were echoing at the same time, as if all the bones on Master Black Bone had been crushed in the second. In the next moment, the eccentric fire was even more brighter than before. Blood was spurting out from the bottom of the giant pit, only to be burned up by the fire. The few bones and half-skull left was also burned into ashes in the blink of an eye, too. The greenish, ghostly fire immediately retreated to the pit. Not a single spark could be seen anymore. Green mist was rolling inside the pit and surging out into a hazy lake, as if it were competing with the morning glow. The hundreds of square meters nearby was all enveloped in the green mist. The green mist seemed to be made of countless fiends which boasted an evil life. It was hissing and extending out tentacles now and then, trying to drag the cultivators nearby into the mist. Even the barbarian cultivators born and raised in the Southland of sorcerers who were adept at the dark arts had never such a weird view before. Not to mention the Black Tiger Iron Guards from the Central Plateaus and the Ghost Sheen Knights from the Northland. Sensing the immense pressure from the depths of the mist, as if primeval beast was breaking out of the cocoon, all the cultivators felt their mouth was dry and their legs were shaking, not knowing what to do. At the center of the green mist, the waves were moving up and down, highlighting a cluster of air the size of a human being. At first look, the man was not very tall. He was rather slim, and his face was as young as a juvenile's. However, the tiny wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, which were as deep as the ocean and emitting brutality now and then, and his lips that were slightly pursed like a guillotine, made it impossible for anyone to tell his real age. He was wearing a broad, green robe which seemed to be made of ghostly fire. His hair was scattered behind his head like a waterfall, dancing crazily because of the boost of the ghostly fire. Floating in midair without support, he put his hands in his back and unleashed unparalleled spiritual energy blatantly. The waves tore apart the air and spread out in visible ripples, disintegrating a nascent soul stage cultivator into pus, and burning the pus into nothingness seemed to be an effortless triviality for him. He did not seem to be concerned about the hundreds of cultivators, including one in the nascent soul stage and several in the core formation stage at all, either. He was glancing at them so indifferently that they seemed to him nothing more than hens and dogs. Every cultivator he stared at felt that they were lying right below a guillotine at the mercy of the guy. Many barbarian cultivators emboldened themselves to observe the newcomer in secret, only to discover that the tiny green birthmark at the center of the guy's eyebrow, which was like a green speck at the beginning, was gradually occupying the upper half of his face like a drop of ink that was dripped on a piece of paper into the shape of a green vulture under the boost of his spiritual energy. The green vulture seemed to be flying up at any second, taking up half of his face. It seemed to be adorning him with a mask, making him even more mysterious and unpredictable. The extremely evil appearance made all the barbarian cultivators' heart race. One after another, they recalled a name that had been gone for decades, and yet still kept them awake at night today. SS Spiritual Vulture. Before they thought of the guy's name, he had already pounced towards Han Yuantai, the other nascent soul stage cultivator on the spot, like a rapacious vulture. Hardly had Han Yuantai plucked the venomous needles on his face out when he sensed the pressure of spiritual energy, which was even more immense than his own. He couldn't be more appalled. But he truly deserved to be one of the top experts on the Dark Cloud Prairies. After a bellow, he chose to attack instead of dodging. He picked up a unique weapon which was embedded with dozens of wolf fangs and looked like both a saber and a saw, and his spiritual energy spread out into a winged, enormous wolf. Oh, the enormous wolf, made of spiritual energy, was as vivid as a real one. Flapping its wings, it lunged towards the mysterious newcomer. Creak, 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 creak. The green mist that surrounded the mysterious newcomer was screeching in a noise that made everyone's teeth sour. Almost 10 slender arms suddenly popped up from the green mist, half of which snatched the wolf, and the other half attacked Han Yuan-Tai. The same move! Han Yuan-Tai was both shocked and infuriated. This time, he finally perceived that hundreds of venomous needles were hidden inside the claws made of the ghostly fire. What magical equipment is this? So sordid and vicious. Although he had seen through the enemy's technique, the venomous needles contained inside the ghostly fire were integrations of the attacks of spiritual energy and the attacks of magical equipment. They were erratic and quite hard to deal with. Han Yuan-Tai was greatly troubled. He could only focus his full attention in distinguishing the needles inside the ghostly fire so that none of them would reach him. Right then, suddenly having an ominous feeling, he moved towards the left by force, all the bones, all his body uttering cracking noises. The saber in his hand, however, broke into two halves without a sound. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest dent. A mica thread, which was 10 times thinner than the needles, just flashed past his face. Had he reacted less promptly, it would have been his wrist instead of his saber that was cut off by the mica thread just now. At this moment, he was already jumping up and down in a flurry, while his enemy was smiling with the hands in the back, apparently not doing his best. Well, where does this monster come from? And what's this vicious weapon? Han Yuan-Tai felt like crying. He roared to himself in his heart. The Ghost Qin Knights were fearless of death. Seeing that their general was in danger, they roared and, urging the dragon wolves, charged at the enemy together. The green-robed freak sniffed. He shook his sleeve, and dozens of glittering skulls flew out of his cuff and rotated in midair. The skulls were in fact made of metals and crystals. They were as vivid as natural. Green, ghostly fire was burning inside the hollow eyes and mouth. When they reached the Ghost Qin Knights, they exploded after a few booms into thousands of skeletons of fire, blocking the riders from their general and a wall. Sensing the eccentric demonic energy contained inside the fiery wall, although the Ghost Qin Knights intended to jump over it, the dragon wolves below them were all shrieking and howling, before they collapsed to the ground foaming and shivering, utterly intimidated. When the Ghost Qin Knights who fell to the ground stood on their feet again, they saw the most unbelievable picture through the skeletons of ghostly fire. Han Yuan-Tai, the invincible lord of Behemothik Eagle in their mind, a great expert in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, and a man of the time who had dominated the dark cloud prairies for decades, had been tied up by an enormous shackle which looked like the bones of a vulture. The vulture's 2 wings pierced deeply into his ribs, and his shoulder blades were grabbed by the vulture's claws. Its narrow, long neck that was full of sawtooth entangled Han Yuan-Tai's neck too. Han Yuan-Tai was bound to the bizarre-looking shackle and unable to move at all. His countenance couldn't have been more weird. The green-robed freak opened his hand and grabbed Han Yuan-Tai by his head like a falcon grabbing a chicken. There was not the slightest emotion in his deep, dark eyes while he glanced at the Ghost Qin Knights casually. Within a breath, everything had been settled. One of the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators was as dead as anyone could ever be. The other nascent soul stage cultivator was alive, but he might be better off dead. To this moment, all the barbarian cultivators nearby finally realized what had happened and what was going on. They all knelt to the ground. There was no telling who started it, but everybody was crying in the loudest of their voice. Master Spiritual Vulture! Elder Spiritual Vulture! Everybody in Wolftail Village of the Silver Wolf Mountain welcomes Master Spiritual Vulture's return. Elder, we've been looking forward to today for 60 years. You have finally come back. Ling Lanine suddenly woke up from a bizarre nightmare and moaned, only to discover that the adulations that she heard in her dream were actually happening in the town of the Fire Rude clan. She was shuddering coldly, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. The golden core inside her abdomen was shaking like a candle in the blowing wind. She breathed for a long time before it occurred to her that she was not in Hoa Wujio's messy camp, but in the Fire Rude clan's town. She was safe for now, but she did not know how long her safety could last. For Ling Lanin, everything that had happened in that short day was as long as a nightmare that she could not wake up or free herself from. Just 2 days earlier, she had been a center of public attention, a rarely seen prodigy in training, and an orchid angel that everybody adored. She had been born and raised in the Ling family, a noble family in the Great Qian dynasty. Although she was a female, she had never been neglected by her family because she had revealed her talent for training very young. Instead, she had been given even more resources than the males of her family were. She had lived up to her family's expectations, too. At the age of 12, she had already distinguished herself and gotten officially recruited by the Purple Pole Sword sect, her family's reliance. Ever since then, her path of cultivation had been smooth and unstoppable. After several decades, she had grown into one of the youngest cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage in the Purple Pole Sword sect, and even in the entire Great Qian dynasty. Ling Lanin had always been confident in herself. She believed that nothing in this world could not be resolved by her orchid sword. Although it was her first field mission off the mountain, she had not thought too much of it because her targets were merely a bunch of ignorant barbarians. Moreover, she was just a support. Her senior brother, thunderous straight swordsman, Lu Chongxiao, was the man to make the calls. What was there to be worried about? It had never occurred to her that. Everything changed after only one day. Her senior brother, as well as the elite swordsman in her sect, had been beheaded. Master Black Moon, who had always been a close friend to the cultivators from Central Plateaus, had defected. The enemy had sent out such an important person as Han Yuantai, the Lord of Behemothic Eagle. To make matters worse, at the life and death moment, a creepy, wicked master spiritual vulture jumped out of nowhere. What was happening? Ling Lanin had completely lost her cool. It was not until then that she realized how weak and vulnerable she actually was despite her indifference and condescension on the surface. Lani! Right then, Ling Shoujing, her father, and the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, heard the sound and walked in after knocking on the door. Ling Lanin had been training in the Purple Pole Sword sect for decades and hardly went back home. She and her father were rather emotionally distant. Also, after she advanced into the peak of the core formation stage, under everybody's adulation, she had slowly changed her attitude and begun to respect her father, who was only in the beginning level of the core formation stage less. She had believed that she was the true pillar of the Ling family. When they were on their way south, her father had been quite courteous and respectful due to her identity as a cultivator in the peak of the core formation stage, too, which added to her arrogance. But at this moment, with everything being more chaotic than ever, Ling Shoujing, a Class 2 official of the court, showed his calmness and wisdom. While Ling Lanin was still panicking, he had recovered from confusion quickly and started studying the new situation, hoping to save the lost cause. Ling Lanin hurried to greet her father and ask, "Father, what's the situation outside?" They were now under house custody in the Fire Rude clan's town. No one was to leave the town without Master Spiritual Vulture's permission. Although the barbarian guards outside of the house could not stop them, the father and the daughter did not dare act recklessly when they thought of Master Spiritual Vulture's cruel methods at the Bloodstained Dawn. Right now, we cannot tell who's friend and who's foe. Everything is still ambiguous. I have asked Yuan Wu to officially meet Master Spiritual Vulture and see what he plans to do. Yuan Wu has always been the smartest one of them all. He should be reporting to us soon. There's no need to fret, my child. Ling Shoujing waved his hands and drank from the pot of cold tea on the table. It was obvious that the Class 2 official of the court was not as calm as he appeared to be. What he plans to do? Ling Lanin was still at a loss. Thinking for a moment, she asked in self-comfort, but Master Spiritual Vulture killed Master Black Moon brutally and beat Han Yuantai up the moment that he appeared in the morning. It should be a sign that he's on the court side, shouldn't it? Ling Shoujing was amused. Pondering for a moment, he explained, "You didn't know his backstory. So, it's understandable that you made such a conclusion. Master Spiritual Vulture was a person of the older generation who was active almost 80 years ago. He also spent most of his time in the Southland of Sorcerers and never went to the Central Plateaus. Therefore, it is perfectly normal that you young folk never heard the stories of his ruthless past. Ling Shojing sighed and described Master Spiritual Vulture's past doings to his daughter. The female cultivator was gasping non-stop the whole time. Master Spiritual Vulture and Master Black Moon hate each other's guts. It is said that Master Black Moon found an opportunity to kill Master Spiritual Vulture because he wanted his junior brother's share of their Master Elder 5 Despair's heritage. With a bitter smile, Ling Shojing said, "But it appears now that Master Spiritual Vulture wasn't really killed. He might have gone through other fortuitous incidents. All in all, he trained himself in seclusion for decades and finally grasped marvelous arts recently. So, he came back to Master Black Moon for revenge. He was hiding inside our army. He even held back the pain when the trap was activated while he was waiting for the chance to finish his senior brother Master Black Moon in one attack. Although the brutal man did kill Master Black Moon, it was purely for a personal grudge. He is not necessarily on the Great Qian Dynasty's side. If he had killed Han Yuantai, his stance would have been very clear, but Han Yuantai was merely wounded and captured. So, there's still a lot of suspense. A brutal barbarian from almost 100 years ago. Ling Lanin found it hard to believe. Then, how come he looks so young? There are many evil spells and arts in the Southland of Sorcerers, Ling Shojing said. A lot of uncanny things may have happened during his decades of seclusion. It is also possible that he has possessed someone's body or even built a new body from scratch on his own. The brutal man was a rarely seen expert at the peak of the core formation stage in the Southland of Sorcerers 70 years ago. After decades of seclusion, he must have grasped certain amazing arts that allowed him to advance into the middle level or even high level of the nascent soul stage. He is one of the top experts in the world right now. Don't underestimate him because of his appearance, my child. He is definitely one of the most brutal men in the world. Ling Lanin quickly nodded. If anybody dared underestimate him after witnessing the brutal man's performance at dawn, they have felt that they had lived long enough. Well, Ling Lanin pondered for a moment and asked another question. Father, which side do you think this Master Spiritual Vulture, who has just broken out of his decades of seclusion after grasping marvelous arts, will take? Great Qian or Ghost Qian? Ling Lanin was quite worried. She felt that the brutal man's cruelty was quite similar to the viciousness of the Ghost Qian people propagated in her sect. They could easily become conspirators. It's hard to say. Very hard. Ling Shojing shook his head with that still bitter smile. He is a man of the older generation who has been gone for decades after all. He hardly visited the Central Plateaus, too. We know little about Master Spiritual Vulture's personality and habits. Moreover, the man is cruel, petty, wicked, and utterly unpredictable. He does everything just because he wants to. He is an out-and-out maniac. The man is 10 times more difficult to predict than Master Black Moon. Nobody knows which side he will take for what reason. Or maybe, he will take neither side and simply act on his own to please himself. However, my child, for the Great Qian Dynasty, for the Ling family, and for the Purple Pole Sword sect, we must try everything we can to make the guy join us. Well, there was obvious resistance on Ling Lanin's pretty face. The Purple Pole Sword sect was a righteous sect. The ideology to serve justice and help the weak was believed in by everyone. She was naturally resistant to brutal barbarians who bordered between eccentric and evil such as Master Spiritual Vulture. My child, we are in the middle of a great crisis. You must bear the big picture in mind. Ling Shojing sighed and said solemnly, I know that you certainly won't see eye to eye with Master Spiritual Vulture simply because of his cruel and sordid style. In fact, do you think that I want to deal with such a barbarian? However, he has proved that his cultivation is almost immeasurable by suppressing 2 nascent soul stage cultivators instantly purely on his own. How much trouble can such an unparalleled expert cause if he chooses to join Ghost Qian's side instead of the Great Qian Dynasty? Moreover, his brutality was already well known in the Southland of Sorcerers decades ago, and today he has cruelly tormented Master Black Moon, the top expert in the Southland of sorcerers, in front of everyone, awing all the local tribes. It is very possible that his attitude will decide the attitude of the entire Southland of sorcerers. The attitude of the Southland of sorcerers concerns the life of the 1,000 people in the Ling family and the continuity of the entire Purple Pole Sword sect. I believe that your master must have explained it to you already before you left for the mission, right? Conflicted, Ling Lani nodded rather helplessly. Everybody in the court was gloating and waiting for us to humiliate ourselves on our trip to the Southland of sorcerers. Ling Shojing sniffed and said, "However, if we not only keep the Southland of sorcerers stabilized, but also bring a great expert above the middle level of the nascent soul stage back with us, what will the noble sirs in the court have to say? Will they have any reason to punish the Ling family or to appropriate the Purple Pole Sword sect? If we can edify him with the rules and courtesies of the Central Plateaus and make him abandon evilness for righteousness, we will be making even greater contribution." Her heart in a mess, Ling Lanin smiled bitterly. Her lips shivered for a long time, but she only sighed in depression in the end. This is very different from what I imagined before I left the mountain. It is indeed different. Ling Shojing felt that he was somewhat shameless, too, considering that he was ignoring all the crimes that the guy had committed in the past. However, in the middle of the turbulence, even a core formation stage cultivator could only drift along with the current. One moment of carelessness, and his entire family would be annihilated. What choice did he have except to struggle no matter what? "My child, you will understand it better later." The appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of sorcerers whined. Everybody says that cultivation is more difficult than leaping into the sky, but they don't know that struggling and surviving in the world of mortals is 100 times more difficult than cultivation. While the father and the daughter were sighing and concocting their plans, the servants outside reported that his 2 subordinates, who went to visit Master Spiritual Vulture, had returned. Yuan Wu. What did Master Spiritual Vulture say? Did he grant an audience? Because of the emergency, Ling Shojing had no time to keep us his demeanor as the appeasing ambassador and degraded himself by saying grant an audience. The guy named Yuan Wu was a tough-looking young man who was close to the building foundation stage. But right now, he was like a frosted eggplant and replied lethargically, "Your lordship, I was pushed out by a bunch of barbarian cultivators before I had chance to meet Master Spiritual Vulture." According to them, Master Spiritual Vulture had gone to talk to Han Yuantai, and he would only have time to meet us after he decided what to do with Han Yuantai. What? Ling Shojing and Ling Lanin both seemed to have been hit by lightning. They looked at each other, only to discover that they were both pale and sweating. Master Spiritual Vulture indeed did not kill the Ghost Qin captives. Moreover, he was meeting the Ghost Qin people before he met the envoy from the Great Qian dynasty. That in a moment, Master Spiritual Vulture became even more mysterious and unpredictable to them. At the center of the Fire Rude clan's town, there was a great house in the popular style of the Central Plateaus. The place used to be the residence of the leader of the Fire Rude clan. The wall was high, the yard was vast, and the floor was paved with green bricks. There was also a pond in the backyard, filled with lotuses and fish and surrounded by willows and bamboos. To maintain such an elegant and peaceful house in the Southland of sorcerers was quite costly. It was also a sign of the Fire Rule clan's immense wealth. At this moment, the fine cottage naturally became the temporary residence for Master Spiritual Vulture, the new top expert of the Southland. However, the guy kneeling on the ground below the willows near the pond in the backyard was not Master Spiritual Vulture, but Han Yuantai, the Lord of Behemothic Eagle, whose air did not befit the delicate environment at all. Bloody stains covered his body. Quite a few claw traces left by Master Spiritual Vulture were still lingering on his forehead. Dense scars caused by the venomous needles had marred his face. He was bruised and swollen and could not have looked more miserable. The weird shackle on him was not taken off, either, but sank even deeper, making him unable to summon his spiritual energy at all. He was almost a cripple, and even breathing was a painful task for him. The man from the north, however, was quite calm. He was even studying the shackle on his body with great interest instead of appreciating the lotus flowers inside the pond next to him. What a finely made piece of magical equipment. It is even more delicate than the shackles used in the prisons in the capital city. All my acupoints and critical veins have been locked, and I cannot break free from it however hard I try. I'm afraid that even the strongest expert will have to beg for mercy after they are caged by such magical equipment. There are also the unpredictable venomous needles and the sharp blade made of mica that was 10 times thinner and barely perceivable. All the weapons are the most vicious magical equipment. Master Spiritual Vulture is not much stronger than me in terms of spiritual energy reserve, but he waded deep inside the fiery pit for the best opportunity to launch thunderous attacks with all his marvelous weapons. His patience and determination are even 100 times scarier than his needles, blades, and shackle. The purpose of my mission to the south is to recruit the greatest heroes in the world. If such a distinguished man works for Cloud Sheen, he will certainly be a great help for our cause. While Han Yuantai was pondering, he suddenly felt that the lotus flowers in the pond were shivering, and his heart was aching too, as if it had been stung by needles. He raised his head, only to discover that the black-haired, green-robed, young-looking Master Spiritual Vulture was standing right before him. The birthmark on the unparalleled brutal man's face had been restricted to a green spot at the center of his eyebrow again, making his face more agreeable than before. However, for Han Yuantai, who had experienced his cruelness in person, the agreeable face was even more terrifying than an angry one. Holding back his horror, Han Yuantai suddenly laughed aloud and said, "You are finally here, Master." Li Yao showed no expression, but he added 0.5 points for Ghost Qin in his heart. He had intentionally ignored Ghost Qin and Great Qian for 2 hours and observed the reactions of the two sides. The Ghost Qin Knights and Han Bailink's right hand had behaved quite calmly. Even if they were merely pretending, they looked rather tough and showed barely any vulnerability on the surface. On the Great Qian dynasty's side, however, everybody was sighing in panic. Even the father and the daughter of the Ling family failed to respond to the crisis satisfactorily. In the meantime, when Han Yuantai saw him, the guy was still able to laugh confidently despite the unease in his heart, which alone would be evident enough that the guy deserved to be a notable man in the north. Li Yao looked at the shackle on Han Yuantai's body. The shackle had been made with the ancient refining techniques in the 100 Smelting clan based on the mechanism of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. It was tailor-made for the nascent soul-stage cultivators of this sector. The fact that Han Yuantai was talking and laughing elegantly despite the shackle made Li Yao think more highly of him. Li Yao rolled his eyes and said creepily, "You seem delighted to see me, fellow cultivator Han. Why? Are you not scared that I'm here to kill you? You must be joking, Master Spiritual Vulture. If you wanted me dead, you would have killed me in the morning instead of waiting until now." Han Yuantai put on a brilliant smile despite the blood on his face and said confidently, "Master Spiritual Vulture, you were already a great expert in the Southland of Sorcerers 100 years ago. However, the ignorant people often considered you a bloodthirsty and temperamental guy and are terrified of you. They couldn't have been more wrong." "Oh." Li Yao eyed Han Yuantai up and down and chuckled. "Are they not? I did kill a lot of people in the past. Of course they are wrong." Han Yuantai said solemnly, "Those that you killed in the past were all associated with your enemy. If they were not eliminated, they would have caused more trouble later. It was all about removing any potential threats and definitely not slaughtering the innocent. After you killed those people, Master, you immediately stopped and announced your threat to the cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers, stating your boundary and your retaliation methods. As a result, you lived in peace for decades without being disturbed by anyone. During those decades, as long as nobody harmed your interests, you never killed anyone again. It is obvious that you are a wise, prudent man who knows when to attack and when to retreat. You are certainly not the impetuous, bloodthirsty barbarian that others think you to be. What happened this morning is yet more evidence. Although you savaged and killed Master Black Moon in the cruelest way, it was only because of your grudge in the past. As for the visitors from Cloud Sheen, although you seemed to be beating us heavily at that time, You didn't actually kill any of us. It is obvious that everything is within your control, and you want much more than to seek vengeance. Li Yao sniffed angrily. Green brilliance suddenly shot out of his dark eyes and swirled around Han Yuantai's neck like a sharp blade. He was like an old monster who intended to kill the guy that had seen through his secret. Han Yuantai felt that somebody was stinging his back, and he almost grunted when Li Yao glanced at him. However, he knew that he could not give in to such an old monster. He had to raise the opponent's curiosity one way or another. Making up his mind, he laughed dryly. I almost forgot. I must congratulate you on behalf of my brother Han Bailing, the regent of Cloud Sheen. You must have experienced a lot of fortuitous incidents during your decades of seclusion. After such a long period of training, you have finally soared into the sky as one of the top experts in the world. With your amazing cultivation, a minor Master Black Moon is truly nothing worth mentioning. You are more than capable of competing with the great heroes of the world in the sky of the royal palace in the capital city in the Central Plateaus right now, Master. Li Yao did not even bother to lift his eyes. He sneered. Of course, Master Black Moon was just in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage and meant nothing to me. What I want to do most right now is go to the Central Plateaus and see what the Emperor's throne looks like in the royal palace, or go to the dark cloud prairies and see what a hot woman Han Bailing's wife is. Ha 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 ha. With a hint of fury flashing inside his eyes, Han Yuantai stood straight despite the shackles and replied toughly, Master, you may be one of the top 20 experts in the world with your incredible abilities. However, even the strongest expert has his limits. Fighting a nation, a people, or the unstoppable fate on your own is just a suicidal endeavor. You are truly not scared of death. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and blew Han Yuantai away into the mud heavily. Han Yuantai struggled to his feet from the mud and burst into laughter. I shall die without regret for the great cause of Cloud Sheen. The fish and the shrimps were jumping on the surface of the pond, only to be floating on the surface dead soon, as if it were not a pond but a pot that they were staying in. Right when Han Yuantai was about to collapse, the intimidating killing intent around Li Yao was suddenly gone, as if it had never appeared. He smiled casually. Very brave. Han Yuantai took a long breath in relief. The tough man from the north and the well-respected nascent soul stage cultivator in the dark cloud prairies almost burst into tears in front of the unpredictable old monster. At this moment, his legs were finally shaking beyond his control. Not even having the time to wipe off the sweat on his forehead, he breathed heavily before he managed to smile. You are flattering me, Master. I have noticed just now that I underestimated Master's level after all. With Master's cultivation today, it is possible that you are one of the top 10 experts, and you are capable of fighting a nation and a people with yourself and your sword. Forget it. We're all smart guys here. Let's put it more straightforwardly. Li Yao waved his hands and said, for a cultivator, especially those in the nascent soul stage such as us, to make progress, wealth, residence, arts, and partners are indispensable factors. We will consume astronomical resources on a daily basis, which can only be covered by a fixed base and a huge population. Fighting a nation on one's own might be possible if the purpose is short-time sabotage, but it is absolutely impossible to compete with the nation for long. I don't need you to point out that the Southland of Sorcerers is too remote and ragged. Although the despicable pests are everywhere, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are extremely rare here. Also, this place has been quite desolate since ancient times. No powerful sects had ever been headquartered here. Therefore, it is very difficult to find a residence or a relic below the ground. In such a rough environment, it is already the limit for the cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers to advance into the beginning level of the nascent soul stage with the peculiar arts. Although I have reached the level I'm in right now because of other fortuitous incidents, it will be the wildest dream if I want to pursue further and touch the mysterious divinity transformation stage. If we get to the bottom of it, the Southland of Sorcerers is too small a pond even for a tortoise. How can a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator be distinguished in such a place? To break into higher levels, I must have a higher population, more prosperous land, more residences and relics. How can I not understand such a simple logic? However, Li Yao suddenly sneered before he said unhurriedly, "You can give me such things, but the great Qian dynasty can too. With my level, techniques, and magical equipment today, after 60 years of hard training, I will be a well-respected guest, an elder, wherever I go. Won't I? I don't know, nor am I interested in what Master Black Moon was thinking of. But why do I have to abandon the prosperous great Qian dynasty for your cloud Qin? It's true that the dark cloud prairies are boundless, and that quite a few powerful dynasties have emerged in the past 10 of thousands of years. There must be quite a few relics and secret treasures below the ground. However, your population is too small. As a result, there are few cultivators and famous sections. I'm told that your Regent Hub Bailing is now carrying out his reform, annihilating all the sects. Haha, in the entire Dark Cloud Prairies, there is not a single sect. Isn't it a joke? In comparison, the Great Qian Dynasty is prosperous and has a long history. The 100 or so noble sects can be traced back to 1,000 years ago, or even longer before to the previous dynasties. There are as many experts as raindrops in the sky. The cultivation arts and classics are too many to be counted. Of the 300 nascent soul stage cultivators in the world, the Great Qian Dynasty boasts more than 200. I'm told that you had a minor victory against the Great Qian Dynasty last year, and your vanguard almost reached the capital? What was the result? Did you not hurry to run away after plundering the resources? Were you bold enough to stay and fight against the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty the hard way? Master Black Moon may have been bewildered by your fancy talks, but your bull's asterisk it is not going to persuade me to run errands for you so easily. Han Yuan, I do not think that I dare not kill you. You are merely in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, nothing more than a bug in my eyes. If I want to crush you, I will crush you. Does it really matter? I kept you alive because I want to see what you can say to encourage me to get on your boat. Come on. I've been training in seclusion for 60 years. Now that I'm out again, it's true that I'm not familiar with the situation of the world. Just try your best to enchant me. Tell me why Ghost Qin of the Dark Cloud Prairies is qualified to challenge the Great Qian Dynasty. You are free to brag about Ghost Qin however you want, because I will not be able to tell whether it is true or false at all. But in case you forget, I have 2 core formation stage cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty in my hands too. Later, after I cross-check what you say, I will know exactly who is speaking the truth. If I find that you lied to me, Li Yao chuckled creepily again. Han Yuantai shuddered deeply, feeling that the coldest wind was blowing at his bones. His every joint seemed to have been stabbed with dozens of rusted nails, which made him feel sour and unable to move at all. Master, your eyes are too keen. I do not dare to say anything false. Taking a long breath, Han Yuantai was about to give a long speech when Li Yao waved his hands and declared gravely, "Just abandon your rhetoric. Isn't it exhausting to talk in such a way all day long? I'm a barbarian from the wilderness, and I don't understand your empty words. So just tell me in the most candid way what is strong about Ghost Qin, what is weak about the Great Qian Dynasty, and why the cultivators of the Dark Cloud Prairies are confident to compete with the Great Qian Dynasty, which boasts 1,000 sects large and small, and countless cultivators when you do not have a single sect." Han Yuantai took a long breath. He suddenly raised his neck and burst into a laughter. He didn't stop after a long time. Unsatisfied, Li Yao said gloomily, "Speak now. If you continue being pretentious, I'll pluck all your teeth from your wretched mouth." Han Yuantai knew that the man was brutal enough to fulfill what he had promised. He immediately stopped laughing and said solemnly, "You've mentioned many times that the Great Qian Dynasty boasts a lot of sects and nascent soul stage cultivators, Master. Do you believe that the more sects and cultivators, the stronger a nation will be?" Li Yao rolled his eyes, amused. "You are stating the obvious. Is it not the case?" "Of course not," Han Yuantai replied resolutely. "Although it is what the 100 dynasties in the ancient sages sector have believed, people of Cloud Qin are going exactly the opposite way. We believe that sects are the cancer of a nation. The more sex and nascent soul stage cultivators, the weaker a nation will be. Right now, the Great Qian dynasty has 3,725 sects large and small, and 221 experts in the nascent soul stage. But they are the sign of the Great Qian dynasty's doom instead of the foundation of its prosperity. The more sects there are, the weaker a nation will be. That's a fresh idea. Li Yao laughed and said lazily. Do you care to explain it? Han Yuantai struggled to his feet, but clattering noises were echoing from his body, because his excitement triggered the barrier. Han Yuantai finally grunted in pain. Li Yao curled his right little finger and snapped it. Then, the shackle suddenly took off from Han Yuantai's body and condensed into a skeleton vulture again, before it hovered above Han Yuantai's head and flew back to Li Yao. Li Yao extended his arm, allowing the skeleton vulture to land on his arm. Then, after a shake, he stored the shackle into his cosmos ring. Disbelief beamed out of Han Yuantai's face. He mumbled, I'm told that there's an amazing artifact in the ancient times named deity tying rope. The barrier of yours must be similar to the deity tying rope, master. Li Yao said coldly, I didn't relieve the shackle to hear your crap. Calming himself down, Han Yuantai immediately focused his attention on the topic. The idea that the more sects there are, the weaker a nation will be seems absurd. But it will make sense when you give it enough thought. A powerful and unified court is mandatory for any nation to grow strong. As the saying goes, there can never be two suns in the sky, and there can never be two monarchs on the earth. When the decrees from the emperor are carried out inviolably, the local prefectures will be stable, and the folks will live in peace. It is the everlasting law of history. But the cultivation sects, especially the noble sects which have been passed on for thousands of years and which boast unparalleled influence in the local area with their nascent soul stage cultivators, seriously undermine the authority of the court and the emperor. When decrees are issued from different leaders, and when internal strife never ends to the extent that the local people of an area only know a certain sect, a certain noble family, and a certain nascent soul stage cultivator, but not the court and the emperor, how will such a nation not decline and perish? For the hundreds of dynasties in the ancient sages sector in the past tens of thousands of years, no matter how peaceful, prosperous, and unstoppable they were in their heyday, they would be corrupted by the cancer eventually and came to their doom. The cancer of the dynasties is untreatable. How can the Great Qian dynasty survive it today? Master Spiritual Vulture, you asked me just now on what basis Cloud Qian is fighting the entire Great Qian dynasty. If the Great Qian dynasty is truly a solitary, gapless nation, we will stand absolutely no chance. But in fact, the so-called Great Qian dynasty is not a real nation at all. It is just a puppet and an empty shell, enshrined by the cultivation sects which each have their own intentions for their own interests. There is not such a nation as Great Qian at all. There are only the countless sects that are essentially loose sand below the fake title. The Great Qian dynasty is a seemingly ferocious beast whose internal organs have in fact been emptied by the maggots and rats. What is left is but the skin on the surface now. After a tiny blow of air, it will fall apart and collapse. When the giant beast collapses, the maggots and rats hiding inside its body will only flee in panic in search for the next host. They will never live and die together with the beast. They are exactly so unworthy, Han Yuantai declared. It was exactly because the cancer named cultivation sex has been attached to the nation over the past 100,000 years that almost 100 dynasties replaced one another, causing infinite tragedies. Let's leave the history aside and focus the Great Qian dynasty's rise 1,000 years ago. Before Great Qian, the world was in blood and chaos for hundreds of years. At that time, the thousands of sects of the ancient sages sector were kings in their own territory. The wars between them never ceased. Not just the ordinary people, even the cultivators' death rate was unbelievably high. It would not be overstating to say that none of the people at that time were confident to see the end of a day in the morning. It was not until the thunderous Qian Hall, the predecessor of the Great Qian dynasty, rose unstoppably and unified the world leading 80 sects, that the new dynasty was founded and the peace in the ancient sages' sector was restored. However, the peace was merely temporary. The world was unified by the thunderous Qian Hall and the 8 sects together. Naturally, the contributors must be properly rewarded. At that time, countless sects and cultivators who disobeyed the great Qian dynasty could be swallowed. After clearing all the opposing forces, the ruling class lived in peace for hundreds of years with the resources that the dissidents left. However, during the hundreds of years, because of the peace and prosperity, the number of cultivators grew exponentially. Cultivators' longevity is always as impressive as their ambitions. None of them are willing to be below someone else. When a senior brother and a junior brother in a sect are on par with each other, but have certain conflict, they will often establish their own branches to avoid the conflict and to expand the influence of their original sect. Just like that, after hundreds of years, the 80 sects under the thunderous Qian Hall continued branching. Many unaffiliated cultivators in the world founded their own sects too. Gradually, they have evolved to the almost 4,000 sects today. Li Yao sniffed. The more cultivation sects, the better. What's wrong about that? There will be nothing wrong if there are infinite resources. After a bitter smile, Han Yuantai said, but there are only limited spiritual energy and treasures in the world. One more cultivator means a reduction in every cultivator's share, and every newly founded cultivation sect will add to the pressure of the nation. Although the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty seem to be stronger and stronger, they are in fact approaching their doom fast. According to the rules established when the great Qian dynasty was established, the emperor and the cultivators shall reign the world together. Cultivation sects have countless privileges. We don't need to talk about the powerful sects such as the Purple Pole Sword sect. Let's just take a medium-sized, regular sect for example. Such a sect often boasts hundreds of core disciples and 10 times more non-core ones. It may occupy hundreds of thousands of acres of the finest farmland. The folks that are attached to the sect can be more than 100,000 households. According to the rules, cultivation sects have little responsibility in tax and labor service. Once the cultivation sects claim the farmland, it will be difficult for the nation to levy the tax. If a folk becomes a disciple of a certain sect, or if they are a relative of a disciple of the sect, it will be difficult to force them to serve in the army or carry out other duties when the cultivation sect is on their back. Such a cultivation sect, after rooting in a certain place for hundreds of years, will monopolize all the powers in the local area. From the local officials to the local celebrities, everybody will be a disciple of the cultivation sect. The rules of the sect will even replace the law of the nation. Also, thousands of fearsome warriors who are not engaged in any kind of production activities, but focused in building up their body and grasping new techniques, pasture on the cultivation sect, which make it even more like an independent kingdom. Such independent kingdoms hide their properties in the most stunning ways, resist the court's orders to levy tax or to draft soldiers, and often demand privileges from the court under the pretext of famines or natural disasters. What are they if not unhelpful blood-sucking cancer? When the great Qian dynasty was just founded, there were only 80 such cancers, and the nation was still healthy enough to bear them. But right now, the cancers are getting greater and great, and even giving birth to smaller cancers. They are more and more vicious in stealing the nation's wealth, and they care less and less about the consequences. How can the great Qian dynasty not collapse when its emaciated body is burdened with such 4,000 cancers? Li Yao's eyes glittering for a moment before he said coldly, if someone from Ghost Qin such as you sees through it so clearly, why do you think the emperor of the great Qian dynasty turns a blind eye to it? Didn't you say that the thunderous Qian Hall the emperor belongs to was the greatest sect in the past? Can they not come up with any solution to eliminate the cancers? Han Yuantai smiled and shook his head. The emperor, which should be the supreme authority in the world, naturally wouldn't be happy to see so many disobedient cancers who act on their own in his territory. However, it is more than difficult to eliminate the cancers. It's true that the thunderous Qian sect was the most powerful sect 1,000 years ago, but its best was to compete with 20 cultivation sections. If the other 80 sects joined their hands, there would be nothing the thunderous Qian sect could do about them. That was why the thunderous Qian sect had to, however unwillingly, cooperate with the 80 cultivation sects and found the Great Qian dynasty together. The Great Qian dynasty was more like an alliance of the 81 sects of the ancient sages sector than a nation. The so-called emperor was nothing more than the leader of the alliance. When the Great Qian dynasty was just founded, the contradiction between the thunderous Qian Hall, which the emperor represents, and the local sects was not very intense yet, and the two parties were still able to live in peace for hundreds of years. But when the contradiction escalated after the local sects expanded beyond control, the thunderous Qian Hall had declined and lost the capabilities to rectify the situation. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao asked, now that the thunderous Qian Hall seized the power as the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty, they must have been entitled to the best resources, techniques, and magical equipment. When the local sects were expanding, the royal family should be growing stronger too. Why was it declining? Han Yuantai said in a smile. It's understandable that you do not know this, master. There are mainly 3 reasons for the royal family's decline. Firstly, every emperor is busy attending to the national affairs. They are often participating in various meetings every day and dealing one problem after another. If the emperor is diligent and works on everything in person, he will not have time for training at all. Even if their level is improving, their combat ability is often dropping. If the emperor entrusts the national affairs to the ministers and focuses on training himself, it will be an opportunity for the rise of the local sects, because most of the ministers come from other cultivation sects, and not just the thunderous Qian Hall alone. Secondly, the emperor's throne is the seat of supreme authority. Even if the title is just the nominal leader of the world, many people are still coveting it too. The political struggles within the royal family and the parasital tragedies have never ceased in the past 1,000 years. The emperor are not assured when he entrusts the national affairs to the cultivation sections. But he will be less assured if he entrusts the task to his brother or the other disciples of the thunderous Qian Hall. Ever since the Great Qian dynasty was founded, the thunderous Qian Hall and the entire royal family have been mired in the most cruel internal strife. Counting the new emperor who acceded to the throne last year, there have been 66 emperors in the Great Qian dynasty in the past 1,000 years. On average, every emperor passed away after they were in power for less than 20 years. Their longevity was unbelievably short for cultivators who can easily live up to 200 to 300 years old. It was hardly likely that they died of old age, right? Nobody could tell how many clandestine tales are behind their abrupt death. Thirdly, the world is the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty's world on the surface. Therefore, the emperor is a common foe for all the cultivation sections. No matter how contradictory the cultivation sects are amongst themselves, they will join their hands to compete with the emperor when they are challenged by the latter. The emperor lives inside the royal palace in the capital city. He does not know the real situation in the nation, and most of his army come from the local areas too. If he ends up on bad terms with the cultivation sects, he does not even know for sure whose orders the soldiers will take. How can he expect to fight against the world? After 1,000 years of struggles, the Great Qian dynasty has reached a point where every place is brimming with cultivation sections. The folks only recognize the leaders of the sects but do not know the emperor. When they are in trouble, they will go to the cultivators, hoping that the cultivators will serve justice, instead of reporting the issues to the law enforcement. It is not strange at all that the emperor's orders cannot leave the capital city, or even the royal palace. Deep in thought, Li Yao said, so to speak, for the emperor, the cultivation sects are truly the untreatable and obnoxious cancers. Not just for the emperor. They are cancers that are 100 times more cruel for folks too, Han Yuantai said solemnly. Most of the members of every sect are the aggressive, murderous soldiers. They do not work or have knowledge about any trade. What they do every day is to train themselves with the ways of killing. Besides, their appetite is shocking too. The food they take are dozens times more than that of the ordinary folks. To feed a cultivator who does not have a job and who practices his techniques all day long, even if he is only in the refinement stage, it will still require almost 100 peasants to slog in their farmland day and night. Moreover, the cultivators cannot be just satisfied with food. They also demand the entertaining facilities, the crystals and minerals, and the marvelous pills and medicines. Therefore, when the cultivators and cultivation sects of the great Qin dynasty expanded crazily like mushrooms after a rain, their exploitation on the folks was even harsher. The folks who were affiliated to the cultivation sects couldn't live on any longer. Chapter 1369 Causes of the White Lotus Cult. He even found it difficult to consider his trip a perilous mission like his adventure in the Blood Demon sector. Instead, he felt that he was having fun in an ancient cultivator theme park. It never occurred to him that a world of ancient cultivators that was entirely blocked from the universe could produce such an insightful man as Han Yuan-tai. Han Yuan-ai was already remarkable. What kind of great hero would Han Bailing, the magnificent leader of Ghost Qin, be? What amazing accomplishments would such people have achieved if they were born not in the ancient sages' sector, which was enshrouded in the dark nebula, but in the boundless sea of stars outside? But maybe it was not too late. Whether Li Yao was willing to or not, the ancient cultivators who dominated the ancient sages' sector would break out of the dark nebula and appear in the world of modern cultivators one way or another. What would happen when 300 ancient nascent soul stage cultivators appeared in the Federation, the Imperium, or the Covenant Alliance? Li Yao calmed himself down and pretended that he did not buy it. He sneered, "You must be exaggerating. The cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers have a long history too. Why aren't such things happening here?" The Southland of Sorcerers is different from the main territory of the Great Qin dynasty, Han Yuan-tai replied very peacefully. With all due respect, Master, the Southland of Sorcerers is still in an underdeveloped phase. There are few cultivators in the first place, and the sects here are mostly small, with a membership of 10 or so people. Take your master Elder Five Despairs, for example. He only had 2 disciples, and he lived in a residence deep inside the mountain. He never had a high demand for the villages and tribes nearby. Also, despite the unfavorable climate in the Southland of Sorcerers, the yields of farmlands here are high enough for the ordinary people. If they are left with no choice, they can always feed on bananas if crops cannot be grown. Therefore, while the rest of the world is plagued by wars and famines, the Southland of Sorcerers is a unique, peaceful place. Li Yao was rendered speechless for a moment. Although Han Yuan-tai was from the northern prairies, he truly had a lot of general knowledge about the world. The Southland of Sorcerers was a typical tropical and subtropical rainforest. It seemed unlikely for a prosperous civilization to develop here. But if the locals did not have a high requirement on their living conditions, it was easy for them to survive by feeding on the bananas, cassava, and jackfruit. Therefore, although most of the barbarian cultivators looked ugly and creepy, even if they took one person for food every day, they would be eating only 300 to 500 in a year. But it was nothing unusual for 1 million people to be killed in a famine caused by a great war. Therefore, it might be inappropriate to judge a regime superficially. Li Yao sighed to himself and raised his eyebrows. Is the rest of the Great Qin dynasty different? Of course. For ordinary people, the environment in the Great Qin dynasty's main territory is much harsher than in the Southland of Sorcerers, Han Yuan-tai replied unhurriedly. There are 100 times more cultivators in the Great Qin dynasty than in the Southland of Sorcerers. Also, they are highly organized, greedy, and manipulative. Their demands on the folks are 100 times higher than the barbarian cultivators. In the states of the Great Qin dynasty occupied by the cultivation sects, even including the fertile land of honey and milk in the southeast, the folks are merely struggling to survive under the oppression of the cultivation sects. Really? Li Yao blinked and said, I'm told that the southeast of Great Qin is the land with the most abundant spiritual energy. Of the 108 natural paradises in the ancient sages sector, more than half are in the southeast. How can the people's lives be difficult? You might not know the details, Master. After a chuckle, Han Yuan-tai said, It is exactly because the land in the southeast is too fertile that people's lives are difficult. Oh, Li Yao was truly puzzled this time. How so? It's simple. Because of the land is brimming with spiritual energy, naturally, the crops in the land belong to the cultivators. How can the ordinary folks deserve them? In the southeast, near the towns occupied by the cultivation sects, of every 15 acres of farmland, at least 7 are dedicated to the spiritual rice that is specially grown as food for the cultivators. Such rice grains are as large as pearls and contain bountiful spiritual energy. They are also known as jade crystal pellets. Because of food's contribution to the buildup of cultivation and the refill of spiritual energy, it is the most common food in the cultivation sections. Since the jade crystal pellet has so many merits, the ordinary folks who grow it are of course unqualified to enjoy it. All the cultivation sects forbid such folks from eating a single jade crystal pellet. Also, they are not able to eat such food even if they want to. The intense spiritual energy inside the food can only be dissolved with cultivation arts in order to provide nutrition. If the ordinary people eat the food accidentally, 1 grain of the rice will be enough to blow up their stomach and kill them. What about the other 8 acres? Liao asked. The cultivators can't just feed on rice. Han Yuantai smiled. The remaining land will be used to grow ingredients for pills, fodder for rare animals, and raw materials for the cultivators' robes. As a result, most of the produce of the 15 acres of land are for the cultivation sections. What the folks have is just half an acre. Li Yao was dazed. Only half an acre? Not half an acre, Han Yuanai said. For the local cultivation sects, however much they despise the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, they have to submit taxes more or less. Most of the taxes, as you can imagine, are from the half-acre of land. The jade crystal pellet is a good thing. With the jade crystal pellet, the training will be very efficient. Also, together with the enhancement of the natural paradises, the cultivators in the southeast are larger in number and stronger on average. The more cultivators and the stronger they are, the higher the demand on jade crystal pellets. The more jade crystal pellets that they eat, the more cultivators. The more cultivators, the greater the consumption of the jade crystal pellets. When do you think such a vicious cycle will end, Master? Lost for words, Li Yao furrowed his brows. Therefore, even in the prosperous land in the southeast, where people can squeeze oil out of the soil, the folks are starved every year and can barely make ends meet. Why else do you think the riot of White Lotus broke out? His interest piqued. Li Yao craned his neck and asked, I've heard of the White Lotus cult recently. What is it exactly? I'm told that it was founded by a woman named Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, who claimed to be mother of all ghosts. Is she really so tough? Han Yuantai nodded and said, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu is certainly the troublesome leader of spectral cultivators in the ancient sages sector. She is definitely among the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector. Even my brother Han Bailing thinks very highly of her. However, the rise of the mother was merely the doing of the cultivators in the southeast themselves. As I said earlier, the cultivation sects in the southeast, in order to raise more cultivators, expanded the coverage of the jade crystal pellet and the marvelous herbs in the farmland. 90% of the yields of the farmland were unenjoyable for the ordinary people. As a result, the folks in the southeast were hungry all year long. When there was anything wrong with the climate, famines would break out. During a famine, a person might resort to anything when they are too hungry. Although knowing that eating the jade crystal pellets meant death, a lot of folks still couldn't bear the temptation of a round, fragrant jade crystal pellet. They would die of starvation if they did not take the food, and they would be killed because their stomach was blown up if they did. Therefore, they might as well take the food and die with a full belly. Such things happen all the time, but however gory the situation was, the cultivators would not plant any crops edible for ordinary people on their precious land at the risk of starving themselves. However, it never occurred to the cultivators that the jade crystal pellet, as a supreme hybrid strain of rice only invented hundreds of years ago, had an expected feature. The jade crystal pellet boasts immense spiritual energy. Although the ordinary people would be killed because they could not digest the spiritual energy, it would nurture their soul when they were dying and make their souls purer and stronger. Their odds of being transformed into spectral cultivators was significantly higher. After a famine, it was common for countless folks to die because they stole the jade crystal pellet as food. Corpses whose guts were flowing on the ground were left everywhere. However, there were countless ghosts full of hatred, too. Those folks were harmless ants who posed absolutely no threat to the cultivators when they were alive. However, the jade crystal pellet had nourished their soul and endowed them with the capability of inhaling and exhaling natural spiritual energy. Also, because of their miserable death, their hate often lingered on in their soul, turning them into very troublesome, haunting ghosts. The White Lotus Cult is an organization made of the haunting ghosts and their families. Because the jade crystal pellet cleansed their soul, they were able to keep part of their memories when they were alive, unlike the more common ghosts that kill anyone randomly they met. They still recognized their family, and they blamed the cultivation sects for their misfortune. Naturally, the haunting ghosts that transformed from the ordinary people were the spectral cultivators of the lowest level. Even the cultivators in the refinement stage could kill dozens of them easily. Therefore, the cultivation sects did not think much of it in the beginning. However, the famines in the southeast would never end as long as the coverage of the jade, crystal pellet, and marvelous herbs was not reduced. There would only be more and more haunting ghosts. 1,000,000 haunting ghosts are savaging the southeast today. Even if the cultivation sects could eliminate 999,999 of them, the lucky survivor would absorb the hatred of their companions and grow even stronger. It is the same logic as how you raise the king of insects in the Southland of Sorcerers. When many insects are kept in the same cage for elimination, the last survivor will certainly be the strongest of all. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu is deservedly known as the mother of all ghosts, born after absorbing the hatred of 1,000,000 haunting ghosts. It was the first time that Li Yao had heard the story from a different perspective. Whether it was true or not, it was refreshing enough. The White Lotus cult already thrived quietly in the southeast almost 80 years ago, Han Yuantai said. The cultivators labeled the White Lotus cult as unpardonable devils, claiming that they were slaying evil and serving justice. They suppressed the White Lotus cult cruelly and broke into the headquarters of the White Lotus cult hundreds of times. However, soon after the cultivators announced that the White Lotus cult had been completely demolished, new haunting ghosts of the White Lotus cult were generated in the fertile land that was brimming with jade crystal pellets again. Mother White Lotus herself had been executed by multiple cultivators almost 100 times. However, before long, she would be reincarnated in the hatred of the public again. The southeast is of paramount importance to the great Qian dynasty. As you have mentioned yourself, Master, half of the 108 natural paradises of the ancient sages sector are in the southeast. Almost all the powerful sects have established important branches, if not their headquarters in the southeast. The southeast is the world of cultivators. Why has it been haunted by so many ghosts for decades? How is the Ghost Queen trained enough to become one of the top 10 experts in the world? Is it not a sign that the great Qian dynasty is on the brink of its doom? Li Yao slightly nodded. Well, observing his face, Han Yuantai thought that the old monster was changing his mind. Overjoyed and excited, he raised his voice and said, "The situation in the southeast is relatively better. 1,000 cultivation sects are there to suppress the enemy after all. The riot of the White Lotus cult often dies as quickly as it appears. The overall peace can be sustained for now. However, in the northwest of the great Qian dynasty, heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing's bandits are utterly untamable." Li Yao nodded and said, "I've heard the name of heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing a lot too. I'm told that he is also a super expert who rose to fame during my decades of seclusion. He is even more dominating than Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. What's his background exactly?" Han Yuantai burst into laughter. He doesn't have any background at all. He was just a soil rat. However, during such a world-shifting era, one's background is the least decisive factor for one's success. Everybody can achieve great things with bravery and determination. The northwest of the great Qian dynasty used to be the center of the ancient sages sector 100,000 years ago. Dozens of ancient dynasties thrived around the place, but after such a long time, the hundreds of thousands of years of consumption have almost drained all the spiritual energy. It is now a poor and desolate land with barely any resources. The folks in the southeast are still qualified to be exploited by the cultivation sects, but in the northwest, they do not even stand a chance to be exploited because there is barely any land, however infertile it is in this area. Of all the barren land, the relatively acceptable part is all under the control of the cultivation sections. Not the slightest scrap of land will be shared with the ordinary folks. A lot of folks starve even when the climate is ideal. You can imagine how serious the famines are when there's a natural disaster. When there's a famine, the peasants are forced to leave their homes and gather into locust-like mobs. If they plunder any food in their foray, they will survive one more day. When they are too hungry, they are even bold enough to attack the headquarters of the cultivation sects and even lunge at the mighty nascent soul stage cultivators. The hungry folks in the southeast boast some combat ability after they are transformed into haunting ghosts by the jade crystal pellets, Li Yao sneered. But the northwest peasants have no access to the jade crystal pellets, do they? Then, what can a million ravenous peasants do to the impenetrable cultivation sects and the marvelous cultivators? Han Yuantai nodded heavily. That's exactly what the court and the cultivators thought in the beginning, Master. Therefore, for decades, their attention was focused on the White Lotus cult in the southeast. After all, however many homeless peasants there were in the northwest, they were still ordinary people. Ordinary people attacking the headquarters of the cultivation sects was like eggs hitting rocks. It's just a joke. However, it would appear that the Great Qian dynasty is truly doomed because the most bizarre things happened. The northwest of the Great Qian dynasty was the earliest prosperous place in the ancient sages sector. The Cloud Qin Empire, the first unified dynasty in the ancient sages sector, rose from the northwest 100,000 years ago. Dozens of dynasties and countless traditional sects have been headquartered in the northwest. There were too many tombs, residences, relics, and secret treasures below the ground there, many of which escaped the explorers' attention after millenniums of excavation. Therefore, quite a few people in the northwest lived in ancient tombs, residences, and relics. The grave robbers are known as soil rats. The ancient tombs, especially those of high-level cultivators, were often deployed in the best terrain, secured by special rune arrays. The magical equipment of the tomb owner was often buried together with them, too. If you are fooling me again, Li Yao interrupted coldly. The tombs of the high-level cultivators must be protected by the most powerful barriers. Even a cultivator might be killed if they broke in recklessly. How can an ordinary grave robber come and go freely? It is, of course, the case for the tombs in the recent 10,000 years, Han Yuantai explained. But even the strongest cultivator cannot resist the passage of time. Spiritual energy can be vaporized and venom may go dry. The traps will decay and collapse. For the solidest tombs 100,000 years ago, one earthquake might have been enough to trigger and deactivate all the traps inside, exposing the central room inside the tomb. If fortunate enough, even an ordinary person can go into the tomb and return with full loads easily. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. He had excavated quite a lot of ancient relics himself. The underground fortress of the Star Ocean Imperium on Spider Den, Chaos by Yenji's Mausoleum, and even Kunlun had all been in serious states of disrepair. That was why the latecomers were able to enter easily and retreat in one piece. Even if the soil rats who robbed those tombs are ordinary people in the beginning, after activities in such tombs filled with spiritual energy for a long time, it is possible for them to become cultivators if they are lucky enough to survive. Heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng was such a soil rat in the beginning. It was also one of the few professions that could provide enough food for a person in the northwest. Rumors among the cultivators have it that he accidentally discovered an ancient tomb from 90,000 years ago whose owner had turned into a deadly wraith. Then, there's no telling what incidents Qi Changsheng went through in the tomb, or maybe it was because something in him earned the deadly wraith's appreciation, but he was granted an indestructible body afterward. The profession of soil rat was certainly not intolerable for any cultivation sect. Exploring the relics is the cultivator's privilege. If the filthy, ordinary people are qualified to claim the ancient relics, won't everything fall into disorder? Therefore, Qi Changxing soon became a brutal bandit wanted by almost 100 sects in the northwest. The guy truly deserved to be called a brutal bandit. Before he grasped the 1,000 miles of bare land technique, his most dominating technique, he was surrounded by hundreds of cultivators. However, he fought a bloody way out with a broken saber and escaped. It's said that the dry land in the dozens of square kilometers was dyed red after the battle. The bloody clouds soared up and did not fade away until 3 days later. It was truly a breathtaking battle. After breaking out of the siege, Qi Changxing decided that he should pursue further. He summoned all the soil rats in the northwest and joined the army of the homeless peasants. The soil rats who earned their living in the ancient tombs certainly had their own expertise. Their participation significantly improved the capabilities of the army of the homeless peasants. After countless sacrifices, they were finally able to break into the headquarters of the first Cultivation sect. Everything became easier after the headquarters were broken into. The homeless peasants claimed all the crystals, magical equipment, herbs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, and cultivation arts in the Cultivation sects. A lot of cultivators were captured by Qi Changxing too. Qi Changxing intentionally kept the low-level disciples in the sect alive and asked them to mince the high-level cultivators in the sect into pieces and eat the flesh. Even if the high-level cultivators had already been killed by Qi Changxing, the disciples were still forced to cut up their flesh and eat it. Whoever disobeyed the order would be minced immediately, and their flesh would be divided between everyone, too. Slaying their seniors and even swallowing their seniors' flesh were the greatest felonies. Nobody could save the low-level cultivators. Henceforth, the low-level cultivators could only work for Qi Changxing because they would not be embraced by any cultivation sect. In the meantime, he released false messages and pretended that he was still attacking the cultivation sect, attracting the other sects to reinforce it. While keeping the homeless peasants in the headquarters as bait, Qi Changxing led the low-level cultivators who had just joined him and ambushed the headquarters of the reinforcing sects when they had dispatched their available forces to save the sect being attacked. After another cultivation sect was breached, he did exactly the same. The captives were divided into two parts. The low-level cultivators were asked to surround the high-level cultivators and join his gang after they committed the unpardonable felony. After they joined the gang, they were coerced into attacking the nest of the third cultivation sect without any breaks. Just like that, the army of low-level cultivators under Qi Changxing's command snowballed and swept across the entire northwest. When the cultivators who reinforced the first sect finally annihilated all the homeless peasants that he had intentionally left there, Qi Changxing had already broken into the nests of 12 cultivation sections. By plundering the crystals, magical equipment, cultivation arts, and low-level cultivators, he turned the previous mob into a brutal army of cultivators, the heaven-battering army. At such a moment of life and death, the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty still do not change. They are too addicted to their internal strife to join their hands to revive great Qian. With the great enemies around, are the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty still busy dealing with each other? Liu Frona tarde. Great enemies? Holding back his laughter, Han Yuantai asked, "If I may ask you, Master, who do you think the greatest enemy for the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty is?" Liao pondered for a moment and replied, "There cannot be two monarchs. If I were the emperor, I would certainly not tolerate the local magnates who develop their sects into independent kingdoms. Therefore, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty is the greatest enemy for the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty." Han Yuanai shook his head. "The White Lotus cult and the heaven-battering army are causing trouble in southeast and northwest." Liao tried again. "If they work together, it's possible that they can split the nation apart. They are the archenemies of the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty." Han Yuanai shook his head again. "Are you saying that Ghost Qin is the greatest enemy for them?" Liao asked angrily. Han Yuantai shook his head and laughed. "Not the emperor, not the White Lotus cult, or the heaven-battering army, not Cloud Qin. The greatest enemy for the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty is themselves." Liao stared at him coldly, without blinking. Han Yuantai found it hard to breathe under Liao's gaze, but he gritted his teeth to explain. As I recall, Master, you pointed it out earlier that the most important things for a cultivator are wealth, residence, arts, and partners, or in short, resources. One can only train oneself with spiritual energy, crystals, magical equipment, cultivation arts, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Without resources, even the highest aptitude will mean nothing. Therefore, for every cultivation sect, it is their natural instinct to defend the resources that they have and gain as many more resources as possible. Then, here comes a question. Where are most of the wealth, residence, arts, and partners concentrated? The whole world is the emperor's domain. Naturally, the royal family has tremendous resources. However, the royal family has been declining for hundreds of years now. All the resources are running dry. Also, the target is too obvious. Whoever dares to rob them may be attacked by everybody else. The White Lotus cult is just a bunch of ghosts who train themselves by absorbing other people's hatred, which is totally different from the prevailing methodology among the cultivators. They have also been eliminated dozens of times. How many resources can they have? The Heaven Battering Army is a horde of bandits. After every raid, they will consume all the resources on the spot. Then, they will be as poor as before. The situation is similar in Cloud Sheen. The Dark Cloud Prairies are a bitter cold land with barely any natural paradises. The cultivators from the Dark Cloud Prairies are best known for their dearth of belongings. Other than the dragon wolves, few items here are worth hunting. Fighting the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and Cloud Sheen will earn the cultivation sects little. After fierce battles, even at the risk of sacrificing a few core formation stage cultivators or nascent soul stage cultivators, they may get nothing in the end. So why bother? Some people do risky businesses, but no one will do unrewarding businesses. Waging a war upon the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, or Cloud Sheen is one such unrewarding business. Therefore, the cultivators from the noble sects of the Great Qian dynasty will never consider us as targets unless we are asking for their trouble. You know what I'm getting now, Master, don't you? The majority of the wealth, residences, arts, and partners in the entire ancient sages sector lie in the hands of the noble sects. For the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty, 80 sects split the wealth, residences, arts, and partners in the beginning. Naturally, their days were happy and carefree. But right now, almost 4,000 sects are splitting the same wealth, residences, arts, and partners. There are more wolves, but there is less meat. It is not hard to imagine what a bad relationship those sects are in. Therefore, despite the ostensible peace, the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty are fighting each other in the most brutal way in secret. Since they claim to be noble sects, Li Yao said solemnly, how can they fight each other in the most brutal way? They cannot just rob other people of their treasures, can they? Cronyism, vilification frame up. There are always approaches. You may not believe my empty talk, so let me give you a real-life example. As you know, Master, I am the leader of the Behemothik unit, one of the 8 units of Cloud Sheen. I am also Han Bailing's brother. I'm a famous guy in the Dark Cloud Prairies. Then, why was I bold enough to sneak into the southeast crossing such a long way? Was I not worried that the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty would send out a lot of nascent soul stage cultivators to kill me? Liao narrowed his eyes. Right? My appearance was not within your expectations. So, you were confident that you would return safe and sound. Why? Ha! Han Yuantai laughed and said, because I knew that nobody else except for the Ling family and the Purple Pole Sword sect would carry out the appeasing mission. And even the Purple Pole Sword sect would not deploy all its experts. It would be their best to send out a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage and one in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. That's because many people within the Great Qian dynasty did not want the mission to succeed, or rather, they intentionally wanted it to fail so that the Ling family would be crushed. Then, the Ling family's fall would be an opening for them to deal with the Purple Pole Sword sect, the best sword sect in the world, allowing them to split the wealth, residences, arts, and partners under the Purple Pole Sword sect's control. Oh! Li Yao's eyes shuddered, and he sniffed heavily. The The Purple Pole Sword sect has been passed on for almost 1,000 years. It is one of the most powerful sects in the world. Why is it hated by so many people? There must be a reason, mustn't there? Of course there is. After a mysterious smile, Han Yuantai said, "It is because the Purple Pole Sword sect and the noble families under the Purple Pole Sword sect's protection, including the Ling family, are all the eunuch's conspirators." The eunuch's conspirators, Li Yao's acting skills were being tested. He felt like vomiting blood. It all started with Emperor Qiyuan of the Great Qian dynasty, who passed away last year, Han Yuantai said unhurriedly. As I said just now, if the emperor is too busy handling the complicated national affairs, he will have no time to train himself, and his own strength will decline. Not only will he be unable to intimidate the nascent soul stage cultivators in the major sects, it will also be possible for them to die of natural causes without a good reason. On the other hand, if the emperor is ambitious enough to grow into a top expert to intimidate the local nascent soul stage cultivators, he will have to entrust national affairs to someone else. It is not an option to entrust them to the ministers because most of the ministers originate from the local sections. All they think of is how to earn benefits for their own sect. It is not an option to entrust them to the brothers either. Who can resist the temptation of the emperor's throne? If he raises his brother's ambitions, won't he be inviting trouble for himself? So, with everything in consideration, the emperor can only entrust the national affairs to one group of people, the eunuchs around him. Eunuchs do not belong to any sect. They are loyal to the emperor. They do not have offspring. It doesn't matter at all however ambitious they are. In the eyes of the emperor, they are more trustworthy than ministers and brothers. Therefore, of the 66 emperors of the Great Qian dynasty, those who set their life goal as grasping the extraordinary arts have almost all been assisted by the eunuchs, who seized great power. It was exactly the case when Emperor Qiyuan was on the throne. As a famous training maniac, he dedicated himself to the marvelous techniques. He considered Emperor Wu as his role model and intended to suppress all the sects with unstoppable personal strength by advancing into the divinity transformation stage. He would train himself day and night and had no time to deal with national affairs after all. Therefore, he raised a spokesperson for him in the court, Wang Shi, the lead eunuch. Wang Shi. Li Yao chewed on the name silently. The name sounded rather plain, but since Han Yuantai had brought up the name to waste his time, the guy must have been a formidable man on par with Mother White Lotus, Wan Mingzhu, and heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing. As he expected, Han Yuantai said, "A lot of powerful eunuchs have appeared in the Great Qian dynasty before. The cultivation sects knew what the emperor was interested in and could not push him too far. Therefore, they simply conspired with the eunuchs and deceived the emperor together. Not much trouble was ever caused. So, after Wang Shi distinguished himself, the cultivation sects never thought too highly of him and coerced him in the old way, tempting him to stand on their side. However, Wang Shi was no ordinary eunuch. His wisdom, determination, planning, and cultivation were among the best. Pretending to be awed by the cultivation sects and greedy about fame and fortune, Wang Shi agreed to cooperate with them. He informed them of the emperor's every action and turned a blind eye to their unlawful doings in their territory. But in secret, he tried to intensify the conflict among multiple cultivation sects through his diplomacy skills, leading to quite a few clandestine competitions among the sects. He even established an agency of assassination and espionage, known as Ghost Character, under the connivance of many cultivation sects to help those sects settle the troubles that were best kept a secret. Just like that, Wang Shi partly diminished the power of the major sects by forcing them into internal strife and partly built up an underground organization. He also grasped countless secrets of the famous sections. With his broken body, he manipulated the entire world. When the time was right and he finally revealed what he really was, the cultivation sects finally discovered that not only did the inconspicuous, ballless eunuch boast countless loyal subordinates, he was also an incredible swordsman himself with an unbelievably high cultivation. What? Li Yao finally could not help it and exclaimed, "A eunuch turned out to be an incredible swordsman?" Exactly. After a bitter smile, Han Yuantai said, "The wretched eunuch was in fact one of the strongest sword cultivators in the world. Even his enemies had to admit that, however unwillingly. That is the first facet of Wang Shi's formidability. Chapter 1372 Bloodless and Tearless Years. Therefore, after 1,000 years, many powerful eunuchs who were adept at politics emerged in the great Qian dynasty, but many of the eunuchs boasted rather extraordinary personal strength themselves. When the thunderous Qian Hall rose and established the great Qian dynasty, almost 1,000 sects were demolished. Most of the secret treasures and magical equipment of those sects were accumulated in the royal family's private treasury. It was not wrong at all for the emperor to take out some of the techniques for the eunuchs around him to practice. Since those eunuchs had no sex or offspring, who else could they pass on their experience in training or their self-invented arts to but the younger eunuchs around them? Just like that, the older eunuchs taught the younger eunuchs, and the younger eunuchs taught the even younger eunuchs. After dozens of generations, they managed to combine the essence of training of hundreds of sects from previous dynasties and conclude a set of extremely mysterious arts that were particularly suitable for their broken bodies. That arts were known as apparitional night. Wang Shi possessed the experience that the imperial bodyguards had left for dozens of generations. He was a peak expert who had cultivated the apparitional night technique to the highest level and knew all the relevant techniques. Before Wang Shi, most of the eunuchs hid themselves inside the royal palace and hardly showed up in the world of cultivators. They merely worked as the emperor's bodyguards and helped the emperor train himself. Because of their bodies, they were mostly quite self-loathing. Their lineage was quite clandestine too. No one from the outside world had ever learned of their existence. It was not until Wang Shi rose to power that the many cultivation sects learned of the existence of apparitional night and realized how strong the eunuch experts inside the royal palace were. Wang Shi had hidden his claws and teeth for decades and behaved obediently toward the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty for a simple purpose, which was to instigate trouble among the cultivators, diminish the capabilities of the major sects, and even make the nascent soul-stage cultivators kill each other or pursue the tantalizing immortality. Eventually, the emperor would be able to be the real master of the world. Liao laughed. So, Wang Shi was a loyal man? He might have been loyal to Emperor Qiyuan, and part of his purpose was achieved too. But as a result, the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty were divided, and the conflicts among them were more intense than ever, which created a great opportunity for the White Lotus cult, the heaven-battering army, and Cloud Qin. If we think that way, was Wang Shi a loyal subordinate or a great villain? Heaven only knows. Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. If the emperor intended to gather power, he would have to weaken the local sects. But if the local sects were too weak, the entire great Qian dynasty would be dying. It was a move that would bring as many losses as gains and should not be employed easily. Did the major sects follow Wang Shi's words so obediently? Did they simply attack each other when Wang Shi asked them to? On one hand, Han Yuantai said, it was because Wang Shi's instigation was too thorough and flawless, but more importantly, it was because the conflict due to wealth, residences, arts, and partners among the major sects had already reached an extreme and become utterly unmitigable. The relationship among the major sects was like an unstoppable flood. What Wang Shi did was merely give it a push. I'm often told that the Southland of Sorcerers is an uncivilized place, and the barbarian cultivators are primitive savages, while the cultivators from Central Plateaus value law and morals. I never know that this is the reality. Liao sneered. Law and morals? Ha ha! Han Yuantai slapped his thigh and laughed. Have you ever heard this saying before, Master? When you have a marvelous weapon, you will be tempted to kill someone with it. Even an ordinary farmer will be eager to try his newly purchased saber after he buys one. Besides, every cultivation sect keeps a huge bunch of disciples who do not have jobs, but are fully devoted to training. Those disciples can eat half a bowl for a single meal, blow apart a rock with a single punch, and cut off a couple of heads the moment after they launch their flying swords. Yet, other than fighting and killing, they are capable of and interested in nothing. Do you want to release the young, disobedient disciples to fight outsiders, or keep them within the sect to fight themselves? If law and morals are truly valued, why are they keeping so many disciples who don't work but only kill? Morals cannot feed anyone. All in all, it is the jade crystal pellet all over again. The more disciples a cultivation sect has, the more resources they will demand. In order to secure more resources, they will have to recruit even more ferocious disciples. It is an unending loop. All the sects have been caught in such a loop. Whoever jumps out of the loop will be swallowed by others because they are incapable of protecting themselves. Such a vicious cycle leads to the merciless, bloodless, and tearless years we are in. Their so-called morals are just bullsh**t. Li Yao was silent for a long time. Then, after a long sigh, he said, "Judging from your tone, Wang Shi lost his power in the end, didn't he?" "Exactly. Hanayantai know that. Everything wanes after it waxes." After Wang Shi fully revealed his sharpness, he was able to suppress the sects in the world, but the divided cultivators of the great Qian dynasty were unified again in secret. Also, as his cultivation and his power increased, and when he was flattered by countless sects, Wang Shi's own state of mind might have gone through subtle changes too. He was no longer satisfied with being Emperor Qiyuan's puppet. There's no telling what kind of breathtaking drama happened among the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty, Wang Shi, and Emperor Qiyuan later. But eventually, after Wang Shi intimidated the world for almost 10 years with his unparalleled power, Emperor Qiyuan, his greatest reliance, died abruptly at the beginning of last year. Wang Shi was perhaps really loyal to Emperor Qiyuan and never thought of betraying him, but he was not necessarily so loyal to the new emperor. He was even taking advantage of the new emperor's young age and regarded the new emperor as his puppet instead. This time, he made the same mistake as the cultivation sects did in the past. He underestimated the new emperor and never realized that the young monarch was as ambitious as him, not a man who was content with being a puppet or below anyone. As powerful as Wang Shi was, his position had to be justified by his respect for the emperor. When the emperor and the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty both opposed him, there was no way that he could resist it. His 10 years of hard work completely collapsed half a year after Emperor Qiyuan died abruptly. However, the man was a top-tier swordsman after all. He was also prudent and knew the importance of keeping retreats. After he was forced to resign, he vanished into thin air before the emperor and the cultivators hunted him. Not only did Wang Shi run away, he also stole tremendous magical equipment, secret arts, and medicines from the emperor's personal treasury, as well as all the wealth that he had accumulated in the past decade. More importantly, the secrets about the major sects that he had collected through the espionage agency Ghost character were still under his control. The magical equipment, secret arts, medicines, and wealth might not be important, but the stinky, clandestine secrets in Wang Shi's hands were like daggers pressed against the backs of the major cultivators. Therefore, Wang Shi is now the public enemy of every cultivator in the great Qian dynasty. No sect does not want him dead. It's a shame that they do not even know where Wang Shi is hiding. Wang Shi, the lead eunuch, Wan Mingzhu, Mother White Lotus, Qi Changsheng, the heaven-battering king, and my brother Han Bailing, regent of Cloud Qin. They are the 4 greatest headaches for the great Qian dynasty, known as the 4 rapscallions. In fact, if the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty were not divided and asking for their own doom, what could the 4 rapscallions do, however brutal they were? Li Yao pondered to himself for a long time before he asked, "Are the Purple Pole Sword sect and the Ling family really Wang Shi's subordinates?" Han Yuantai smiled. Too many things were involved in Wang Shi's fall. The cultivators of the great Qian dynasty started their internal strife again, with the court as their battlefield. They are accusing each other of being the eunuch's conspirators, in exactly the same way as they barraged their dissidents before. If they are talking about the eunuch's conspirators, which of the sects were absolutely not connected with him during the 10 years that Wang Shi was in power? The sects that were determined to go against him have long been annihilated by the sects that were working with him. As for the Purple Pole Sword sect, they're just not very lucky. Wang Shi was an extraordinary swordsman. Naturally, he was interested in the mysteries of the sword. The Purple Pole Sword sect is the best sword sect in the world. Naturally, there are countless sword art classics and famous sword cultivators in the sect. Therefore, when Wang Shi was in power, He often visited the Purple Pole sword sect to discuss sword arts with them. With his power and cultivation at that time, could the Purple Pole sword sect turn him down? Therefore, on the surface, the Purple Pole sword sect was more intimate with Wang Shi than other sects were. But after Wang Shi's fall, it became the Purple Pole sword sect's greatest sin. However, the Purple Pole sword sect is the best sword sect in the world after all. It is not so easy to deal with. That's why the major sects began with the Ling family, a family affiliated with the Purple Pole sword sect. They gave the Ling family a mission that was barely accomplishable. If the Ling family did fail, and even raise a riot in the Southland of Sorcerers, it would have been a great excuse to attack the Purple Pole sword sect. They could even blame the Purple Pole sword sect for conspiring with Wang Shi and rebelling in the Southland of Sorcerers. In that case, the Purple Pole sword sect would certainly be doomed. The Purple Pole sword sect understood the situation clearly. However, most of the experts of the sect had to stay in the headquarters to keep an eye on the covetous sects nearby. Therefore, they could only spare 2 young, inexperienced cultivators, one at the peak of the core formation stage, and the other in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, for the mission. Their arrangement was within my brother Han Bailing's expectations. That is why he was bold enough to ask me to infiltrate the great Qian dynasty's territory and reach the Southland of Sorcerers. Li Yao bulged his eyes and asked in disbelief. Even the issues of national importance can be taken advantage of for the conflicting sects. Han Yuantai burst into laughter. You may not know this, Master, but what I spoke about was just the first clue of the shameless deeds of the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty. If I elaborate on them, 3 days and 3 nights will not be enough. Not just a tiny Southland of Sorcerers. Do you think that the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and even Cloud Sheen are not backed by the major sects? What? Li Yao rose in utmost shock. What's to be surprised at? Han Yuantai replied matter-of-factly. You will understand everything very quickly if you consider it carefully, Master. Assuming that the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, or Cloud Sheen takes down a certain sect, who will get the greatest gains? The White Lotus cult is made of wandering ghosts, and the Heaven Battering Army consists of homeless peasants. Cloud Sheen is based on the dark cloud prairies and cannot stay in the central plateaus for long. Even if we truly break into a sect, the only thing that we can do is run away after we plunder something. How much can we plunder in a hurry? Also, no matter how much we plunder, it is impossible to bring the sect's natural paradise away with us. After we evacuate, or after we are eliminated by the coalition army of the major sects, whom will the natural paradise and the remaining resources of the broken sect belong to? If you understand the question, you will understand why the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and Cloud Sheen have never been eliminated and are growing stronger after every elimination. Honestly speaking, many noble sects in the great Qian dynasty regard us as knives and hungry dogs. They're worried that we are not sharp and voracious enough. Last year, the light cavalry of Cloud Sheen crushed the heavy cavalry of the court of 300,000 soldiers. We swept across the north and marched toward the capital city, trampling upon the headquarters of more than 50 cultivation sects in the north on our way. If I tell you that certain southern sects were behind the battle, and that it was an extension of the conflicts between the northern sects and the southern sects in the great Qian dynasty, would you believe it, Master? Li Yao felt chilly. He mumbled. Are the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty not scared that the tigers will grow uncontrollable after they are fed too much? Ha ha ha! Hanirantai log hedalod. In the eyes of the spectacular cultivators, people of Cloud Sheen and people in the Southland of Sorcerers are just a bunch of wild dogs. They throw a few bones to us and ask us to bite someone, and we will. We are quite useful tools. Are we tigers at all? Li Yao was rendered speechless. Master, seeing that the timing was appropriate, Han Yuantai beamed with sincerity and declared, Heed my words. All the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty are shameless, cunning, pretentious, and treacherous. A great expert growing up in the jungles in the southeast who has been secluded for training will absolutely be no match for them in terms of schemes and deception. The great Qian dynasty is a dirty swirl right now. Should you get involved, You will not even know how you get killed. Li Yao glanced at him and smiled. We are finally getting back to the main topic now, aren't we? You are belittling the great Qian dynasty with all your talk about dynastical cancer, public hatred, and internal strife. Is Ghost Qin of the Dark Cloud Prairies any different? Is it able to cure the cancer? Of course. Holding his head high, Han Yuantai replied confidently. Cloud Qin is not at all similar to Great Qian. We are unifying all the cultivators with the 8-unit system, the most advanced system in the history of the ancient sages sector. There were few sects in the vast northern prairies in the first place. They were never too strong. After my brother Han Bailing unified the tribes in the prairies as per the arrangement of fate, he understood the principle that cultivation sects are the cancer of a nation with his unparalleled wisdom. Therefore, he swept across the dark cloud prairies with iron and blood, uprooting the few sections. He restrained all the shamans, priests, and unaffiliated cultivators with military rules and classified them into 8 units: Behemothic Eagle, Black Tortoise, Blue Dragon, Crimson Phoenix. When the 8 units are combined, they make a well-organized army where every order is executed without fail. Why do we call ourselves Cloud Qin? The ignorant folks of the great Qian dynasty say that we are intentionally looking for an awesome ancestor to justify ourselves. They are too short-sighted to understand our ambitions. We are, of course, the descendants of the Cloud Qin Empire in the past. However, it is not their bloodline that we have inherited, but their spirit. The Cloud Qin Empire was the first magnificent dynasty to end the chaotic battles among the thousands of sects and unify the entire ancient sages sector 100,000 years ago. How did they achieve that? Through the inviolable rules that all cultivators were bound by. All the cultivators of Cloud Qin were taught to focus on national fights and not personal ones. They were strictly forbidden from internal fights. Once discovered, both parties involved in the fight would be punished. Then, all the Cloud Qin cultivators were divided into 20 levels. Each level corresponds to a certain quantity of training resources that was larger than the last levels. It was not one's cultivation, but one's military credits that mattered during the classification. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator was not entitled to any crystals if they had not earned any military credits. They would still be despised by other cultivators. Even a cultivator in the low level of the refinement stage would receive the most resources from the nation regardless of their aptitude, as long as they made great contributions in the battles against other forces. As a result, the whole of Cloud Qin became a super sect and an invincible army, which was the foundation of the Cloud Qin Empire's cause to unify the world. It's a pity that the Cloud Qin Empire in the past never really realized the harms of the cultivation sections. They only discouraged the cultivation sects from growing within the empire, but never eliminated them. After the empire was established and the world was at peace, the leadership eased their wariness and rewarded the cultivation sections. As a result, the cultivation sects were rekindled, which eventually led to the doom of the empire. The 100,000 years that followed were the age of cultivation sections. The magnates in the nascent soul stage decided the national affairs and manipulated the emperor. Not a single dynasty was able to eclipse the cultivation sects. After 100,000 years, we, the younger generation of Cloud Qin, are going to finish the cause that the Cloud Qin Empire failed to accomplish in the past. We will eliminate the cancer named sects forever and establish an everlasting, supreme nation. Right now, all the cultivators of Cloud Qin know only the nation, but not the sections. Or rather, the whole of Cloud Qin is a great sect and a super army. The Cloud Qin cultivators live in peace against common, external foes. Private fights are strictly forbidden, but healthy competition among the 8 units is encouraged. Also, like the ancient Cloud Qin, we have established 20 levels. The training resources are allocated according to the level that the cultivators are in, and the level is determined based on military credits earned in battle. Therefore, although the Cloud Qin cultivators are smaller in number and weaker in general, everything is clean and well-functioning. The dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators are united as one. We are not nearly as filthy and stinky as the great Qian dynasty, which is nothing more than an apple of Sodom. That's just your side of the story, Li Yao said coldly. Is the so-called 8-unit system an elixir to all diseases? Are the lives of ordinary people in Cloud Qin any better than those in Great Qian? Han Yuan I put it straightforwardly. It is the law of nature that common folk must provide resources for cultivators. However, there is no internal strife among cultivation sects in Cloud Qin. The valuable resources will not be wasted in vain. Also, we consider the ordinary folk to be our property, and we would hardly kill the goose that lays eggs. When a shepherd is herding livestock on the prairies, he can only get enough food by treating the livestock well and making them gain weight, right? The cultivators are wolves, and ordinary people are sheep. First of all, there can't be too many wolves, and the pack cannot expand infinitely. The ratio of wolves to sheep to grass must be kept within an appropriate range. Secondly, the wolves cannot be too greedy. If all the fat sheep are devoured to satisfy the momentary desire, and the only things left are the lambs and the sick sheep, it won't be long before the extinction of the entire wolf pack. They are the ultimate laws of nature that my brother Han Bailing perceived on the vast prairies in the north. Chapter 1370, For the Birth of a Country. Master, Han Yuan I suddenly grew excited. He waved his hands and exclaimed, "Do you think that I risked my life visiting the Southland of Sorcerers for the simple purpose of overturning the great Qian dynasty and replacing it with Cloud Qin? If so, you've underestimated the Cloud Qin people's ambitions again. My brother Han Bailing often says that if this was just a regular change of dynasties, we might as well save ourselves the trouble. That's because such changes of dynasties have happened in the ancient sages' dynasty hundreds of times in the past 100,000 years, but none of the new dynasties ever lasted more than 3,000 years. Even the most vigorous dynasty, after 1,000 years of ups and downs, would eventually decay and corrupt until it fell to dust one day. Every dynasty thrived under a different name in a different era, but the process of their rise and decline has almost always been the same. First of all, the world was in chaos and the sects grew independent. The strong preyed on the weak, leading to ruthless slaughters. The population of ordinary people and cultivators plummeted. When the population of cultivators dropped to a certain point where their demand on the resources could be satisfied, the conflict among them was mitigated. They understood the importance of compromising and cooperation again. Eventually, a unified and stable dynasty was established. However, in the unified and stable dynasty, the cultivators, having no external threats, began to reproduce exponentially. Also, because of their longevity, their population became larger and larger, and their demand on the sources rocketed higher and higher until it was too heavy a burden for the burden, just like present day. Therefore, the world fell into chaos again, marking the start of another cycle. So, my brother Han Bailing wants much more than overthrowing Great Qian. What he wants, and what everyone in Cloud Qin wants, is to completely destroy the sect system and establish a powerful country where there are no sects or internal strife, where all cultivators are united and train themselves under the planning of a national government, and where the world will be at peace for another 100,000 years and even longer. Master, this is an unprecedented cause in the history of the ancient sages sector. If an extraordinary man like yourself does not devote himself to such a glorious enterprise, what has he practiced his techniques for? Li Yao's eyelids were bouncing. He rolled his eyes for a long time before he said coldly, "So to speak, the cultivators of Cloud Qin are a super army with strict military rules. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator will be restrained by the rules and cannot live a free life, right?" "Exactly," Han Yuantai said resolutely. "In Cloud Qin, military rules top everything else. The nascent soul stage cultivators will be punished on equal terms as ordinary folk when they commit crimes." Ridiculous," Li Yao sneered. "I'm a barbarian who's lived a carefree life for too long, and I hate restraints more than anything else. Why would I go to Cloud Qin and be bridled by your military rules when I can live an enjoyable life in the Southland of Sorcerers and even in the Great Qian dynasty?" Han Yuantai looked Li Yao in the eye, with aggressiveness beaming out of his eyes. As a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator, of course you are free to choose to do whatever you want and live an enjoyable life. But as a result, you will certainly be no match for the nascent soul stage cultivators who are bound by military rules and have maximized their combat ability and fighting will because of their firm belief. You can seize the day right now, but later, our Iron Legion of nascent soul stage cultivators will crush all the other nascent soul stage cultivators who are enjoying their life, including you. This is the power of organization. This is the power of discipline. This is the power of a country. This is the trend of the universe that is now in our hands. We are the nascent soul stage cultivators of a highly united country that is as tough as iron, whereas you are loose sand, acting purely on your own. No matter how formidable you look right now, you are destined to be killed one day if you don't join us. How dare you? Gnashing his teeth, Liao opened his hand and snatched the air. Invisible ripples immediately ripped apart the air and formed what appeared to be a skinny ghost hand that grabbed Han Yuantai's head. Crack, 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 crack. Han Yuantai's skull and facial bones were emitting appalling sounds. His face was bleeding and could not have appeared more twisted. It is unknown yet if I will die for sure, but the high and mighty lord of Behemothic Eagle will kick the bucket shortly. Liao grinned hideously. Ha! Ha ha ha! Han Yuantai was shuddering in pain because of Liao's suppression. His face was pale, but he burst into laughter. I have raged on the dark cloud prairies for more than 100 years. When I was young, I rode my horse for 4,000 kilometers and executed the 145 infamous quick wind bandits on the prairies in 33 days. I also went to the north end of the continent, which was covered in eternal night but illuminated by the brilliant auroras, and jumped into the icy ocean, fighting against the giant whales hundreds of meters long. Last year, together with my brother Han Bailing and countless other men from the prairies, I marched south unstoppably into the central plateaus, crushing the 300,000 heavy cavalry of the great Qian dynasty. Our army trampled the headquarters of countless cultivation sects of the great Qian dynasty. Our vanguard even approached the capital city. I saw the top of the royal palace with my own eyes. In my life, I have waved the sharpest sabers. I have ridden the fastest swords. I have made friends with the most trustworthy brothers, and I have executed the toughest enemies. I have enjoyed enough of the beauties of the world. Even if I die right now, what's there to feel regretful about? What about you, Master? After all the trouble you've been through, after decades of seclusion in the wilderness, you have finally grasped unparalleled techniques and announced your return. Yet, you will only be crushed by the iron army of Cloud Sheen when you defy the heavens will before accomplishing anything and before tasting the feeling of being admired, worshipped, and hated by others. I truly feel sorry for you. I truly do. You. Liao burst into fury. The ghost hand was even more brutal and hideous. It pierced into Han Yuantai's head so deeply that green smoke was popping up. Han Yuantai's eyes were bloodshot because of the agony. His tears were rolling inside his eyes, but he kept them back and simply laughed. Angrily, Liao bluffed for a long time, only to discover that the guy was unwilling to give in at all. He was finally frustrated. He stopped his technique and gritted his teeth gloomily. Han Yuantai collapsed to the ground. Finally, he could not help but grunt. He said, Thank you for not killing me, Master. Save it. Liao waved his hands lethargically. I'll have your subordinates freed later. Take Huoyuja with you and get back to the dark cloud prairies as fast as possible. Han Yuantai blinked and immediately understood what Liao was thinking. He agreed quickly. All right. I know that a few words of mine are certainly not enough to convince you, Master. You have only just broken out of seclusion and do not know much about the latest situation of the world. It is only reasonable that you choose to be prudent. I'll leave a channel to convey secret messages later. The gate of Cloud Sheen will always be open to you, Master. My brother Han Bailing and I look forward to meeting you on the dark cloud prairies and working on the great cause together. I believe that the day won't be far after you have witnessed the grubbiness of the great Qian dynasty. Get lost, Liao sniffed. Before I change my mind. Han Yuantai crossed his hands and bowed deeply to Li Yao before he left the room. It was not a courtesy of the barbarians, but the military courtesy of the Cloud Qin Empire 100,000 years ago. After the guy finally disappeared out of the garden, the brutality and frustration on Li Yao's face instantly disappeared, replaced by deep excitement and admiration. He was so thrilled that he could not calm himself down for a long time. He knew that he was witnessing the birth of a real country of cultivators. Han Yuanai was not wrong. In the early years of the age of ancient cultivators, the sects and the experts had the loudest voice. Not just the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators. Even the insignificant cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage often disobeyed the law and disregarded the authority of the court. At that time, although there were dynasties and empires on the surface, they were not real countries but alliances of tribes disguised as countries. The so-called dynasties that were brimming with cultivation sects were often plagued with serious conflict. The efficiency of collecting and utilizing resources was extremely low. The ability to summon forces was extremely weak. Also, as the population of cultivators boomed, the dynasties would inevitably come to their decline. Li Yao had learned from the history books that in the last years of the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, the ancient cultivators in the 3,000 sectors, after experiencing dozens, if not hundreds of replacements of dynasties in their respective world, all came to the understanding that cultivation sects were the cancer of a nation. They realized that only through rules and by being highly organized could they maximize resource utilization efficiency so that the changes of dynasties could be avoided forever. From then on, almost all the worlds of ancient cultivators merged the disorganized sects in different ways and embarked on the path of centralization. After all the sects were combined, almost every world of cultivators had one large, solid force left. The name and form of the forces might have been different. Some were known as dynasties, and some called themselves empires. Some of them even inherited the old names of certain sects or guilds. However, such regimes were completely different from the dynasties and sects in the past. After all, the cultivators were united under law, and their control extended from the pivot of power to the bottom-level towns. The authority of the country and the power of organization had overwhelmed the personal combat ability of the top experts. The control and mobility in such regimes was 100 times higher than in the era of conflicting sects. They were the prototypes of the modern countries of cultivators. But that was impossible. Even in the best-case scenario, where the cultivators that belonged to a country were so united that they did not have any conflict and the resource utilization efficiency had been maximized, there was still a fundamental problem that they could not address. The problem was that the cultivators in the ancient age were mostly bottomless holes. While they were consuming tremendous resources, they were not offering any product that was of use to society. How many crystals, medicines, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures would a cultivator consume from the time that their spiritual root was awakened to when they advanced all the way to the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, or even the divinity transformation stage? How many folks, how much land, and how many natural paradises would need to be occupied to provide the resources that the cultivators needed? After swallowing so many resources and growing into unparalleled experts, what could the cultivators provide for society? As far as Li Yao knew, the ancient cultivators, even those from noble sects, often attached great importance to personal combat ability and mocked professions that could not improve their combat ability, not to mention the immoral, evil cultivators. When the cultivators were serving justice and slaying evils, if getting to the bottom of it, the main product that they provided for society would be their combat ability. When the only produce that most of the elites of a world could provide after swallowing the majority of resources was combat ability, the overall combat ability would certainly be superfluous. To set such a society on a path of healthy, sustainable development, and to prevent it from collapsing because of the overly expanding combat ability, there was only one solution, which was to expand and plunder more resources from the outside world with the superfluous combat ability. Therefore, in the last years of the age of ancient cultivators, the faster sectors that had eliminated the mayhem of contradictory sects inside and concentrated the power in advance all embarked on the path of militarization and expansion when their aggressiveness and combat ability were bursting out. The historians of the Federation defined such a path as classic militarism. At first, the path seemed to be a successful one. Faced with the army of cultivators who were united under the notion of country and were guided by classic militarism, the cultivators who were still in the medieval age were too disorganized and mired in their own trouble to put up any resistance. They were all demolished unstoppably without any exception. However, the good days did not last long. Expansion had its limits. When most of the medieval worlds of the 3,000 sectors were annihilated, and the only regimes left were the ferocious worlds where classic militarism prevailed, the collisions of the superpowers were unavoidable. That was the first civil war of cultivators as described in the history books. It was also at the last phase of the Super Civil War that consumed all the 3,000 sectors when demons were created on a large scale. Then, taking advantage of the weakness of the worlds of cultivators that had been exhausted in the war, the demons counterattacked and dominated the Sea of Stars, ushering in the Great Dark Age of 30,000 years. Getting to the bottom of it, the greatest problem of classic militarism was that it could not fix the contradiction that the cultivators took in all the resources but offered nothing in return. Such a methodology was merely covering the contradiction time and time again through continuous invasions and conquests. However, during the invasions and conquests, the cultivators would only desire more combat ability. When the invasions and conquests suffered setbacks, even the most powerful countries would collapse all of a sudden. The ancient sages sector, on the other hand, would only be more tragic. Because the star beacons and the space teleportation arrays left by the Pangas civilization in the 3,000 sectors in the outside world had not yet been damaged in the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, the 3,000 sectors were still in a network, and the transportation system was quite convenient. Even the ancient cultivators could launch expeditions across the Sea of Stars despite their underdeveloped technologies. Therefore, after a world of ancient cultivators finished the transformation from medieval sects to classic militarism, it would be easy for the world to launch invasions on other worlds, thereby transferring the internal contradiction. If the world was lucky, it could swallow multiple underdeveloped worlds of cultivators in the hundreds of years to come and grow into a giant that spanned the Sea of Stars, surviving for yet another 1,000 years. The ancient sages sector, in comparison, was enshrouded in the thick, dark nebula. It was extremely tricky to jump out. Also, everything was different today. After tens of thousands of years of wars, the space transportation network outside had been mostly wrecked. Launching a universal expedition was much more difficult than before. Moreover, the outside world would be dangerous. There was not a single pushover in the Sea of Stars out there. Not just the monsters such as the Imperium of true human beings and the Covenant Alliance. Even the Star Glory Federation 100 years ago would not have been scared of the Ancient Sages sector at all. Even if the Ancient Sages sector truly developed to the stage of classic militarism, who could it conquer? Without new targets to conquer, such an untenable system would never last long. Li Yao believed in Han Yuantai's sincerity and the ambitions of Han Bailing, the regent of Cloud Sheen. He also believed that the cultivators of Cloud Sheen were in the most united and organized state right now. But that was because they were faced with a powerful external threat, and they had a whole world waiting to be conquered. What would happen after they overthrew the Great Qian dynasty and unified the world? If they could not find a new vent for the superfluous combat ability, Li Yao did not think that the so-called Cloud Qin dynasty could survive 500 years. This is an unresolvable, fundamental contradiction. Only when cultivators follow the ideology of serve the people and return the resources they swallow to the public in forms including, but not limited to combat ability, so that the resources will flow and circulate between the cultivators and the ordinary people, will a society embark on the path of sustainable development with a virtuous cycle. If we get to the bottom of it, the so-called cancer is not the sex, not militarism, but the cultivators who take everything but give nothing, who swallow resources like a black hole, but are in fact utterly useless. How many resources must be consumed for the birth of a nascent soul stage cultivator? How much labor and material have been spent without anyone knowing? The nascent soul stage cultivator could flaunt their techniques and violate the existing social order without respect for the law. But even if the nascent soul stage cultivator prefers a carefree and enjoyable life and focuses on his own training without caring about anything else, he will still make absolutely no contribution to society. Eventually, he might be struck by a minor apocalypse when he is advancing into a higher stage. Won't the resources that he has consumed be wasted? Moreover, even if he occasionally comes out to serve justice and slay evils, will the contributions he makes be proportionate to the resources he has consumed? Such an abnormal system will never persevere for long, even if it evolves to the form of a modern country under the armor of classic militarism. Cloud Chin was walking on the wrong path. Liao was well aware of that. However, he did not despise Cloud Chin, Han Yuantai, or Han Bailing, one of the four rapscallions who must have been even more spectacular than his brother, because of that. Liao knew himself very well. He understood the logic not because he was smart enough, but because he was standing on the shoulders of countless seniors. The conclusions had been made by the historians and sociologists. The cultivators of the ancient sages sector did not know the first thing about the outside world. They had to learn everything on their own, like a blind person riding a blind horse. They groped in the eternal darkness. It was already extremely remarkable that they had walked this far. Then, was it possible to work with the cultivators from Cloud Chin? It depended on several factors. On one hand, Cloud Chin was walking on the path of classic militarism, which was similar to the imperium of true human beings' modern militarism. The two of them might find each other very agreeable. However, judging from Han Yuantai's demeanor and resolution, his brother Han Bailing was surely an ambitious, superb person who lived beyond his era. If such a person could be brought to the Federation and allowed to study the history of the outside world, would he draw a lesson from the gory outcome of the first civil war of cultivators and realize that it was not a path that was going to work out, thereby choosing a new approach? It's getting tricky now. The most critical question right now is whether or not the imperium of true human beings is involved in all this. If the Federation can't find a way to embrace those ancient cultivators, they will certainly be bemused by the imperium. If I were a scout who discovered the ancient sages sector, I definitely would have selected Han Bailing as my primary target of communication after I learned the situation in this world. Then, is it possible that the immortal cultivators from the imperium of true human beings are already hiding next to Han Bailing and engaged in certain underground activities in secret? Liao felt a headache coming on. Thinking for a moment, he coughed and summoned Meng Duo and Gu Sidwa, the two barbarian cultivators. The fat barbarian cultivator and the slim one, after discovering his identity as Master Spiritual Vulture, were so frightened that they almost *T their pants. They could barely stand on their feet. Kneeling on the ground, they begged for his mercy. Naturally, Liao was not interested in picking on small fries such as themselves. After all, he had grown quite familiar with the two guys recently. He knew that they had done nothing unacceptable and their reputations in the Southland of sorcerers were not bad. So, he had employed them as his temporary servants. Bring me the father and the daughter of the Ling family. Very soon, the uneasy Ling Shoujing and Ling Lanin appeared in front of Liao. Let's not waste each other's time. Instead of waiting for the newcomers to bow to him, Liao waved his hands and said straightforwardly, I've spoken with Han Yuantai just now and learned the basic situation already. Tell me about it. What exactly do you want, and what can you offer in return?